Any door, serving body, face, and Number one in the street, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch the road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Number one in the streets, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch the road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
La la la, la la la, la la la. Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo. Frag frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermiss dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Du bist mein Dojo, ohne dich bin ich solo. Zwischen Tokio und Soho denk ich an dich und die Sehnsucht ist so groß. Denn mit dir kann
won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Renogard is going to trade the tier 1 down middle, so I would say macro-wise it is.
Và team fight winning quad line để nhắc quad ban Kang.
Ini sebenarnya masih ada winning chance yang gede banget untuk Titannya asalnya.
Dude is nominated trophy.
Tidak ada dalam kompetisi kali ini pertahanan dari Sanko dengan adanya Euph lalu masih bisa dihindari dengan cukup baik, masih bisa bertahan.
Keeps his team alive, but they're all inside the room with inflation. Mel still keeping his spacing. Lord JM absolutely melted by the carry. Here comes a penalty zone. They're not prepared. They might lose a little bit more. They kicks in the wrong direction. The artery before to back out. Lulius.
คือทีมมันจะเริ่มบล็อกซีการเรียราฟาสไลด์การบล็อกอาร์ตี้จอมไปโดจอสตันเป็นเล็กจัดก็โยนสไตล์กันมันได้แต่มีการดอมซันจอมอาร์เพชรดอมบันทีมันได้วัดทีมไปเชิญปันแจกออแอนด์ไวท์เอา
Welcome back, everybody. This is going to be the Snapdragon Pro Series by ESL. My name is Getting Q. This is ICBaby12 here at the caster's desk to keep you guys accompanied for our next two set of games. The Swiss format has been going on for the past couple of days, and so far here at day number 5, we're getting close towards the end, and it's all elimination matches.
Well, this is going to be an exciting one as well, because today's the day where things get a little bit more spicy.
It's going to hurt. Some teams are going to be a little upset by the end of today, but that's only necessary here, especially with the level of competition we're going to get. We've already got 2 qualified teams, and now we're looking for the next 2 to move on to the next stage. After day number 5, we will have 4 teams just left. If you don't know what I'm talking about, we'll pull up the format here up on screen.
Now, speaking of the formats here, the teams has played from the open qualifiers represented from 4 multiple regions as well. We have MYSG, PHI, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, as well as Laos. From the open teams, they have been competing for the slots in towards the open segment, which is currently happening right now for the open finals. And only 4 teams will be advancing from there. 2 from the qualifiers and pretty much advanced from there. And when it comes to this format here, it feels like it is a completely different factor for the Swiss format in general.
Yep, it's quite a different factor, but after the open qualifiers, here we are today at the open finals, looking for those 4 teams to make it into the challenge season. And even in the challenge season, it feels like the competition is only going to get steeper with 12 and another 12 set of MPL invited teams in a 16-team double elimination format to finally the LAN event live in Jakarta, where we're going to see the cream of the crop here at SBS face up against some of the top top 6 MPL teams all around the world, and only 6 teams from the Challenge Finals group stage will make it towards that playoff round.
Well, that's going to be a pretty steep uphill battle for all these teams as well, especially now in the challenge season itself, is where, you know, it feels like only 4 teams from Open Finals. Like, so far, we've only pretty much gotten 2 teams thus far, which is pretty much GPX alongside with Aura Fire. Now, we are looking for 2 more to actually advance that stage, and they have to redo the whole thing, and then 6 teams from there actually makes it to the final. That's crazy.
It's honestly a battle royale amongst all the regions here. Whether you're Tier 1 or Tier 2, the opportunity and possibilities are going to be endless. But speaking about today's matchups, I think we're going to have a lot of exciting games for you guys here to broadcast. Number 1, we're going to have the top 2 tier teams of 2 individual regions, Indonesia and as well as the Philippines, battle it out. And afterwards, we're going to see top Tier 1 teams battle out, both also from different regions.
You know, this feels like very similar to the Greek mythology of Atlas Trials.
Atlas Trials?
Yeah. What not just the hero itself, Atlas Trials from Greek itself is where you have to push a stone boulder up the hill all the way through. It feels like a very, very difficult one. It is the Atlas Trial.
It's not called the Atlas Trial, but I totally... Everybody knows what you're talking about. It may not be the right term, but it's completely correct. Now, let's have a look at the eliminated teams so far after these past 4 days of exciting gameplay. Because again, we have to say goodbye to a lot of good teams because the Swiss format is brutal. From the Philippines, Maharlika, Mista, Z4 Pegasus, Game Labs, Esports, and Minana Esports have been eliminated.
Yep, and from Singapore, Team SMG SG, Alchemy SG, as well as Evo has pretty much been eliminated as well. And of course, we do still have a next segment as well for Malaysian teams, and pretty much everyone has pretty much been eliminated, which is MLBB Esports, Hello Heli, Team Hawk, Madness Esports, Red Esports, RSGNY. From Vietnam, we have Big City Boys as well as Nightmare Esports from Laos has pretty much been eliminated thus far. So only a few teams left remain before we actually crown our 4 teams that is going to be qualifying into the next segment.
Exactly. There are still teams fighting for their lives. Cambodian representatives that have been eliminated too. Team Max, See You Soon, Logic Esports, and from Indonesia, it's Rebellion Zion and Bigatron Beta. The question is, who's going to be joining the rest of the eliminated teams here today?
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very difficult one, considering that the teams that are going to be playing today is pretty much shown up on screens multiple times now, and they've pretty much lost, every one of them have pretty much lost a game. Means that from this point onwards, it is only elimination matches all the way through. So that means there can only be one that advances, and in this case, the teams that pretty much advanced thus far, like I said as well, from Indonesia, we have GPX as well as Aura Fire pretty much qualified to the challenge season.
The question is, who's going to be joining them later on in day number Swiss of the Swiss 6 format here. Today, it's all about eliminations before they start moving on, and GPX and Aura Fire are just out of the gunfire. They're like, finally, we're done with this. Just clean sweeps all the way through. Didn't drop a single best of 3 series and qualified. If you want to check out their journey, we have it here in the multiple Swiss stages until we eliminate it down to at 4-1. That's the scoreline that we're looking for. Every team playing out here will get eliminated or move on to tomorrow.
Exactly, and now we are down towards the final 8 teams to fight for 2 final slots. Right here, we have Evos going over with Euphoria, we have Alter Ego X going up against Atom, and Dewa Esports going up against Onyx, and Gig going up against TNC Pro Team. So that is going to be something that we are going to be eyeing for today, because only 4 will advance to tomorrow's stage.
So which side are you guys on? Are you part of the Lang Malakas group, or are you part of the Indo Pride? Show your support in the chat itself, because today's matches is going to be Evos Icon versus Euphoria Esports. The one that we're going to be watching is highlighted in red. And then we'll move on to our second match, Dewa United Esports versus Onyx BH. But even for those that are not being broadcasted here on the English stream, it is still Indonesia versus Philippines, with Alter Ego X up against Archives Esports and Geek Slate versus TNC Pro Team.
Well, when the started broadcast as well, I did mention as well, it is going to be spicy. This is going to be the Indonesia versus Philippines rivalries all the way through. Who is going to be the better region? Because as of now, we have 2 Indonesians pretty much qualified to the next phase. Now, will Philippines be able to, you know, bring it back for a team?
At least get one of their representatives through. That's what we're hoping for. We want that diversity. But in the meantime, guys, we got a video for you guys to check out. Have a look.
Berhenti dan sekarang Fredo Cutie yang langsung coba untuk dipunish. Tapi lihat lagi dan lagi Susujin yang masih terlalu tebal untuk bisa ditumbangkan dan again dengan sebuah Wave Dragon. Susujin gak bisa bertahan lagi. Rinasmi menuju ke arah belakang. Doma masih punya Wind of Nature, tapi 2 player yang hilang dari Evos Icon. Ini hal yang cukup berat dan bahkan disusul.
They're not prepared, they might lose a little bit more. They kicks in the wrong direction, the harder will be forced to back out. Lilios will be picked up in the back lines, and just like that, Shinsui goes in for the clutch. They finally dive the back lines, and now Repo left all by himself because of one blunder.
Ya memang dari teman-teman bisa mendapatkan karena seorang Mel, tapi Melnya masih bergerak dengan bebas dan mungkin akan memberikan inisiasi ke bagian depan, apalagi Kadera udah gak ada. Yes, dan Balorski yang ternyata masih dihilangkan dan triple kill diamankan di tangan dari Amal.
Dia cuma dimain bang Karin dan Gamalan nyari poin di klip petanda Pucau 6 Azraski Snack tirik tam Cimol nang nada Cimol nang mali zaman Charlotte Ailo Sebailon Bye Satu pindah jam lagi Cuma nanti zon dan sampai di klip petanda Dia cuma buat terbang rapat.
Are going to be playing for a qualification to make it to the final rounds of the SPS, the challenge final, so that they can get their cash out of 150,000 USD.
Now, the teams that is pretty much qualified into challenge finals pretty much guarantee themselves a minimum of 1,800 from 12th place. However, that's only the qualifications. Obviously, going for the first place is going to be what they're aiming for. 65,000 for first place. That's a lot of money for US dollars, baby.
So much money. So much money. But keep in mind that they need to make it to the challenge finals. So for teams here at the Open Finals, they have to go through one extra stage before they can even make it worthwhile. I mean, obviously the glory is going to be great, but it feels good to also get the cash out.
Yep. And now, when it comes to Indonesia versus Philippines here, so far I am... to be honest, I'm a big fan of the Indonesian teams thus far, just because of how GPX is doing well. Even though I like Euphoria Esports, but I can tell you straight up that it's a great experience to actually play this game and actually watch some of these teams perform. And in this case, sometimes I wonder if I get a chance to actually go to the venue itself to actually watch. And guess what? You can actually watch it live at Istora Senayan, Jakarta on the 21st and 23rd of July for the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB. And yes, it is going to be happening in Indonesia.
Exactly. If you missed out on M4, don't worry. This could be a replay of every single moment that you've been asking for only 20,000 rupiah. Sounds expensive, but trust me, convert it and it'll make a lot more sense. Go on to esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets and start purchasing them now. And make sure you plan ahead because this is going to be in July, so that's after MSC.
Exactly. And of course, if you guys want to watch MSC as well, you can head over to Cambodia themselves and actually scan right here to secure your tickets, even though it's free, but you gotta secure it because there are limited tickets amount for MSC.
Limited space, limited time. And speaking of limited time here, a lot of teams have been having very vocal voices about Novaria. Now, let's check the stats so far, because with the new patch and also the legalization of Novaria, we've seen her picked 8 times, banned a total of 8 times as well, but her win rate is sitting around the 62% overall, with the highest DPM breaking over to 7,251. So based on what we can tell
That's
here,
crazy.
Not a bad win rate.
You know, to be honest, I wasn't expecting the winner to be 62% based on yesterday's performance, right?
Exactly.
We had so many games on Novaria on screen which pretty much lost as well. I was very surprised that it has a 62% win rate. So, you know, the DPM wise, we kind of had to make a lot of sense as well, but teams it's a completely different playstyle. But I'm curious to see who actually has 7,251 DPM, because I don't think I've ever seen that much DPM from a mage in a very, very long time. I know from a gold laner, but yeah.
I mean, it's got to be from Goyong, right? I mean, it only makes sense if it's his playstyle. I mean, overall, Novaria has been like topping the damage charts even when they lose. So keep this in mind. Novaria is in a good spot. Maybe we haven't witnessed it here on the stream itself, but hopefully we do get to see a little bit more of it in the broadcast.
Yeah, I do really want to see it as well. Novaria is a very interesting hero. I think we had this conversation multiple times now. He could be played Vision, he could be played like a hybrid Eve, he can play like I would say a hybrid mage version of a Beatrix Snipe, and there's just so many variations as well. I haven't seen people play like a Varamis yet, even though, you know, he does have like capabilities to shift towards the bushes. But besides Novaria, I want to talk a little bit more on the jungle department because we have been talking about tank meta junglers for the longest of time for the previous patch. What about now? We're starting to see a lot more assassin junglers now, and based on the stats right here on the screen, we have Paquito, Hayabusa, Ling starting to show up a little bit more now.
Yeah, no, here's the thing, right? Let's immediately start talking about these numbers because number one, when we're looking at Hayabusa and as well as Ling with an overall overwhelming win rate, in a matter of fact, just look at the number of bans that have been prioritized towards Ling more than it has been on Hayabusa and as well as Paquito, right? Paquito generally not banned. The 5 times that it's picked, what we've seen on screen here at the SBS, it looks good. However, it is very volatile. As soon as you don't get that lead, you immediately get this 40% win rate. So it has its inconsistencies. I'm surprised that Hayabusa still has an 83% win rate. 6 times that it has been picked, which means that 4 out of the 6 games were a clear victory. I thought the patch was like moving away from these assassin-style junglers. But, you know, that's just the assassin-style junglers. We need to start talking about the tank junglers as well, because that's the big comparison. Do you go tank? Do you go the assassin style?
No, that's the thing, right? There was a very minor patch notes into the patch as well, where they actually nerfed the gold lane's gold gain for the gold laner to kind of allow junglers to have that a little bit more advantage to actually punish gold laners to a certain degree. It feels like because gold laners were so easily able to get gold in the early stages last time, people from junglers couldn't actually sustain the damage. That's why it became a trend where tank junglers became very much formidable. So I feel like seeing this recurring trends here with that small change of kind of nerfing down gold laners' gold gain, it feels like assassin junglers has a little bit more room to breathe now compared to before. I
mean, of course, because like when the gold lane had so much gold, that first item marksman usually can walk with their supports and start invading your jungle and stealing away camps. That's what we've seen GameLab do so many times, right? But let's look at the stats specifically for tank junglers. Wow, the Akai win rate, very shocking.
I know. For a second,
whoa,
I understood why you were coughing there as well, and I'm really surprised by this as well. I was expecting like the tank junglers are still going to be somewhat relevant as well, but to see Akai being picked and banned more than 20 more times with only 38% win rate, it shows that hey, maybe Akai meta is kind of shifted off. And for a fact, Akai has kind of fallen off the previous patch before this when it was Fredrin and Martis.
Yeah, I mean, it was Fredrin and Martis. Before that, it was Akai versus Fredrin, especially at higher tier tournaments. But just look at the data pool that we have, right? 20 bans coming in from Fredrin, 56 picks despite the large array of data, 55% win rate, which means at least 28 of the picks from the side of Fredrin that went through won their matchups. That's not a bad number. I'm just surprised. Like, why isn't Akai closer towards 45? It could be a little unlucky. It could be one of our outliers. But one of the big reasons here is going to be the introduction to Tank-Salot. Again, these hybrid style junglers. Let's pull up the stats so we can explain a little bit more, because both Lancelot and Martis kind of fit that role.
Wow, speaking of fitting that role right here, I get where Lancelot's coming as well. It's got 60% win rate, pick 47 times to as far. It can play it like a, you know what, you can play full tank, you can play full DPS on Lancelot, no problem. You can even play half and half, and that's the beauty about having flexibility, right? It's not just in the hero pools and the draft. Itemization plays a very, very big factor as well. This is why Lancelot is just so good this stage. But what surprises me is that Martis is only at 24% win rate, and even though it has had a slight nerf in prior patch, and I'm really surprised that this has affected Martis to a point where it's down towards 24% win rate. As I thought it was going to be like 50-50 alongside with Fredrin, when it was Fredrin versus Martis all the way through.
Well, I mean, look at the win rate coming in from Lancelot, right? At least a large majority of the Lancelot games as a counter towards Martis and as well as Fredrin, as well as Akai. The iframes gives you that sort of flexibility. Oh, Decimate? I'm just going to Thorn Rose. Oh, you're going to try and stop me in my tracks to beat me in the retreat fight? I'm just going to puncture Phantom Execution right into the pit. So Lancelot has kind of dominated the meta as of right now, and I think, you know, teams need to start keeping in mind, if you are going to be playing Martis or Akai, the situation must be right.
Yeah, this seems to be a very, very difficult meta to actually analyze as well, but at the same time, we are giving you guys stats as well for those players, for whoever's learning to try to play better in the game. This stats will help you a little bit more to understand how the dynamics of the hero pools has kind of shifted in the current meta. Hopefully it's going to be helpful, hopefully not, but at the same time, you gotta do what you gotta do. But for now, we have a very, very interesting video for you guys to give you guys a little bit more insights on how our pro players are liking behind the scenes.
One Piece. Because dia punya storyline sampai sekarang mungkin sampai saya mati belum ending. Fate is my most favorite anime because it's one of the first anime series that I watched and it never gets old.
Demon Slayer because good graphic and like the story, it's good.
My favorite anime is Naruto because it is my childhood anime.
My favorite anime is Attack on Titan because it's so fun to watch.
My favorite anime is Eren Yeager in Attack on Titan because Eren Yeager is the one that a good kid, but that time a Titan attack, his mom died. Like he go through a lot of pain and he's still stronger. Like they don't kill him, he gets stronger and stronger, stronger and longer. You know? Yeah, like see you soon. Stronger and become longer. Don't play with us.
Ooh, guys. Don't spoil it to him just yet. Don't spoil it to him. Just let him enjoy. Let the man enjoy his attack on Titan for a little bit longer.
What are you talking about?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Nothing.
Wait.
Eren Yeager's great. He's amazing characters.
Okay, what's your favorite
Super
anime
in-depth.
then?
Blue Lock. No, I'm kidding.
Dude, you know what's right? Blue Lock is pretty good, but I like Haikyuu over more.
I like Haikyuu very, very much. I've never felt a certain way with, well...
You know I like Haikyuu because we're
into
in this industry doing esports and it's very, very relatable.
Oh yeah, relatable to like children. They're high schoolers.
So, well, technically we do have children playing
We're
our
double
games,
their
so.
age. Think about that. Think about that. With that being said, let's have a look at some of today's matchups here. And number one, we have to talk about the roster from Evos Icon. We're finally getting to see this team on the big stage. Vildora, Sutsujin, Crit, Doma, and Ivan.
Yeah, coming in from Evos Icon, they pretty much lost one game as well. Dropping down here means that they are risk being eliminated. And so far, Evos Icon has had a very stable performance thus far in their previous tournaments. And coming into SPS here, it feels like they're struggling a little bit, but I feel like they can still keep up their performance, knowing as the dominant region from Indonesia.
I mean, this is the best team coming in from the MDL Indonesia itself. They were champions in their own local tier 2s, and I think it has translated very well here into the SPS. They've been winning 2-0 victories throughout their matchups, with the only exception being having to take on a tier 1 Indonesian team, Aura Fire. And in that case, well, okay, you know, you're kind of out of luck there. You have to play your best, and it ended in a 2-1 matchup. But we have to talk about our Golden Boys here. We're a little bit biased towards Euphoria Esports because they were our champions of the SPS Season 2 MLBB. So, I don't know, Heads God, Venom God, Ryujin, Shizo God, and as well as Yoshi God had a clean game yesterday. Very similar to ASMR. It gives you those tingly good feelings in the back of your neck.
Exactly. When it comes to Euphoria Esports, they were the team that actually almost nearly take a game against Aura Fire in game number 3, which was a little bit unfortunate as well. But in yesterday's game, they were able to bounce back their momentum, taking a very, very convincing clean 2-0 sweep against Minana Esports. And this was crazy considering the fact that it felt completely calculated in the hands of Euphoria Esports and just completely dumbstring Minana.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they played their drafts, I mean, Minana Esports were a little bit greedy, but I wouldn't have expected Euphoria to completely shut them out of the game. I would blame drafts, but then again, you know, it's a best of 3. They probably should have adapted. Sutsujin versus Venogod. Oh, what a matchup this is going to be. With a 3.9 KDA versus a 3.7 KDA, both having the exact same KP and very similar GPMs. But when we look at the hero pools, obviously we're going to see Lancelot as well as Fredrin. The only derivation is going to be the Paquito that's been played by Venogod up on screen, and as well as the Ling from Sutsujin.
I think this is the perfect time to actually describe how Sutsujin and Venogod is going to be somewhat relevant in the current patch and meta, right? Venogod from the previous season, he's been known to play a lot of tanky junglers as well. Once in a blue moon, he brings in a Fanny here and there, but most of the time, he is still leaning on a tank playstyle, whereas Sutsujin has brought up assassin playstyles as well, with Ling occasionally as well being a very, very annoying assassin to actually deal with macroly in general, considering that tank junglers doesn't have those kind of mobility to kind of catch up.
Exactly. You know, Ling is able to apply a lot of pressure on the map, and when you are playing something like Paquito, yes, the win rate is below 50% compared to Sutsujin having 3 heroes all above 50% of that win rate, but Venogod makes it work. He gets that snowball and he maintains that lead until the very end of the game, which is a very oppressive game style, but it's very rewarding as a fighter.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on the two teams that's going to be playing right now, arguably on here in the Open Finals. I feel like Evos Icon and Euphoria Esports is pretty much one of the arguably the strongest teams thus far, considering that they were the only two teams that faced off against the qualifier teams to kind of stop them in their track, and they almost actually took a game between both GPX as well as Aura Fire as well. So I feel like for them to actually face off at this stage, eventually one of them's gotta go.
Yep, one of them has to go. But let's look at the predictions here from you guys in your seats at home. I'm talking to you guys. Quickly cast your votes in the Twitch chat. Which side are you going to be on? Are you going to be part of the Lang Malakas crew, or are you going to be part of the Indo Pride? Regardless, we are expected to see some very good games.
You know, that's the thing about Indo Pride, right? Like, we have already pretty much have two Indonesian teams pretty much qualified here, and it just showcases that, hey, they're the dominant region now. You know, this is the year. This is the year Indonesia is going to take over Philippines this time. No more Philippines, you know, even though they've been dominating the previous SPS, you know, the previous past 2 years, 2 Esports series, blah, 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 yada, yada. No, this is it, you know, two Indonesian teams has qualified thus far. So I think, you know, Evos Icon's got a very, very good chance.
They've got a really good chance. I mean, the performances that we've seen from the Tier 2 teams from Indonesia are nice. But, you know, I'm feeling a little hypercritical here. I feel like you're being a bit of a hypocrite yourself. You're gassing up Tier 2 Indonesia, and then you're going to go for Euphoria?
That's the thing. I put it 2-1, you know? That's why I put it on the 2-1, not in favor of Euphoria. Not because I don't like Evos Icon. It's just that I still have a soft spot for Euphoria from Season 2 because they are the only other team left from the previous SPS season, except for GPX, of course, qualified, left in the season. That's the only reason why I put Euphoria. That's why I put it as 2-1. It's not 2-0. You're the biased one. It's straight up 2-0.
Look, I am a liar and a cheat, so I'm okay with it. Even if I decided to go the other way, I probably had some kind of justification. Well, with that being said here, it's time. It's time for this match to kick off really, really soon. You know our predictions. I am expecting a good matchup from Evos Icon at the very least, but you have to understand, we've watched Euphoria kind of grow throughout the SPS, and hopefully they make it to the next stage. Even if they drop, you know, hats off to both of these teams. Good luck.
Yeah, exactly. Now, especially for these two teams, though, they do have a little bit of experience of how to play against the best in this Open Finals as well, because for GPX as well as Aura Fire, you know, they do have somewhat of experience, but it's just, like you said as well, Euphoria, they're a little bit unfortunate. They had to fight off a Tier 1 team, Aura Fire. It is tough, but hopefully they will be able to overcome one as well, because Evos Icon.
I think, you know, both of these teams are bringing their A game here. I think, you know, they decided, you know what, old phones, get rid of that, because we have to thank the Snapdragon Elite Gaming chipset for making this possible. When winning matters, when you need that extra frame, that extra refresh rate, if you need to play on ultra graphics, this is the chipset that you're going to be looking for when you're looking for a new phone. That's the chipset. You have to be very specific about it because there's many different versions.
Exactly. When it comes to chipset as well, you have to have the best of the best in order to multitask while playing as well. You can game on all these multiple phones shown up screen as well, and pick your poison as well, because they all consist of the Snapdragon chipset itself. And of course, while playing MLBB, I'm guilty as charged as well. I love you know, switching between apps as well. Sometimes WhatsApp calls here and don't reply. Probably I'll lose a couple games here, but you know, that's the thing. I gotta be quick. When I reply a message, I want to be jumping straight into the game straight. And you know, with this, you can jump straight into it.
Exactly. But if you don't want to go through the process of doing all that research and looking at all the different attributes of multiple phones, you just want everything all in one, then let us give you our recommendation. It's the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, where you can share the epic and level up your own gameplay. Whether you're looking for a phone that's not only great at gaming, but also for everyday life, whether it be your camera, whether it be the overall refresh rate on that screen, and more important, the processing power thanks to the chipset. Well, the Samsung Galaxy has covered all of those.
Yep, and now, of course, you know, if you're not just playing games as well, you love taking pictures here. The Galaxy S23 gives you one of the best, you know, pictures, HD quality experience as well. But now, let's talk a little bit more shop as well. Expectations here. Do you still think tank junglers is still going to win? Or do you think assassin junglers is still going to win?
I think they're all situational. You know, Lancelot is good in every situation, but I do think that, you know, Ling has its place in the meta. There's no doubt that the Finch Poise is one of the more broken abilities. Like, people are like, oh, he has iframes. Oh, he does crit with his passive. The fact that Finch Poise can get you across the map in less than 5 seconds is way more impressive than anything else, rather than its overall damage output.
But I'm really surprised that even though the patch changes kind of affected the gold lane here, I feel like heroes with purple buff dependent playstyles are very easily countable by aggressive roamers. In this case, from time to time we do see like either Franco invades or maybe even Hilda invades to kind of slow down those kind of tempos to actually affect them.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's only natural when you are playing, you know, a jungler that's heavily dependent on that purple buff to play the game. So keep in mind that if you want to be able to disrupt their jungle farm, especially around the purple buff, how much are you willing to sacrifice? Are you willing to sacrifice an entire pick just for that, rather than, you know, getting a Grok to cancel a feathered airstrike, but still have the CC to maybe get that wild charge, knock up the Ling in the middle of the dash? Then that's when you have to start justifying things.
Fair enough. In this case, the reason why I brought this up as well, because during Season 2, Euphoria Esports, they had a lot of running in towards Fanny matchups. But speaking of Fanny matchups, right from the get-go, Evos Icon, they don't want to deal with this, and they also ban off Lancelot as well. So this is going to be an assassin jungle priority bans coming from Evos Icon, means that S-tier picks such as maybe Fredrin is going to be let off as well.
What are you talking about?
Maybe Faramis as well. Novaria is pretty much banned from Euphoria right now.
Exactly, that's the S-tier pick of all time. That based on Euphoria's, you know, with the interview with Venogod, he's very expressive, and at least he's able to give some really good insight. Other than the fact that he is kind of stoic, I'm not gonna lie. You know, I'm gonna crack him eventually. But before that, we go over to Evos Icon. They're holding priority. They see the Novaria ban. They see the 1-1 ban. Are they considering the Valentina? Yep, they ban out the Valentina because Faramis and Glue is open.
Yeah, now with Faramis and Glue as well, it feels like they do still have the options to kind of flex around with going for a Digi mirror matchup. But as of now, Faramis is pretty much out and open as well. Evos Icon, do they want to take it? Or do they prioritize Arlott yet? Or maybe Joy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Joy it is.
Joy is always going to be the priority pick here. Joy barely being touched in the patch, still has way too much damage, really difficult to catch as well. But Euphoria Esports, they have answers, right? They still have Franco, they still have Kaja available for them. If they want to go for their mage, they can instantly go for the Faramis, because no Valentina available, which only leaves Yves as well as Farsa being the only two artillery mages, and their abilities can't even be copied.
That's the thing about playing against Joy, right? The biggest problem with Joy is that he has so much mobility in team fights and sustainabilities with the Vengeance build. It feels like if you go for maybe Mincitar, great, you can kind of stop him from dashing, but once he pops his beeps beforehand, he's still going to walk out of there. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem. We've seen teams kind of adapt with going for Kufra. We've seen teams kind of use the Franco to suppress the Joy to a certain degree. It feels like it's very difficult to deal with it, but Euphoria, they go in for the Arlott, somewhat of a CC stance, there's somewhat of a taunt coming from Fredrin. It is still viable to kind of limit his mobility in overall, I would say, brawl fights.
I don't know if Euphoria was making the hard read that the Joy was going to go into the mid lane, right? Or the jungle in this particular case. I think it's going to go into the jungle, feels very likely so. They've done research to some degree here, because most people would immediately start thinking about answers for specifically for this Joy, the EXP lane. But you know, Euphoria, the fact that they went for the hard read, went for the Fredrin, went for the Arlott to make sure that they could, you know, win out their lanes regardless. It could just be raw confidence for all I know.
I really like Evos Icon to actually open up the Grok, just because they do have a little bit more research on how Euphoria has been playing the past few games as well. They do tend to lean on Farsa a lot, even though Farsa has been nerfed. I feel like now Euphoria, they can still hover away where they do flex it a little bit here by picking up a Kalita. Could be Roam, could be Mage, but that's the thing, right? It's because it's flexible, you can still do whatever you want with it.
Exactly. Evos Icon, they make sure they get rid of the safe marksman in Claude. That means they want to win out in the lane itself. Euphoria is going to take note of that, right? So that means the Beatrix is most likely going to get left open, maybe even the Brody coming in for Shizo God. So Euphoria, I don't think they're going to ban out the Farsa just yet. The Yves is necessary because she can't get CC'd in the RWM, and that kind of defeats the purpose if she leagues ahead of a support. Kadita in this case, unless it goes into the mid lane. So probably they could start thinking about junglers. Okay, Martis.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense as well, because based on the drafts you come from Evos Icon, they have like a lot of CC one-hit combos, one-dimensional combos, team fight potential, where they will lose out in I would say a mobility department, right? Like if you want to give chase with Ling, or you want to give chase towards any other routes with high mobility, it's going to be difficult as well. Claude has that kind of mobility, which is a big problem if Evos Icons were forced to overextend a little bit too much, but can't get back out. So I guess banning of the Claude is great. I feel like Brody is a safer choice to actually ban off as well if they want to kind of force Shizuka to play something else. But Petrix obviously is something that Euphoria is comfortable playing as well. So I don't think they should continue that journey, but no, they want to take it even further. They will ban off the Melissa. They want to make sure that this CCs, when they go in, there's nothing that can stop them at all.
Banning out the Melissa rather than the Beatrix. Okay. What does that mean exactly? Because I think that even for Evos Icon, they wouldn't have minded. They really wouldn't have minded if Melissa ended up falling into the hands of Euphoria. And honestly, I think it might actually benefit because Evos Icon, based on what we're seeing in the first 3 picks, all of them can dive, and they can dive really, really well.
I think this is where Evos Icon actually wants to play the Ling. Just because of the fact that Ling will be using a lot of energy, actually dive the backlines. Claude as well as Melissa are 2 heroes that can have somewhat of mobility and force Ling to use a little bit more energy. So I guess they're trying to set it up in that case.
Okay.
Potentially, if it's given allowed as well. Because if you think about it, from Euphoria's side, 3 of the heroes right now don't have those capabilities to actually stop Ling. Well, they picked up the show as a safety net, so it's somewhat of a viable option to actually stop the Ling if, and only if, means a little bit of mistakes were made from Susujin during his travels as Ling.
Yeah, okay, so I think this is the safest option, right? Safest option for Euphoria at the very least. Now, let's see how Evos Icon respond to this. For all we know, they could decide to go a completely different direction with their mid lane, right? They could lock in their mid lane from Joy into the jungle rather than putting it into mid.
What?
Oh, they're gonna go with the Florid here. So it's going to be Grok in the jungle or
Joy jungle.
Joy, one or the other.
Wait, yeah, you're... Huh.
It's between Grok and Joy. Yuzong definitely going to the EXP. This Florin is definitely going as a support, and Carry obviously going into the gold. So it's between those 2.
No, I think it's a Mage Florin.
Mage Florin? I mean, to be fair, it is up against Kadita and as well as Cho, so I definitely think it's possible.
Because technically the heals coming from Florin based off his... Nah, it doesn't really heal that much, so I'm really surprised by this foreign pickup. So I really want to see how Evos Icon actually pulls this off, and I've never seen anyone do this. But at the same time, it feels like they want to hyper farm potentially the carry with that additional bloom coming from Florin himself.
Oh, absolutely. Having a 7th item is essentially really powerful. But let's not forget that Florin is able to deny the healings with her ultimate, assuming that her teammates are right on top of their targets, right? So people like Kadita's passive, for example, isn't going to get as much value.
Well, in this case, I'm curious to see how it goes as well, because I've not seen a Florin in a very, very long time, and I'm curious to see how Evos Icon pulls it off. But as of now, these 2 teams going to be facing off as well. It's going to be Indonesia versus Philippines in their elimination match. Whoever loses this series is going to be out of the Snapdragon Pro Series completely. And in this case, both teams don't exactly want to lose this series at all. So I'm curious to see how Evos Icon pulls off the Florin while Euphoria Esports deal with this as well.
Yep, these are the 2 top teams of the Tier 2 scene of both individual region. Let's get into the Land of Dawn and figure out who's going to be coming on top in this match number 1 in this best of 3. It's going to be Evos Icon on the blue side with Euphoria Esports on the red.
Well, for a second, I was a little bit worried here. It might be a Joy jungle, but seems like it is actually a Grok jungle. And I'm surprised by this because they have nerfed the Molten Essence to a certain degree. And for Suzuki to actually play jungle right here, would you say this is risky?
I don't think it's as risky as people would like to believe, but Shizo already trading way better at level 1 against Doma, who didn't take anything crazy except for the Purify. So he does lose a lot of lane. He does lose a lot of lane presence, right? You don't have the safety of the Flicker. You don't have the raw power from the Inspire, but at the end of the day, Ivan's just going to show up, heal him back up to full, and then bugger off.
Yeah, this is actually pretty huge for Evos Icon, considering that this is actually a Joy mid lane with Vengeance. So I want to see how they actually play this off. And surprise, surprise, Evos Icon, they actually get a very, very good start in first blood down bottom, which was huge. But I personally feel like they have to be a little bit more proactive coming from Euphoria Esports, because they should not be allowing this at all. But speaking of proactive here, Yoshi God is going to try and go for the pick. Nah, I don't think they're going to come in. They're just going to trade off, right?
there's just not enough damage right now. And Shizo, he's currently in Bennett form, not Nibiru, so obviously these trades are going to be a little bit harder because your auto attacks are essentially skill shots. He's going to go for the early recall, but if we look down bot side, right, it's about to be a 3v3 if this escalates even further. Level 4 is going to be achieved by the mid laners just so that they have some kind of presence in this upcoming turtle fight, which is happening in 5 seconds.
Now, Crit is going to try and harass Vanguard here. He does have the ton available. Braces are final connects. Oh, but the Vengeance block coming from Crit is going to be able to negate that here. But Final Slash comes from Headsguard. Is going to CC their way through. But Evos Icon, they will sound the retreat. They briefly saw Yoshigod rotating from the side. Unless they didn't. It seems like they didn't as well. So Yoshigod might be looking the angle to go for Crit. Crit looking for the kick. Oh, he misses it as well. Yoshigod doesn't want to go for it. But they force the heals coming from Florian. Meanwhile, the back lines as well. Veldora is just zoning up the rest of Euphoria Esports, and Turtle still completely let off the hook. And that is going to be Evos Icon losing Sutsujin from the get-go, while Euphoria is still kiting their way through. They still have the sustainability. Veldora is trying to kill them all, but they just don't have the damage. A shot is not going to be enough to kill the back lines. And Vanguard finally comes back. He's going to be able to kill more, but it seems like it is going to be a disengage coming from both sides.
Yep, they have to back away here. Venogod doesn't have that raw damage in the earlier stages of the game, especially since he already used his Appraisal's Wrath rather early to try and take down by the Tri-Brush on bot side. But overall, this is why Florian's a little difficult to manage, right? Especially when you are a Yuzong, it's great to know that you've got an extra little bit of heal to buy you that time to proc your shot residue all over again.
Yeah, it feels like a battle of attrition from that fight itself. Evos Icon is just, you know, they don't really have the damage. They're just hoping to out-sustain Euphoria Esports, and it feels like right now, Euphoria Esports' big bet is that Ryuji God gets the biggest catch, and in this case, Sutsujin manning up, goes for the wall charge, catches on the tree as well. The heals keep them alive. Venogod dropping down pretty low, can't seem to turn the tide with the Appraisal's Draft, but Crit will dive in backlines with the Vengeance, tanking the tower, taking the kill as well. So Euphoria Esports now dropping down very low. They're getting 4 men into this situation. Shizo needs a little bit more backup. Yoshigod flickers into the wrong direction, and Crit will get not just 1 and 2. It's going to be trade off with his life, but finally, from the front as well, Euphoria Esports, we do see Ryujin got trading off a Doma as well.
Unfortunate. Trading 2 for 2, not exactly the most ideal, because we noticed that we did see Headsguard move all the way from the bottom side to affect the top side of the map, allowing Veldora to get this initial push and putting him in at least with a gold lead. Because Headsguard, he's walking away with that with just an assist. For Veldora, he's already got at least 50% of that gold shield.
Oh, we're calling for a pause as well coming in from the game itself, but based on this goal earned so far, Doma, you know, even though he died, he is topping the goal net worth here. Would you say this is a successful gang coming from Evos Icon?
Yeah, this is an extremely successful gang, right? They didn't need as many members as Euphoria Esports to actually defend. They had priority. They were still applying pressure and farming gold off the other side of the map. So their income here, their cash flow for the side of Evos Icon is looking mighty fine, and it's very healthy right now. Only a very minor lead, but we've seen how games turn around after the first turtle.
This is going to be tough as well, but now with the Final Slash coming in from Headsguard, not going to be able to go for the setup, but here comes the rough ways from Ryujin God. He's going to try and run his way, but Crit will run him down with the Vengeance as well as the B tier, and the rest of Euphoria Esports, they have to back out. They just don't have the sustainability to turn the round. The kick is going to miss the angle, and that's going to be the disengage coming in, but Evos Icon, they wanted to go for more, and I don't think they can actually go for more, actually.
Yeah, what an instant punish for the side of Evos Icon, right? You see Ryujin go for the full combo. He's about to heal. Guess what? Ivan instantly just presses his ult, denied, and he ends up getting doved upon. Now, where is Evos Icon going to attack the map, right? Because they did secure that turtle. Unfortunately, they're not able to convert it because there weren't enough kills.
Yeah, in this case, you can see the desperation coming from Euphoria Esports as well, because prior to that fight, because Crit has like 4 kills in this advance, it seems like he's just manning up all the way through because of this snowball effect. And even prior to that fight, he had the Genius 1. And Ryujin God was just almost towards the Clock of Destiny, and even then, first tier items comparison, the Clock of Destiny doesn't bring much value in this early stage of the game.
Yeah, it does need a little bit of time so you can get that huge stat block. That's going to be coming 5 minutes into this game. Boy.
Oh boy.
Okay. At least
Okay.
Yoshi God is able to check it first. Venom God looking to punish.
Oh, here comes the Dawn. They finally look to actually punish Crit, and that's huge as well. That's going to help them build out a little bit more economy, but can they get more? Here comes the taunt from Euphoria Esports, but Susujin, well, is a Grok jungle, so it's going to be difficult to execute more, but Yoshi God is going to try and extend more. Doma gets stunned up, but at the same time, this is a pretty farmed up Doma as well. Yoshi God might actually die to this, and he will because Eldora comes in from the side to intercept and take him out.
Now, as much as Evos Icon has invested resources to cover this side of the map, let's keep in mind the things that happened in between. Heads God able to secure the tier 1 down bot side. So Yoshi God, he died for a cause. Technically his team still gets gold from that structure. But let's keep in mind that Ivan's passive ability from the Florin is to give this extra item, the Bloom. And this time he's passed it over to Crit instead of Doma. Oh, that hits.
Okay, Warthog comes in and actually connects on Ryujin God. Couldn't even get out in that vicinity here. Venom God needs to run for his life as well. He's getting completely outplayed by Crit here. Crit's just going absolutely bonkers with this Joy. Seems like the problem with Euphoria Esports, they just don't have an answer to deal with this mobility.
No, not yet, but also not enough MR right now, because when we're looking at Venom God, he basically just got manhandled by Crit, and there's nothing much that he could really do. If he tries to go for the big appraiser's wrap, Crit just presses his vengeance and negates half of that damage almost instantaneously. So for now, Evos Icon is going to have a bit of an advantage, right? Euphoria, they just have to play it slow until they get the right items.
Yeah, the perfect snowball is definitely going to be kicking in right now, because Euphoria Esports is still trying their best to defend against this middle turret here, and they just can't really do anything about it here. Stolen Little Wanderer. Don't think it's going to be much value coming from Euphoria Esports, but hopefully they do get this kill here. Sutsujin scouts out this rotation. Ryujin tries to make an attempt. But the Evos Icon, I don't think they know that they just can't do it as well. This purple buff is going to be contested, and Evos Icon, they really want to force a fight deep into it before his jungle. And they get the steal as well. Look at this. Sujin is just manning up with the Grok's passive here.
Yeah, I mean, it's Battle of Retributions, right? Both junglers want to get ahead. Ooh, Ivan taking a bit of damage there. Let's keep in mind that Shizo is starting to scale. I do see a BOD already built, a Fury Hammer as well, finished Swift Boots too, and he might be scaling up for to complete a Hunter Strike or a Malefic Roar. Probably Malefic Roar.
Yeah, it seems like we are still getting a little bit more skirmish as well. Euphoria, they can't really actually fight this at this stage of the game. You know, Yoshi God, is he going to be able to get the kick? He just can't find the right target. If you think about it, they're just so darn annoying here. If you think about it, they can't seem to go for the flank. Sutsujin is just manning up right now. He is going to try and zone out the back lines. Look at this. Shizo God completely chain stun, and here comes Goldora from the back lines. Force Shizo God to actually flicker out of there, and they just can't seem to punish Evos Icon's aggression at all.
No, they can't. Not right now. A lot of anti-CC on Evos Icon side. They find a pick.
Oh, finally, they go in for the dive. Goldora, can he get out? But the heals comes in, and he's going to be good. He gets out to safety. Euphoria now forcing the final slash coming in as well. Heads God throws it for CC, but he is not able to clean them out. They just don't have the damage. They have the sustains, but that should be all.
Man, this is annoying for Euphoria, right? They need a lot of different items to, honestly, to bypass the skills that Evos Icon has, right? They need a dominant insights to reduce the overall healing. They need to make sure that they also have magic resist to protect themselves against the Joy in the earlier stages. I think Euphoria is going to be behind for quite a bit of time, right? 3.6k lead coming in from Evos Icons because Euphoria just don't have the right items to protect.
Yeah, it's going to take a long time here. Hopefully Euphoria is going to be able to hold on by that, but with this first lot coming in, Evos Icon once again, they want to force the issue, but this is going to be a very difficult fight for Euphoria to actually contest, unless Yoshi God gets the perfect kick. But in this case, can they find though? Because eventually Doma is at a stage where he is going to be unkillable because of the fact that maybe the Florin's buff is going to be transitioning onto him as well with the blue.
Oh, that probably is going to happen later when we see at least 4 items from this carry. In the meantime, though, Euphoria, I don't know how exactly they're going to get positioned.
Yeah, it is going to be tough, but it seems like Venom God is trying to take a little bit more aggression. Forces on Yoshi God looking for the kick, but nope, it's going to be the wrong target as well. He's going to get chipped away, and here comes the carry. Doma gets the first kill onto his Yoshi Lord. Venom God needs to make a run for it as well. Chain CC's from behind. Veldora coming from the angle. There's absolutely nothing Euphoria can do about this as well. Ryujin God has to sit aside as well, but he's going to try and steal it off. Does he get it? But no, the retribution from him. from Sutsujin is going to secure it, and Ryujin God will pay with his life. That's going to be a 4-for-0 trade.
Man, that was a difficult call to watch, especially for Kadita. When you see Evos Icon pushing in from that top side down in towards mid past the brush, holy, that was looking super juicy. Unfortunately, it's going to be objective gaming at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's going to push you ahead.
Wow, with this 7k lead here, an early bloom up on crit here, which is crazy considering how far ahead this Joy is, to a point that Euphoria has no answer to his mobility, no answer to his sustainability and damage output, and I'm genuinely concerned, where does Euphoria actually find an opportunity to bounce back?
At the 42k mark, that's when they're going to have more than enough items, right? You have the you have the two core items to actually protect you against both the heal as well as some magic resist, just to keep you alive, and then the next couple of items to multiply those stats.
Yep, it is going to be a long climb here for them, but hopefully it will be able to happen because Evos Icon, they're going to be knocking on towards the door of Euphoria Esports momentarily here. Doma making work onto the middle lane, but middle turret still stands, so you have to find an angle eventually. The Lord will fall in the hands of Euphoria Esports, but look at this dominance coming from Evos Icon. They're just taking all fronts, and Euphoria Esports can just had no choice to actually clump up his 5.
Yeah, I mean, they're 8k behind, right? There's no reason to keep on fighting if you don't have a guaranteed way to win the fights, right? They clearly don't have the stats. They clearly don't have the items. And until they have those things, they're just going to have to play extremely passive or wait for Evos Icon to make a significant mistake in the upcoming fights.
Yeah, in this case, what is going to be the mistake here? Because as of now, it feels like everything that Euphoria does is so high risk and less rewards.
I think the best way to punish Evos Icon is if Veldora mistimes his Black Dragon form, or if Crit gets basically CC locked down before he gets his damage off, or looks for the trade, or even if he presses his Vengeance a little slow.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit difficult as well. Yoshi God going to be bent up against Sutsujin. He's looking for the kick, but do you want to fight against a Grok though? That's a terrible matchup here, but Ryujin, gonna get forced out as well with the flicker. Oh, Yoshi just had no choice because he was getting completely dived on, and Sutsujin once again taking a little bit more damage here. He might actually die to this here. The kick comes in, but the ball charge will be able to get him out, but Yoshi God will be punished by the sides here. Veldora finally comes from the back lines as well, showing his dragon form as well, but look at this, he's not even dead. Crit somehow survives the tower damage eventually, but Ryujin finally finds one, but it's only on Veldora, the dragon.
Even with a Petrify for that, I would imagine that he was looking for Doma here.
Yeah, now defense comes in as well. Headsguard goes in for the final slash to defend against this, but oh my goodness! The burst coming from Doma was a little bit too much for Venogod to actually handle, and now they even take an inhibitor on top of it.
Literally one auto attack difference there. If he was able to get the taunt off in time to slow down that last auto attack, he probably would have gotten the Appraiser's Wrath in time for that big one-shot. He had a lot of great health to work with here, and we know what Frederick's can do. Let's look at the bull graph right now. 43 to 35k so far, and I mean, it's just been an upward trajectory right now for Evos Icon.
Yeah, it seems like it is very, very difficult here. Like 9k net with lead here, just full dominance on all lanes here. Euphoria, they need to find a way to push out, and so far, they're finally making an attempt. But pay attention to minimap right now. Ryujin God is waiting pretty far off for a solo kill, but if he does find an opening, it might be huge for Euphoria.
I mean, he's got the damage, right? It's clear that he has the damage. He has Clock of Destiny's genius one. He's not even going into the Lightning Trundle. He's just looking for raw stats. He doesn't care about the mana no more. He's not caring about whether it splashes. If he's on a target, that target must die.
Yeah, but in this case, it's going to be tough here. He rebuked himself down bottom, and Evos Icon is going to go for the collapse as well. They're diving in. Sutsujin taking a little bit too much here. He needs a wall shot back to safety, but Ryujin God! He tried to make an attempt, but the damage from Doma was too much. He couldn't even get the rough waves off.
He had Petrify. Petrify just didn't work out. Really didn't work out. Ivan's still alive, though.
Oh my goodness. Now here comes Veldora from the backlines as well. He's going for the Black Dragon form. And he's not going to be able to catch anyone yet. So Euphoria Esports is still holding on for a little bit, but they still need the perfect setup. Evos Icon, they're just tanking all the way through here. They've got the sustainability, but they finally pick up Veldora. But Veldora, he has the immortality at the last second as well. And he's going to live through it all. They lose Ryujin God, and they somehow survive this. Veldora still survives, and now even the marksman falls. They have to deal with this carry. Venogod couldn't even drop the Appraiser's Wrath as well, and now it might be over. Evos Icon, they're focusing on the crystal. The minions are coming in. Euphoria They're throwing everything for this, but they cannot do anything at all.
Oh, what a win coming out from the Evos Icon boys here. I mean, they have been playing such clean games, so it's expected that they'd be the favorites coming into this matchup. But man, oh man, they closed out on Euphoria so very quickly. A small advantage developed by Crit suddenly turned into an avalanche.
My goodness, Evos Icon pulled off the biggest Florian I've seen in a while here. I've never seen a Florian being this successful, but if you funnel it to the right people, in Mike Brook, in this case, the early bloom onto his Crit forced Euphoria to kind of underestimate their damage a little bit more in most of these team fights.
Yeah, truly underestimate the damage, right? Because again, when you have to diversify your arsenal of items, that means whatever you've been investing in early on is going to waste your time, slow you down from getting what is necessary to win out of these fights. And in this case, it's going to be a Radiant Armor. Those Radiant Armors came out really, really late into the game because of the amount of repression that Evos Icon and pressure they were applying on Euphoria.
That's the thing about a Radiant Armor, right? Like, if you compare it with the Dreadnought Armor and the Radiant Armor, Dreadnought Armor is like the budget version of the antique Kiras, right? And it costs like about 800 gold. Radiant Armor, you've got a full item in order to benefit from them. So it feels very difficult to purchase it. And it feels like Dreadnought Armor just brings so much more value, which kind of resulted in what you said as well, a rock slide coming in from Evos Icon to punish on all these timings here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good play coming in from Evos Icons, right? They just had to maintain that lead and let Euphoria try to make these plays. I think, Susujin also played a strong game trying to bait out as much as they can, because Yoshigod, he understands that if Susujin goes down, it allows Venogod to play the game, and more importantly so, to secure those neutral objectives, because they just couldn't do anything about it. Power of Nature just, he literally sat in their faces and they couldn't do much.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because he actually opted to go for one Blade of Hephaestus to actually provide the debuffs in terms of the armor shredding here to allow Carry to kind of do his own thing. So eventually, they have a very clear game plan. Evos Icon used the bloom, take advantage of it as well, made sure that Crit was able to actually snowball and buy time from Doma, and eventually Doma was just so far ahead that Euphoria Esports just couldn't do anything to everyone from Evos Icon.
Exactly. I mean, Euphoria was already struggling to get into the backline, right? And like Doma and Ivan are working very, very well, hand in hand, timing these heals to ensure that they walk out as an insurance policy, especially when you're up against Yoshiga playing on his Kadena.
Yeah, it feels very, very difficult as well. I like that you actually brought up the debuff as well, but let's talk a little bit more on textbook a little bit here. Front to front, it feels like Euphoria Esports just couldn't sustain what Evos Icon is trying to take a fight in all these drawn out fights, right? And if you can see, based on the damage taken in Informer, Euphoria Esports, they have taken so much more damage, but in terms of heals department, they just cannot compete at all. They're just forced to give up so much control because of this.
I mean, I think a lot of it just comes down to, like, Doma being the insurance policy for the later stages of the game. Oh, you build a bunch of tags, even better for me. The true damage, I don't need no debuffs. I'm very self-sustaining, so it's great that I have Florian on my side whenever I feel. Whenever she feels like it, I get an extra item, and that's always going to be a fun time for a marksman player. But I think Susujin definitely was a huge problem for Euphoria, right? All three members looking at Susujin literally could not do anything while he's holding the power of nature. And as soon as they try to make anything happen, right, like maybe a final slash, arguably even Kadena as well, with the rough waves, wild charge to follow up and counter engage once again to allow Evos Icon to move the momentum into Euphoria Esports' jungle.
Yeah, it was so difficult as well, and you can see the Cho pickup from the drafts as well. It was so difficult actually going to the back line to actually catch anyone from side of Evos Icon because of how beefy they are and how tanky they are as well. And one wrong move, they are going to get killed off. And you even see here as well, the amount of CCs that Evos Icon have pretty much solidifies the draft that they want to play around with, which was, you want to front to front and you come in, we are going to take you on face value. We don't want you to flank us from behind, and it was so difficult to do so.
Yeah, it was extremely difficult. So I think, Evos Icon, they understood that they wanted to build a composition that's great at engaging with the spearhead being Sutsujin, just to kind of bait out spells from Euphoria Esports before we see the counter engage from Veldora, a second layer of engagement with the wild charge and the insurance policy of Doma. If any of these situations fail, Crit is very good at kind of filling those gaps. Oh, somebody's low at the backline, no problem. I'm going to run in, go kill him. Oh, you need to bait a bunch of spells from a marksman? Even better, I can do exactly that with my vengeance.
Yeah, in this case, Evos Icon, they just had so much to actually deal with Euphoria Esports, whereas Euphoria Esports just had no answer to any of that as well. Like the Fredrin opening here was great and all, but the moment they pick the carry, pretty much hard counter against the Fredrin. While that's happening, like you said, is what having the, I would say, the heal mitigation coming from Florin just completely shuts them down. But for now, Evos Icon, they take the lead in this elimination match for day 5's round 1 here thus far.
Yep, I mean, they played well. You know, it's obvious why Evos Icon was able to win out in the MDL. Very smart, meticulous movement, and more so just a good breakdown of the enemy draft. They understood as long as we're able to put your gold lane behind, that's your only saving grace, then we're going to basically win 70% of the game from early to mid.
Yeah, it's rare to see actually Florin games in this game, but I feel like in this matchup in particular, it wasn't shown much on screen on how impactful Florin was. It came down towards the itemization factor. When he puts his bloom, when he transitions as well, that early bloom onto his crit is what made him allowed to have that initial lead. And from multiple times now, Euphoria just couldn't kill him, not because he has more heals in the early game. It's just that he has a little bit more stats than the rest from a normal Joy, to even think about it.
Exactly. I mean, like, if you compare, if it was a mirror matchup of Joy versus Joy, when you have that extra bit of bloom, it's always going to be better, right? The adaptive damage, you always want to have numbers on your side. But it's such a fat stat block to get through, right? You already have the Grok that you already were struggling to deal with because of the anti-CC, and he can keep it up pretty constantly in comparison to Martis, who has to time it a little bit better. But at the end of the day here, I think that Euphoria need to relook at the draft one more time. Sure. Because I think they had a good idea with the Beatrix to be like, okay, you go for the carry, I go for the Beatrix, I'm looking to bully you out of lane, and immediately you see Florin start moving her way up in, moving up in and waiting for an opportunity to actually impact the map with her ult.
And to top it off all as well, let's talk a little bit more on items that can kind of deal with the healing, right? Halberd, Necklace of Durance, and Dominance Ice. All these 3 items not really useful in their current composition in the draft. Necklace of Durance on Kadita, absolutely useless. You can't really spam a lot. Dominance Ice, yeah, you have tanks right in your face, but it doesn't necessarily hit the back lines. It's only the guys in front of you, not the entire team fight in general.
Yes, but here's the thing, right? I think everybody from the side of Euphoria kind of understood that, okay, we do need to eventually get a Dominance Ice, but let's keep in mind who can actually purchase that, right? Yoshi God on this tro unfortunately doesn't have as much gold as everybody else. Fredrin needs to get a Molten Essence as well as a Sky Guardian's helmet. Arlott, I think he's in an interesting position, but it's a little difficult to convince me to say, hey, you need to get the Dominance Ice immediately after the Fury Hammer, right? So, but that's what we did see. We saw Euphoria Esports recognize that Joy was a problem. Look at the overall total damage, right? 31,000, enough to take out Venogod single-handedly amongst 3 different people from the side of Euphoria, and still manages to survive with the help of that Florin.
That's in this matchup as well, it feels like the Kadita is the only thing that Euphoria should have changed, right? And based on this stats itself, based on the damage of output, everyone is kind of 50-50 and kind of equal in terms of matchup towards each other. But when it comes to matchup here for Kadita and Joy, you can see a clear, very, very big difference, because Joy, you can spam your skills every single time, whereas Kadita, you're banging for that one-shot combo. You miss, you're over. That's a pretty much done deal in the mage department. And for Evos Icon, for them to itemize accordingly here, extremely easy to do so.
I don't know how easy that actually is. I think a lot of the macro and game plan coming in from Evos Icon was just a little smarter in this particular case. I think it's one of those like rock, paper, scissors moments for Euphoria. So nothing much they could do about game number 1, but game number 2, I'm pretty sure, you know, the pivot is going to happen. I wonder how Evos Icon is going to draft it out, right? It's very intelligent drafting where it's like, oh, what about our mages? What's going to be our mage?
Well, you know, to boost them up a little bit more here, they need a little bit more of energy here, and that is going to be unleashing themselves with Monster Energy. And you can check out the website as well, www.monsterenergy.com/gaming, and you get yourself a drink to absolutely energize yourself and keep you guys hydrated towards this intense games between both Indonesia and Philippines for day number 5.
Well, let's not forget the Evos Icon. It seems clear that they're the ones who got their kick of Monster Energy drink first. Euphoria, maybe a little bit of a slow roll, but let's see when it hits.
Yeah, and when it comes to this kind of moments here, there's just so much. I would say they just weren't expecting the drop, the Florin as well.
I mean, because I wasn't really expecting it either.
Yeah, like based on how they actually tweaked the drafts here from Evos Icon, it feels like they're very, very smart. Whereas from from Euphoria Esports, they thought of a draft where, hey, they picked the Cho in case, anticipating that they may be bringing an assassin playstyle. You know, those very, very nimble, very, very fast assassins. And speaking of fast assassins here, you know what's really fast? DHL is pretty fast as well, because we like shout out to their event right now. They have the FE Bot Dash Cup that's pretty much happening right now, where you can stand a chance to walk away with 5,000 euros by participating in their game. And they give you the best experience ever, delivering their parcels into your doorstep as fast, as quick, as safely as possible.
Making sure that your packages get in good quality condition is always going to be the goal. But hey, if you do have fast fingers, check out FE Bot, you know? If you're mechanically good in the jungle role, playing those assassins all the time, I think you'll quite like this game. You'll quite enjoy it. Now, back to talking shop here once again. I think that in this particular case, I feel like if Euphoria were to look for, I mean, like, assuming that, you know, the drafts are exactly the same, I think the next pivot that we're expecting to see in the gameplay itself is when is it Shizo God? No, it's definitely not Shizo God. It was
Veno God.
Not Veno God. Ryujin, yes,
God,
that's the one. When Ryujin does decide to play this Kadita, I think he needs to start targeting Ivan, unfortunately, right? As much as you would hate to take out Florent out of everybody else, I think that is going to be your free source of gold for the rest of the match.
I think based on the drafts as well, from game number 1, they didn't really have a choice. In the sense where they were trying to keep options open as much as possible. You know, they tried to flex the Kadita a little bit here. I guess the initial idea during the first phase of draft from before, I was like, hey, you know what? I want to set up for a double mage composition. Oh wait, they're too tanky. Double mage doesn't seem a little bit good here. Oh, wait a minute. We don't know what their jungler is as well. That's why they pick in the Cho. And because of having the Cho and the Kadita onto a third and fourth pick, the final pick didn't really matter, because the moment they drop in the Florian, it seems like a troll pick. Maybe I can try and punish this. But the moment they played up as 5, they realized that, hey, they can't actually play split fights as well.
Exactly.
They can't play a team fight at all based on this Kadita Cho composition.
I think that was totally fine. I think Euphoria needed to start thinking about the early game a little bit better, rather than like itemizing to go for the Clock of Destinies. I think in this particular case, Ryujin could have gone for immediate genius one to try to look for those big one-shots onto Ivan, get a lead for himself, and then start considering how to affect the side lanes. In this case, it had to be gold.
To be honest, I felt like even though the Necklace Durance doesn't really help him a little bit too much, but the early game, that first item Necklace Durance, taking advantage of the gem, might have helped a little bit here. But even then, I don't think he would change the entire the outcome of the game.
No,
I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah,
even if he played that style, it doesn't matter.
I would rather 4 dominance ices than 1 person buying the Necklace Durance. That's how bad I think the item is as of right now. I think the component change is good, but there's very select situations where it's actually high value.
Not many heroes play it really well. Like the previous patch, Faramis on it with first item Necklace Durance, pretty broken.
I think it was okay. Yeah, it definitely helped him stay in the lane a little bit longer. But now we're going to be heading into the draft for game number 2. Let's see where this is going to go. We have Euphoria Esports now on the blue side, Evos Icon on the red.
Now, Euphoria Esports once again prioritizing on Novaria.
I thought they thought it was broken, so you might as well, you know, if it's open,
first
pick it for yourself.
True, maybe. You know, it could be in that case as well. But that's the thing, right? If they went for the Euphoria route, they could have played the double mage a little bit better. If they would decide to go for it.
I mean, it depends, right? The conditions need to be met, and I feel like with Evos Icon, that was after game number 1's draft. It's really difficult to kind of sniff out what they're trying to set up for, right? So I think that Euphoria, they just have to keep in mind that Joy is going to be a little bit of a problem. So moving on towards the blue side might solve a couple of things.
Hopefully, but in this case, Euphoria, they're panning off the Kaja, Interesting enough, it seems like they want to play something that is kind of a little bit more mobility this time, which is something that Evos Icon doesn't really want to deal with to begin with, right? If you think about the first phase draft, they ban off all the assassins here. So I wouldn't be surprised if they repeat it this time by just banning off the Lancelot again, unless they want to keep it open for themselves, letting them pick maybe a Joy first or maybe an Arla as a priority, and then picking the Lancelot themselves.
Here's the thing, right? I think Euphoria Esports want to kind of set up for both Joy and as well as Eve. They cannot guarantee both of them, but they can get either or. And I think either or is better than nothing. Evos Icon going to go ahead of the curve, instantly start banning out the glue to mitigate how effective this farm, how effective a farm is going to be, which is great for Euphoria and as well as Evos Icon. Whoever shows their mid mage first might actually get punished immediately. And the big red flag is Farmis, so I think neither one of these teams actually want to pick it up.
Yeah, that's the thing right now, right? It feels like they can prioritize the Valentina from each side as well. So even if the Faramis gets let through, whoever gets the Valentina can still somewhat bear whatever broken thing Faramis or Valentina brings to the table. So in this case, Evos Icon, do they want to take a gamble and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to ban a Valentina. You take the Faramis or maybe the Joy. We would play around that.
Yeah,
that
I
might
think
be a little bit better for Evos Icon.
Definitely. I think that Evos Icon, if anything, it's either you immediately make the hard read and say, you know what, I'm going to ban out the Eve right now and let Euphoria take control of Valentina, and then I will maintain. So, instead, Evos Icon decide to ban out one of the higher win rate heroes from Venogod. So Euphoria going to start things off with the Joy. Let's see how Evos Icon approaches the situation, right? Because again, it's not like Ryujin cannot play Joy in the mid lane.
I don't think I've seen Venogod kind of play higher booster as well, so I don't think mobility is going to be a factor. However,
that's very safe.
Mirror matchup coming from Evos Icon. This time they are going to try and replicate this. They take Valentina, they take the Fredrin, but do they go for the Martis coming for Euphoria Esports? But as of yet, is that a Selena? It is a Selena.
It's going to be Selena again.
Okay.
It's going to be played by Yoshigod. The last time we saw it was yesterday. It wasn't that bad against Minana. It's to deny an ultimate from, at the very least, it denies an ultimate from Valentina, but you need some strong wave clear as a support.
You know what's really annoying about Selena's skill, if it's stolen as well? You never ever get the range form. You're always going to melee, and then you have to switch to range in order to take advantage of the missile traps as well as the arrows, and it's extremely annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it's basically a dead ultimate at that point. You might as well just find somebody else. Like, you probably would get more value out of Beatrix than anybody than going for the Selena.
I think Beats isn't too bad as well.
I mean, Beats is going to be like the best so far.
What do you think? You know, Valentina forces the vengeance. Just for the sake that, you know what, Beats is gonna give me a little bit more value.
Fam. Even if you have the electrifying Beats, the movement speed is nice, but you can't close the distance. You don't have 3 dashes.
Well, technically he's got 2 dashes.
That's
it's
still
all
not
2
enough.
dash.
There's a reason why Muton was like, you know what? I'm gonna change the dashes for Joy from 4 down to 3.
Okay.
Like, it's a good number, right? The more dashes, the better.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm curious to see what Euphoria has to do as well. But what's really surprising? Well, here's a little bit of fun fact on stats as well. 5 times pick from Selena, 100% win rate throughout the entire SBS journey thus far, Season 3. It's crazy.
I mean, these are the broadcasting games. You haven't taken into account like every single one of the Swiss matches.
Hey, don't judge the data, man. You gotta believe in the data. Even though we know it's not enough yet. It's only 5 games.
You know what? Right? You're right. Did you know that 100% of serial killers drink water? So that means we're serial killers.
Yeah, true.
Facts.
Pretty good.
Facts.
Pretty good. Now that I think about it, I think we're all secretly, either in serial killers in training, in our deep fantasies, in our brains, in our dreams, in my deep heart. Sometimes I have a big grudge of this guy, so I want to take a knife and stab this guy. But I know it's illegal, that's why I don't do it.
Well, it looks like the law...
The inner demons, bro.
More like the law is put into place. Thank God for the law. If it wasn't for the law, I'd be sitting next to a serial killer right now.
That's pretty
take
dark.
Take that in for a moment. Let that sit in the air.
That's pretty dark. That's pretty dark. How dark are we gonna go?
It depends. I'm not the one who feels like a serial killer. I say I can relate to them because we drink water, but that's about it. Anything further than that, that's on you, dude. I don't know what you're going through, but it's not a good place.
Yeah, terrible place. But nevertheless, back into the drafts here, a lot as well. As we do see Grok as well as even banned. They don't really want to deal with the CCs here, and I guess it's okay, considering the fact that Fredrin doesn't really like CCs in particular here, so I wouldn't be surprised if Euphoria Esports decides to pick the Eve right now to play the double mage composition. The Eve is a great way to slow down the Fredrin to a certain degree. Unless they have a different approach, like similar to how Evos Icon dealt it in Game 1.
I suppose the thing is that's why Evos Icon is more incentivized to play Claude, right? You're able to kind of jump into the middle of that fight. Oh wow, you're in the RWM. I'm just gonna gun you down with max stacks with Blazing Duet, and they also decide to go for the Kufra to look to punish. All right.
I like it. I really like this Kufra pickup as well. The biggest problem from Euphoria from Game 1 was that they didn't have a good answer against the Joy, right? Bouncing ball stops his mobility.
No, it doesn't. Joy goes
well,
right through
technically,
the bouncing
yeah,
ball.
which is kind of unfortunate, right? But at the same time, in this case, Evos Icon, they have a way to deal with Selena at least.
Yes, they can stop the second half of Selena's combination. And I think that's going to be quite important here, right? Because again, if we're thinking about overall range, Valentina doesn't have that sort of range. And Claude, if he gets locked, if he goes in for the big Blazing Duet and gets hit by the Abyssal Arrow, it doesn't cancel out the Blazing Duet, right? The autos are still going through. You just need to make sure that the Kufra is right in front of him or on top of him and proccing that bouncing ball to deny the second half. Euphoria Esports very smart of them this time, going with the Franco. So now they have many different options to lock people down, and if their early game goes well for them, this is one of those siege compositions where you feel like it's not even worth defending. Because imagine sitting on your retard. Oh, gotta dodge it. Either hook. Okay, that's not that bad. Oh, Renner's Apathy comes right over your head. Okay, that's not that bad. You get hit by one Abyssal Arrow, full combo. Oh man, I hope I don't die right now to either Joy or a Decimate from coming in from Martis.
I guess if you put it that way as well. On top of it all, we've got Beatrix, you know, from the long range side, you gotta dodge at least 3 skills shots.
Or just even the basic attacks.
Even the basic attack, yeah, I guess. But I feel like in terms of diving the back lines, Evos Icons had a little bit more better now, because if you think about it as well, from game number 1, Euphoria Esports, they didn't have an answer to flank the back lines. And in this case, Evos Icon, they have a higher booster as well as a Claude, which can completely potentially catch the Selena as well as the Beatrix in one go. If they find the right angle, of course, to flank.
And more importantly, at least they have the iframes from the Oki Shadow Kill in case Franco tries to go for a flicker straight into the Bloody Hunt, tries to go and bite and lock down the Hayabusa. This is going to be an interesting matchup because it's less about the draft and more about how you kind of apply pressure on the map and the openings and windows you give to your opponent.
Yep, in this case, Indonesia versus Philippines, and currently Evos Icon 1 game away from eliminating Euphoria Esports out of the SPS here. One of the final teams left from the previous season to actually make it forward. But in this case, Evos Icon, will they be able to hold Indo Pride in their favor? Or will Euphoria Esports bounce back? Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are currently watching game number 2 of Euphoria Esports going up against Evos Icon.
All right, let's see how this plays out. I think Evos Icon, especially in the early game, what they do have is mid-priority. And having that sort of flexibility is always great, as we saw in the previous matchup, right? They're able to kind of control the map, maintain the movements, but more importantly, not allow Yoshi God or Ryujin God to freely attack the sides. Oh, they're splitting up into 2.
Huh, why? Why are they doing that?
Applying as much pressure on the map. I mean, the Franco knows that the Lethal Wanderer is spawning on that top side, but if Selena lands one arrow against this Claude, the laning phase is over.
Well, in this case, Evos Icon, they're looking to punish this as well. They're sending up 4 guys to actually dive Yoshi God. They've got the damage, but Susujin, it takes a little bit too much damage, but still, getting a kill is still much worth it. Euphoria, they can't really do a little bit too much here. They just don't have the numbers advantage at all.
Yeah, I think Euphoria definitely... I mean, Yoshi God was posted up pretty aggressively, right? Oh, Doma, that laning phase is done for. Ivan needs to save him.
Oh, no. Ivan, he goes for the down ball. Here comes the bouncing ball, but Ryujin God, where is he flickering away? Oh, no.
Not like this.
Oh, that's going to be a freebie here. Fortunately for him, he's going to be a little bit okay, but for now, he's going to try and greet this out. Okay, he's fine. He's got the entire team coming down bottom to save his life.
That's going to be an early recall. Beatrix needs to hard shove this lane to try and make sure that Claude loses some kind of goal. Did Claude just use his battle spell to speed up himself to get into lane? Yes, he just did. He used the sprint.
Okay, that's pretty interesting. Go by middle lane. We do see a dive attempt once again. Hayabusa with an OK Shadow Kill. Yoshi got forced to back off, and I don't think he's got the passive ability to actually sustain his way through yet. At least unless he gets his Thunder Belt, but maybe even 2 more levels, 3 more levels left. But for now, pressure is going to be on Evos Icon's favor right now. But bottom lane, once again, Ryujin is going to try and pressure Doma again, but I don't think it matters. He's got the mobility. Gold plating will be in the favor of Shizo God, and that's going to be huge for this gold laner. But all in all, Evos Icon, they're just chilling right now.
Yeah, Ryujin, I mean, the mid lane duo right now are basically 2 extra supports for the team. And it's all about forcing out those side lanes, looking for those opportunities, being annoying. Because Doma doesn't like the position he's in, right? It's like, I want to be able to protect my tower. I want to go out. I want to Blazing Duet and clear that wave. But Shizo is like, no, I'm not going to let you do any of that. I'm going to siege your turret. I'm going to crack it early. And if you don't have some supports, I'll eventually start rotating to the opposite side of the map.
I guess, but Doma is going to be forced to recall back as well. He's able to actually hold on, and so far he may not have died, but at the same time, Shujin Oh, dodging his arrow is gonna be good.
Oh,
Hook comes in,
what?
it doesn't connect as well, and Evos Icon, they dodge everything. They just have fast fingers here.
I don't think it's one of those fast finger things. It's just, man, the Bloody Hunt is so jank. Sometimes it just decides to go out of its way to hit you. Other times it's like, come on, I'm a pixel off. You tell me that angle doesn't work? Ugh. Ugh. Now the fight's already going to begin.
Yep, and at the same time, here comes the fight as well. Venogod gets a decimation, and that's going to be the Kufra down for the count, but he is still a roamer. Chris is going to try and pin him down from the side of Venogod. His OK Shadow will be there, and Sutsujin needs to get out. It's going to be A-OK for now, but he's going to re-engage the back lines, finds the right timing with the Appraiser's Wrath coming in from Veldora. They pick off Venogod, and now Sutsujin is also going to be picked off as well. So they trade 1-for-1, a jungler for a jungler, but it seems like Evos Icon, they really want more, but Euphoria is going to be there to retaliate. Shizo showing himself to the side. He wants to try and back Yoshi God up and punish this, but I don't think he is in position to do so.
It's a little tough because Veldora, same problem as Venogod in game number 1. You need 2 different items to actually be relevant to tank that kind of damage. Shizo, he still had the flicker, so even if he got caught, he could still flicker away. So yeah, he should be fine.
Yeah, definitely here. But Evos Icon, they are struggling to find a little bit more damage here just because of the fact that they are still relying on Sutsujin to dive the back lines. They have some way to kill the back lines, but the bigger threat right now from Euphoria Esports is that how do they safely kill Venogod and Yoshi God while picking Shizo off?
Honestly, I think they need to unlock Claude from this lane, right? He is just stuck here. He is getting harassed constantly by Ryujin, and it's not easy. The Tri-Brush is basically theirs. These Abyssal Traps have been such a problem for them.
Yeah, they have so much vision control, but as of yet, with the turtle in their favor, and Headsguard just getting his going on as well. Evos Icon, do they want to try and take a risk with this? But it seems like they will concede the first turtle. They will sit it out for another day.
Yep, and now we see the reinforcements for the side of Evos Icon. I think Sutsujin probably doesn't want to participate down by bot side. He needs to play a little selfishly for now. Once he has the items and the levels, that's where we're going to see him really pop off. But in the meantime, Evos Icon must fend for themselves.
Arrow, okay. Almost connecting, but I don't think Euphoria is going to dive this for now. But as you can see, based on these items here, this first tier items up on most of the heroes as well. Shizo got still holding on. Is he going to go for his Hunter Strike? But no, I think he's going for Blade of Despair, right? He doesn't have a shoe. He doesn't have shoes.
Yeah, he doesn't need it.
Huh. Interesting. But now, Ivan looking for the setup. He misses timing, instantly gets Bloody Hunted as well. Here comes the burst coming from Euphoria, and they take him out right from the get-go. Evos Icon taking a little bit of a gamble right there.
Quite a gamble, as a matter of fact. I mean, Shizo, the way he's positioning right now, knowing that he doesn't have the boots, he's standing really far back. He does not want to come into the range of Ivan, and he's also taking the possibility of him trying to close the distance with Flicker too. So, with all that into account, there's no way he'll be in range for the time being. In the meantime, we do see Euphoria still haven't done the lane swap just yet. I mean, Headsguard, he's waiting to transition here.
They're really trying to greed out on tier 2s, but now Arrow comes in from behind. Veldora did not expect that angle as well. Tyrant's Rage comes in, but where's the follow-up? They don't have the damage. Blazing there comes in, but Oma, he needs to back off. Crit is going to be there to fight him and save his day, but at the same time, they will finish off Shizo from Crit, so that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Great saves coming in from Evos Icon, but still, Euphoria still having the numbers advantage.
1-3. Euphoria Esports, instead of going for the lane swap, they realize that Venogod is starting to fall behind. So to catch back up, here's the turret up on top side. Let's call 4 people down on bot. And if anybody shows up, we need to land one of the 2 abilities, the Iron Hook or the Abyssal Arrow. As soon as one of them connects, that person is going to get taken out of the game.
Yeah, in this case, Veldora didn't expect the arrow from behind as well. It was pretty much a blind spot as well. So well done coming from Eugene God from finding that interesting gank. But as of yet, Veldora looking for the taunt. He's going to try and punish Headsguard for now. But the beats is coming in. Tyrant's Revenge doesn't connect from Euphoria, and they're still holding on for the turtle pit. Appraiser's Wrath comes in. No coin 50-50 coin flip here. Venogod will get the turtles to safety, and he's gonna get out as well. Arrow comes in. Oh, close, but now here comes Tyrant's Revenge. A big one as well. They connect onto the person down. Ryujin God is dead. Same goes for Yoshi, and Evos Icon finds the perfect catch.
Oh, they overextend a little bit. They should have immediately started backing off there, knowing that Ivan could just be lingering around that Tri-Brush or maybe even the River Bush, but now Euphoria need to play a little defensively. Shizo, he's going to get as much farm as he possibly can, but if you're looking about around the map in terms of pressure, that mid-tier 1 is what's keeping Evos Icons together, right? Unfortunately for Venogod, he can't freely walk into the jungle and steal camps. Maybe the side creeps, not that bad, but for the main buffs, no, it's not easy. But let's look at this replay one more time, right? As they start walking in, Ryujin, from the blind spot, Vidora stuck in the middle of his animation, didn't have enough time to sidestep it, and just getting chain CC to the ground.
Yeah, there's no way Vildara would have predicted that as well, especially based on how you're playing the game as well. From that spot, if you're not looking behind and scrolling behind, you will not expect that arrow as well. So well done coming from Ryujin God, because for him to actually pull that off is just extremely difficult to do so as well.
Yeah, it just means that Evos Icon have to be a little bit more diligent in clearing out these bushes one by one. They can't afford to have Ryujin make these game-changing plays.
Oh my goodness. The hook!
Yep.
Here he comes. Arrow hook suppress. He's gone. Veldora once again. The lamb, the sheep, the bait. And Euphoria gets a very easy, juicy steak.
Oh, there's literally no counterplay to it, right? Unless you take the Purify, but like, you're playing Fredrin. Why in the world would you ever take Purify? This is just one of those games where it's like, man, I really wish I had it.
Feels bad. You know, or even the Diggy as well, if you think about it.
I mean, sure, the Diggy, but I would much rather have the Kufra right now.
True. But Euphoria, they're bouncing back a little bit better for game number 2. They have a 1.5k net will lead. Evos Icon going for the conceal play. Oh, might be a mistake. Here comes the hook. Ivan gets caught out as well. Second arrow. It doesn't connect to the back line. So Euphoria, they will reset this fight.
You can see how Euphoria are prioritizing their targets, right? They don't care about Kufra. They're like, Kufra, no big deal.
Oh, Ryujin God taking a little bit too much damage. Where is it coming from as well? But eventually, no way, Sutsujin at the last tick, he goes in for the kill. That's the opening they need. However, Crit is going to be bursting out as well. They take on Ryujin on top of it all, and they are going to force the issue. And Euphoria, they just got completely calmed off. And Veldora, he's going to run for his life. He does not have the Appraiser's Wrath, and here it comes. Hesgod finishes them off with the beast. He's going to get one. Sutsujin, he needs to make a run. He's got the clones, but at the same time, he's going to get out. So it is still a good opening coming from Sutsujin, but Hesgod, he wants more. He wants to kill him off as well. He actually gets it with 20% health, and he gets out.
Yep, out of there. Making sure that he's falling back down to the coverage of Euphoria, who now have priority over this Lord. And Evos Icon, they're not too far behind in goal, despite the score being 12-9. 1.3k is not that far of a lead for Euphoria to really secure this game effectively.
True. Now, Lord down towards half HP. Evos Icon, they need Sutsujin in this fight, but considering that in the prior fight, Sutsujin was the final one to fall, that's going to be a long respawn timer, so that's going to be an easy one coming from Euphoria. Another arrow connecting on the back lines. Seems to be a very difficult one to do so as well. Hook not connecting as well for Euphoria, but it seems like it is going to be resets coming in from both sides.
Yeah, and Evos Icon prioritizing the defense of this purple buff so that Sutsujin has more energy and freedom to work across the map. And Euphoria Esports, they do lose a tier 1 up top side. It's not that they really care, but just look at the way that they're attacking the map. A 1-2-2 so far, making sure that both the single target CCs have a wide coverage over the map.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the case, but with the Lord pushing from the top side and Evos Icon still holding on the middle control, as long as they're able to defend against this, I think it should be fine for now. As long as they drag it into, like you said, 42k mark in terms of economy fight, but this is where they need Doma to really step up on this slot, and so far, he's doing really well as Blazing Duets, but he needs a little bit more before he can progress.
He needs items here. He doesn't have the corrosive sight, so he's been struggling to run his opponents down, but he's getting close to it.
Oh, Tyrant's Revenge, not going to be connecting here as well. Vidor tries to set up as well. He might take a little bit too much damage. He might actually die as well, but he can escape. Hesgod looking to interject, but he will flicker out of there, so he's going to be A-okay. They force out multiple ultimates coming from Euphoria, so this is a big respec. 1 battle spell for 3 ultimates, I think it's okay, but unless this arrow has something to say. Okay, not happening for now. Shizo for the shots here. He does get the snipe on crit, but look at the side. Sutsujin is gonna try and harass his way through. He does a lot of damage here towards the back line. He's poking their way through, but they don't seem to finish. But Ivan from afar, they get the interject, but where's the damage? Doma gets immediately caught out with the Bloody Hunt. Couldn't even pop the Blazing Duet. Euphoria, they found the opening. Evos Icon, they tried to pull the flashiest play,
but they lost Doma right from the get-go.
Oh, the idea was so good, but the Abyssal Arrow was so unlucky. Just when Doma wanted to come in with the Blazing Duet, he gets punished for it.
Oh, feels bad, but now Stolen Blade of Blooding Hunt comes in. Venom God taking a little bit too much as well, but can they get the kill? They cannot. They just don't have the damage. They need Doma back. 2 seconds left. They are going to try and force a fight, but nope. Seems like Ivan not going to be able to continue this fight at all, but what do you think about this?
Based on the items that they have right now, we're seeing the big item power spike from the side of Evos Icons. We're seeing once they get those 4th items, especially for Sutsujin, he's really going to make sure that Ryujin, if he sees him, Ryujin has to run, right? He's very susceptible to getting one shot. The same goes for Shizo as well, but at least Shizo has that winsome nature. If Euphoria wants to close out this game, they really need to trust in Shizo's call. When the combo comes on through, commit your spells. There's no point holding back. There's no point looking for priority targets. If you can turn it into a 4v5, that should be more than enough.
Yeah, in this case, with the second Lord in play as well, Evos Icon, they really need this Lord, but Euphoria is so far ahead. They need another play coming from Sutsujin, but so far he's still very, very far back. Look at the top side as well. He's going to try and trade off as well, but nope, a little bit too late. Lord will be falling as well. They are going to try to force as well. Withdraw, take a little bit too much, but Doma this time he finds the angle. He's going to go for the Blazing Duet, but it takes too much. They actually clean the back lines. They got Shizo, they got Euph gone, and just like that, Evos Icon, they're able to clean house, and now they are going to be backing off here.
Yep, Shizo getting heavily punished there. His tactical roll into the middle of Evos Icon. They had already compromised this position and swarmed him with the flank. So I think for Evos Icon, very good idea, but keep in mind, I said 42k mark. As soon as they hit it, now they have enough stats to deal with the raw damage from Euphoria Esports. Euphoria, on the other hand, can't get through them. So now target priority onto Doma is at an all-time high.
They only need one shot, and Doma was able to get it here. Euphoria, they need the perfect catch here. In this case, with this defense coming in here, I still think it's a big win for Evos Icon. Despite knowing that Euphoria Esports had the numbers advantage, I was very surprised they actually chose to fight here in the Lord Pit, if you think about it.
I mean, it's a lot of trust, but more importantly, so it's just their game plan, right? I mean, it's clear that Evos Icon was lacking items. It's not like the engagements were bad in the first place. It's just you don't have the numbers to finish it off. So now that they have the numbers, I think this game is going to fall into Evos Icon's hands, especially around neutral objectives, because Euphoria, unfortunately for them, they have to take a more aggressive position to get early vision. That way, they can start planning out. Like,
oh my
instant one shot.
God, Sutsujin, he just got his Blade of Heptasis as well. He's just manning up, just one-shotting his way through. And now they will continue the assault. Yoshi Lord, he's going to get caught out as well with the Tyrant's Rage. And they do get another one for Sutsujin. Double kill for him. Evos Icon. Just an absolute monster right now. Sutsujin, you're the man.
I mean, they know their timings. What did I tell you? You can't have Ryujin walk up to Sutsujin. He will instantly kill you. Now, Shizo is going to start playing defensively. He does purchase a Rose Gold Meteor to hopefully get himself the Lifeline unique passive to survive these fights. But at the end of the day, his most valuable spell is going to be that Flicker.
Yeah, in this case, now let's take a look at how Euphoria does this as well. They got the whole team, but Selena starting to scale off a little bit more over time as well. Sutsujin just doing a fantastic job at just macro playing the site as well. And for him to get his Blade of Death, right? You think about it, it feels like he's able to just constantly just reduce the armors of everyone for Euphoria Esports to set up for the Blazing Duet's damage output even more.
I mean, that's the idea. That's their whole composition. You go in, you look for these small picks, you depend on the quad for the initial damage, right? Putting them below that 30% HP, and then the assassin comes in to reave everybody and clean it up.
So Sutsujin's got the Master Assassin as well. So in this case, if you're alone, you are going to get potentially the one-shot, and that's pretty much, I guess, what happened to Ryujin God in the previous fight.
It's not potential, it is
guaranteed.
Yeah, Ryujin has no defensive items as well. I don't see a brute force breastplate. He did decide to go for a cost-efficient Genius Wand, but even then, it's assuming you hit those Abyssal Arrows.
Agreed, but in this case, Euphoria Esports, what they're gonna do, Third Lord is gonna be in play, and they're so afraid to face check this just because of the fact that they don't exactly know where Sutsujin is as of yet. He's just still in the hook here, but it seems like they are gonna try and bait out with the Lord and Evos Icon. Scout this out with Laura. It's going to be the first one to check this, but the rest of the team are showing signs in the middle lane. So eventually, they are going to try and collapse.
Wait for it as well, Vildora. Opening up a little more, the arrow doesn't connect, but look at this, Sutsujin from the sides, he is gonna pressure Headsguard, he forced an early Winter Trunket. Immortality still there, but Evos Icon still has control of this Lord Pit for now, and Euphoria, they still can't get the pick. The hook doesn't connect from the top side, they're forced to clear off the waves, but the Lord, look at this, half HP, Euphoria, they don't have the ultimates to challenges, and Evos Icon, they are gonna man up. Reno God, they go for the 50-50, the hook comes in, he connects on the ground with the arrow as well, cutting the back lines as well, but Ryujin God to get the kill on Vildora, but the Lord gets resetted because the Evos Icon, they flank the back lines, they kill off Shizo from Doma, and they are gonna force the issue. Ivan hanging for his dear life on this group, but can he get out? He's sidestepping his way through, but they don't have the damage because the back lines are getting shoved away. Sutsujin forces one immortality down, but now another hook comes in, the arrow hits on crit, can he get out? He's got the spell bam, and Sutsujin is here to save the day once again. He comes back, snipes the backlines, they force the immortality, but Euphoria, they're still holding on. They want to try and capitalize on it. Headsguard, he paused the vengeance as well. He tries to kill off Sutsujin. That's going to be another one that falls as well, but Evos Icon, look at this. They're all so low. They're not dead yet. The Tyrant's Rage holds onto his Euphoria's blades, and is still alive. And Evos Icon, they're able to win this, a 3-2-4-2 trade despite this long fight.
Oh my goodness, the amount of immortalities blown out of Euphoria is going to put them so far behind in this late stage of the game. Evos Icon winning that out by one extra kill. With that being said, I don't know, man, but Sutsujin really working well with his team. Just the way they approach the situation, bouncing in and out of these fights.
My God, it's crazy. But now with the Lord, once again, another play round two, down towards 20%. Oh, can they go for snipe? It comes in. Oh, it's good. Euphoria, they get the damage in. They stole the Lord, but they need to get out. Evos Icon, they come in. They want to trade off his life. So Sutsujin, he's trying his best, but he's taking a little bit too much damage. And Euphoria, they hold on for game number 2.
They find the kill onto crit, but unfortunately, they didn't steal the Lord, in a matter of fact. But Sutsujin still holding up his retry strong. Hasn't missed one just yet. And now, with this Luminous Lord on their side, they're looking to close out this game, but the high ground defense from Euphoria might be a bit of a problem, right? They need to get rid of Shizo, but he can only cover one lane at a time.
Oh boy, they didn't steal a Lord? That's weird, because Headsguard, I swear it looked really, really good here with the snipes, but at the same time, Evos Icon, they are going to kind of shove their way through. Euphoria Esports now, they are going to try and defend against this. They will lose the inhibitor down middle, but Evos Icon now with the Malefic Roll Abandoma, that means he is going to hurt a little bit more. And in this case, Euphoria, it seems like they still need the perfect arrow hook once again.
Yep, assuming that's good, but it's really tough, right? Again, Headsguard, he should technically... Oh, that's so unlucky. The wave kind of messed that up. At least we know that Sutsujin has more than enough with max stacks. Oki Shadow Kill, he can basically one-shot Headsguard if he doesn't use his vengeance.
Yeah, Euphoria hanging for their dear lives as well. The arrow doesn't seem to be able to find opportunities as well, as Evos Icon is starting to deal with this skill shot management issues, right? Like, this was a problem that they were facing in the early stage of the game, but they have adapted to all the skill shots.
Man, how do they pull this one out, right? Evos Icon very clearly in the lead. Then now their draft has finally come online, and Euphoria Esports, they missed their big window. And that was supposed to be the early game. It was going well, but they just couldn't develop enough of a lead.
Yeah, in this case, it is going to be the waiting game once again. Somebody's got to make the wrong move. In this case, Evos Icon, they are at a stalemate. And based on the items as well, they're all maxed out, except for Selena, who's pretty much very far off towards the final item. Likewise can be said for the Franco. But in this case, here comes Vildora! They got the 2-man stun and the rage as well! And that is gonna be... Shizo got blown out of smithereens for the first immortality, but he gets out for now. But Evos Icon, to chip away. They find Headsguards on the side, and that's gonna be a monster kill for Sutsujin. And seems like it is gonna be without Headsguard, and they are gonna try and chip away and back off for now.
A good catch coming in from Evos Icon. I mean, Headsguard, he tried his best to try and outplay it, but it's smart of Crit to steal the Bloody Hunt, to lock him down before he gets anything off. And that really caught Headsguard off guard.
Yeah, and now Euphoria, they might lose this inhibitor as well, but they still have Shizu got their chip wave, clear the waves here. And Evos Icon, seems like they don't want to throw this game. 10 seconds left before the Lord, so they will prioritize on this Lord for now.
It's a great idea. Don't throw this game. There's no reason to, because Euphoria with a single Iron Hook or the Abyssal Arrow could look to secure the game and equalize. So Evos keeping it clean.
Yep, they do have a little bit more vision. Ivan from the side looking for the catch once again. He does start things off, but the Tyrant's Rage completely whiffs. Yoshi God bites him off to split the ends, and Doma from the flanks with the Blazing Red finally shows himself. He will be able to interject the back lines to kill off Shizo right from the get-go. And Evos Icon, they're looking for a little bit more. They need to go in for the reset, but here comes Headscott. He's going to try to scare them off. They chip them down low, but they just don't have the finisher. They don't have what it takes to continue this fight. It's out of gas, and Evos Icon will chip them bit by bit. And look at this, Ivan looking for the setup as well, but Euphoria, they lose two, they lose the inhibitor, they might lose a little bit more. Arrow connects on Voldora, but he is gonna shake it off and back off.
He's gonna move his way back towards Lord side. They've already gotten everything that he could possibly get, and luckily Sutsujin didn't die there, because Headscott, with the electrifying beats, he was very, very close.
Yep, in this case, Euphoria Esports has to concede this Lord. They are gonna try and force a kill down middle, but it's difficult. They just don't have the damage, and Selena starting to scale off in terms of damage output as well.
Yep. Look at the Selena items. Again, Ryujin, he didn't double down on this.
Oh my goodness. Now from the get-go, Venom God, he's just throwing bodies. There's absolutely nothing he can do. Evos Icon is going to pick them apart now. Crystal going to be exposed as well with the Lord knocking in. Euphoria, this might be it. Here comes the Tyrant's Rage. Catch the backslide. Shizo is taken out, and that is going to be Evos Icon taking the clean 2-0 sweep against Euphoria Esports.
Indonesia comes out on top here, the champions of their MDL recently, and now they are showing why that the MDL Indonesia is just more developed, more mature, and developed for greatness. 2-0 for Evos Icon.
My goodness, Evos Icon. Fantastic performance here, but GG well played to Euphoria Esports though, because they tried their best. They adapted from game number 2, but Evos Icon was just so much quicker. In this case, Sutsujin making so many openings for the team.
Yeah, he honestly, you know, Sutsujin, he had a little bit of time to scale. He tried his absolute best to mitigate the overall damage and keep his farm up alongside Euphoria, and Euphoria could just not run away with this game. Evos did not let them. They kept grasping at their ankles, and eventually they pulled down the entire team.
Yep, it seems nearly impossible to make a comeback here, but they still held on. So GG well play coming in from Evos Icon, because I absolutely loved how they were able to find small openings and they take advantage of it as well.
Yep, these small interactions is going to make the difference between a great and an okay team. But in this case, Euphoria, our boys, our baby boys from SPS Season 2, they're gone. They're eliminated, man. It hurts to see, but the competition must move on.
True, indeed, indeed. In this case, GG well played to them. Congratulations for Euphoria Esports. They still hold on for tomorrow's matches. And like I said as well, there can only be 2 more teams that actually advance to the next phase. And so far, the first 2 teams is GPX as well as Aura Fire. Pretty much done and dusted. Now, maybe, just maybe, Evos Icon will stand a chance to bounce back into his next phase. But in this case, Euphoria Esports, let's talk a little more stats here for game number 2 on what went wrong between the items here.
I mean, for Euphoria Esports, it's very obvious that they were going to start falling off, right? They were hoping a lot on Shizuka to have enough damage to eventually be able to close out this game, but I don't know. When you don't have a battle spell, it's very difficult for Shizuka to get out of tight situations, especially since Ivan has been gunning for him ever since the first minute, right? He is very nonchalant about his flicker. As soon as it's off cooldown, he is looking for Shizuka. He will flicker to guarantee he hits his Tyrant's Rage.
That's the thing about Evos Icon, right? Like Sutsujin, Doma, and Ivan, they have very, very clear indications of who they want to take out. And every single fight they've won so far, they made sure Shizuka dies first before progressing further. As if Shizuka was allowed to live there, things wouldn't be looking into Evos Icon's favor if you think about it.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, there are moments, it really depends on what stage of the game, right? If it's pre-42k mark for the side of Evos Icons, it doesn't matter what they would have done, it probably wouldn't have worked. After the 42k mark, okay, basically everything they do is going to work because Euphoria's draft doesn't allow them to scale that hard, right? Sutsujin, he's power farming 911 gold per minute on this Hayabusa, despite the early level leads from Euphoria Esports.
Yeah, that's the thing about having mobility, right? Like, you have this Hayabusa scaling off the other side of the map. You're always able to find opportunities to get some sort of farm across the map. Whereas a Frederick, you are looking for a fight right into the front. But if you don't take a serious fight with that favor, things are not going to look good. early stages, Euphoria did really well, but like you said as well, the moment it hit towards the ultra late stage of the game, Selena just doesn't have the damage to do so. You know, even Fredrin was starting to get easily picked off bit by bit, or you can even just completely ignore the Fredrin altogether.
Well, I don't think like there is a real world where the Abyssal Arrow will have enough damage. But I think for Sutsujin, he was just way too far ahead of the curve, and then eventually he was making sure that he was punishing Ryujin God, forcing him to go on, with the what's it called, the Winter Truncheon instead of doubling down for extra damage of anything like a Holy Glaive, Holy Crystal. You know, more that should have been the play, but man, Sutsujin so oppressive.
Yeah, full damage items as well. Doesn't even need any defensive items. But in case you guys miss out on highlights as well, this is the recap on how things went down for game number 2. Early stage of game, Euphoria Esports were able to get a very, very decent lead in their favor, but eventually Evos Icon was able to find openings because of this mistake that Shizo's positioning was. Because the moment he stood out of position, everyone from side Evos Icon just completely collapsed a bit. And look at this. Like I said, well, Ivan is always making sure that Shizo God is kept in check.
Yeah, and even Doma as well. He's looking for opportunities to 1v1 against this Beatrix, knowing that you know, he has the Winds of Nature. He can put, at the very least, he can put Shizo in a spot where Hayabusa can easily finish him off with maybe 2 ticks of the OP Shadow Kill. And that was the overall plan, right? Evos Icon, they managed to stop the bleeding very, very early on into the match. They didn't let Euphoria Esports run away with their gold lead, and more importantly, they hit the power spike that they were looking for just to close out this game.
And even here as well, down towards the final health here, Evos Icon, they just understood that, hey, even though we're low health, we have the damage in their favor because Euphoria Esports' main damage leaders were taken out. It was a couple of, I would say, tanks here, and if Venogod did not get those decimation resets, he just could not extend those fights, even though they were low health.
Yeah, it's really tough here. Like, look at Shizo, right? He can't peel back in the same direction with the rest of the team because he's very susceptible to getting flickered on by Ivan, but that was the least of his issues, right? At the end of the day, Euphoria, there's too many variables to actually work out here. And I do think that Euphoria probably should have considered not fighting in the jungle, but at that point, you're already like 2 inhibitors down, you got a Lord already eminent on your side. The game was going to be closed out regardless.
Yep, GG well play to Evos Icon. A very clean 2-0 victory. However, it's sad to say goodbye. It's time to say goodbye to Euphoria Esports. Our last SPS qualifiers here. Defending champions from previous season is pretty much out in the running thus far. However, GPX still qualified though.
Yep, GPX still moves on. This time, it's going to be the Indo Pride that wins out here in round 4, match number 1. Will that be the same case for match number 2?
Ooh, this is gonna be tough here, but so far, previous season, season 2 for SPS is all Filipino pride in this case, and I feel like this time, this is Indonesia's revenge.
This is Indonesia's revenge potentially. I mean, I'm looking at a Filipino representative taking a win over Alter Ego X. 2-0 from Archives Esports. They are going to be moving on. They're going to be moving on to tomorrow as well.
Hey, still 50-50. You know, Indo won this series of broadcasts this year. Philippines wins on the other side.
Currently, Indo at 1, Philippines at 1.
Still tied. Still tied.
We are really wringing this one out. We're really going to leave it out to dry. Oh boy, this is going to be, the chat is going to be active. Let's just say that.
You know, even though here is broadcaster, he's like, oh, Indo pride all the way through, but the other side, it's still half and half. So we talked about how competitive it's going to be here as well, especially in Day 5. Today is going to be spicy. Indonesia versus Philippines all the way through, but hey, first set of series, 1-1. I think it's still pretty fair. Even though Indonesia won this side of the channel, other channel, Philippines won.
Yep. Who knows what's going to be happening later on into the show, whether the score is still going to be even amongst those two regions. I don't know why we started counting it now, but it's a lot easier as compared to like 32 teams before. Now that we kind of boiled it down to 16.
You know, I'm not really good in math. I can't count past 10.
Oh, that's well. That's
yeah.
That's
why. That's the thing, right? Like, I don't know how to count 1 to 10. Instead of saying 10, 11, I just called my name ICBaby 12. Yeah, I just skipped 12 numbers, and I thought 12 was the first number. Yeah. That's seriously what I thought.
You're that kid who puts the circle shape into the square hole every single time.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Just like, oh, triangle goes into the triangle hole.
No,
circle goes into the triangle hole.
No.
Square also into the triangle hole.
Circle, triangle, and whatever. If you put it in a big hole, it still goes through. It doesn't matter what the shape is. As long as it goes through, I get the job done.
And whatever. Yeah, it's a polygon, man. Don't worry about it. You had a great preschool. Don't worry, I can assume it. But with that being said, let's thank all of our sponsors once more. Of course, we're not going to be called Snapdragon Pro Series if Snapdragon Elite Gaming wasn't backing us up here, especially when winning matters.
Yep, of course. Thank you guys so much for actually tuning in as well and providing us all these setups as well, because without Snapdragon, we'll not have the SPS in general. And not just one season so far, we're now in Season 3. So it's great to have you guys on board as well. And they have provided us the best experience for us, especially for gamers here, from all the Tier 2 teams across the regions, if you think about it.
Absolutely. Let's not forget about the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, where you can share the epic and level up your gameplay. If you're looking for an energy drink that keeps you up pretty much throughout the day, Monster Energy is going to be the choice for you. Unleash the beast. Go to www.monsterenergy.com/gaming just to check out some of the deals they might have. They might have discounts for you. They might have a little bit of something special as well. Go check it out and find out. And don't forget, DHL recently joining the fam here at the Snapdragon Pro Series by ESL, the FE Bot Dash Cup, where you can win 5,000 euros, and all you gotta do is participate, play their little mini game. Realize, pretty simple mini game, and then you check the high score. Holy cow! Even until now, the high scores are still constantly increasing.
Exactly. Like I said as well, the first place of the high score will be walking away with 500 euro dollars, not USD, euro dollars. But of course, this upcoming match later on as well, Dewa United going up against Onyx PH, another spicy match coming its way.
Very much so. I really wish Onyx would be on that purple side, because man, it is difficult to look at that logo against the white background. Dewa United, I will say, this is a Tier 2 team going up against a Tier 1 team from the Philippines. This is going to be a way more lopsided towards Onyx PH than it is Dewa United. But oh my god, if today is going to be in the hashtag Indo Pride Day, then I think it would be good to see Dewa United come away with a 2-0.
You know, that's the thing, right? Like, I didn't even expect the Onyx PH to be down here as well. If you think about it, they should have been one of the two that actually qualified for 4-0. If you think about it,
you got it. I mean, your run in the Swiss format can be a little unlucky, right? You might start meeting,
sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you start meeting like teams like Aura Fire or GPX in this particular case. I can only lean on those two because they are the ones that qualified. Not that they actually played matches against them, but that's the thing. You can get really, really unlucky.
Yeah, it feels very, very difficult. It is kind of brutal, but hopefully they will be able to redeem themselves here. But as of now, we hope you guys enjoyed this first series here. We are going to be taking a short break before we head on towards the next series here. My name is ICBaby12. He's Getting Cute. We'll see you guys right after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
From the dark horse, if you want the turquoise delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. EG, well played! North America has come!
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world. raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, like easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work, work today. Work, work today. Work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Number one in the street, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine on, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Number one in the streets, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine on, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. 'Cause I'm enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we want it up, put it on.
I ain't got no room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big.
It's definitely overpowered because it gives too much vision.
Wow.
And it's unreachable.
Novaria is good hero, I think, because we can open map, can press damage, many utility lah. Novaria, I think, is a OP hero.
Good lah, because she can free hit from very far, just like Farsa, but more farther.
This Novaria hero is quite good, but in early or late game, RT cooldown so fast. Like revealing area, we can see everybody. And second skill, as long as we use, we can steal buff too in early game.
Nice.
I like, yeah.
Novaria ni bagi saya sebab hero baru kan, mungkin sebab dia hero baru, sebab itulah dia macam OP lah. Dia punya skill boleh keluar map. Lepas tu dia punya skill shot tu jauh. Boleh open map semua skill. OP. Kuat.
Pizza from Pizza, and the menu is chicken lover because it's very tasty.
Burger from McDo because we always order McDonald's.
My favorite food is noodles. In Indo mie ayam karena enak bro.
In Khmer it's fine, but everybody is want to come here from another country is Prohok. You guys know about that. It's not spicy, it's not sour, it's not sweet, but I don't know how to describe. A little bit salty. You can eat with rice, white rice. It's good.
Nasi lemak, because I like the type of food that fits me lah.
Saya ni jenis yang makan apa yang ada. My favorite food is orang yang masak tu orang yang kita sayang. One Piece because dia punya storyline sampai sekarang, mungkin sampai saya mati belum ending.
Fate is my most favorite anime because it's one of the first anime series that I watched and it never gets old.
Demon Slayer because good graphic and like the story, it's good.
My favorite anime is Naruto because it is my childhood anime.
My favorite anime is Attack on Titan because it's so fun to watch.
My favorite anime is Eren Yeager in Attack on Titan because Eren Yeager is the one that a good kid, but that time a Titan attack, his mom died. Like he go through a lot of pain and he's still stronger. Like they don't kill him, he gets stronger and longer, you know? Yeah, like see you soon. Stronger and become longer. Don't play with us.
Yeah, we be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame, we be bougie, y'all sound the same, we be, mama got game, we be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame, we be bougie, y'all sound the same, we be, mama got game, yeah, we be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through, push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do, we be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through, push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power we reign. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by ESL. My name's Getting Q. This is ICBaby12 to keep you guys accompanied for the rest of today. We got one more best of 3 to keep our eyes upon. One more elimination match before we make it into the final round to see who are the last 2 teams to qualify, which will be happening tomorrow. Before we go any further, quick shout outs to Snapdragon's Elite Gaming chipset. Let's not also forget about Samsung, as well as Monster Energy Drink, and as well as DHL for making all of this happen, because these games have been extremely interesting.
Exactly. Today's games has been extremely spicy as well, because the Indonesia versus Philippines rivalry is still going to continue here for day number 5. Earlier on the broadcast as well, we had Evos Icon taking the lead from this broadcast, but on the other side, they had Philippines actually winning the game themselves. So it is still tie to tie here between one Indonesia and one Philippines for today, but this next series is going to be another Indonesia versus Philippines. But in case you missed out on the action here, let's catch you guys up to speed on how the journey here from the sweep stage, from the entire journey from day 1 all the way to day number 5.
The battle has been fierce, and we've already eliminated a large majority of the teams as we start coming down to our final few. We're looking for the last couple there. Wow, Evos so strong, taking 2 of those slots. I think that's a little bit much production, but at the end of the day, right, 2 teams are going to qualify at the end of tomorrow. We're just going to see and limit the pool to find out who are the 4 teams battling it out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was AE that actually won the previous one as well against Alter Ego X. So in this case, obviously there's going to be 2 teams going to be for tomorrow's stages, right? But this next upcoming one here on the screen is going to be very, very interesting as well, because it's going to be Dewa United Esports going up against Onyx PH. Well, this is going to be something that I'm extremely excited as well, because at the same time, on the other broadcast, we have Geek Slate going up against TNC Pro Team.
TNC Pro Team versus Geek Slate, both Tier 1 teams, and also representatives for their individual MPL regions here. But the ones that we're going to be watching is going to be Onyx PH versus Dewa United Esports, a Tier 2 from the MDLs, finishing 2nd place, only 2nd to Evos Icon, and they will be taking on Onyx PH, a Tier 1 team from the MPL Philippines. So this is quite, I mean, it's an elimination match on top of the fact that it is an ascension match, technically.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough one as well, because, you know, it is a learning experience for some of these teams, and it's some maybe proving grounds as well to actually showcase that, hey, the teams between MPL may not be the best teams in the world. They are here to showcase themselves here in SPS, and it's the perfect time to do so as well. Potentially maybe even get scouted out by Tier 1 teams, but who knows? We can only speculate so far. But now, what we can talk about here is this upcoming match. Dewa United Esports going up against Onyx PH, a legendary team coming in from the Philippines here. It's really surprising to see them down here as well, considering that they pretty much lost 1 game against Aura Fire in their previous entire sweep stage journey, and it was a 2-1 loss.
It was a 2-1 loss. I mean, it's a little unfortunate, of course, but it does kind of show where teams could look to try and improve their gameplay for the following day, right? It's about being adaptable, but also at the same time being consistent. You don't want to stray too far away from what you have practiced, and considering that this is going to be, you know, 6 days straight worth of gameplay, there's not going to be a lot of time to make some huge changes, maybe unless they have like a 6th player already registered.
Yeah, agreed. But for now, this upcoming match here, we are going to be anticipating a little bit more of unique playstyles now. From knowing from Onyx PH's playstyle, they are known for their macro aspect. They love setups, they love trying to pull in the back lines. But I'm curious to see what Dewa United Esports has to say about this, because their roster for now, in case you don't know who they are, it's going to be Dixon, Lanaya, Keys, Azura Ski, as well as Shaco Moon on this roster.
Personally, I like to call it Azura Skies. I'm probably butchering the name like how I butchered so many of these guys thus far. But, you know, Shaco specifically, as well as Dyson, have been quite the standout players because of the way that they kind of simultaneously attack their opponent with their engagements, right? They don't give a lot of space to really react to it, and the windows of opportunity have been minimized until after they have looked for the primary attack.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how Shaco is here as well. Both, if you think about it here, Dewa United Esports from Indonesia, he does play the Kufra a lot. And earlier just now, we did see a very scary one coming in from Ivan, coming from Evos as well. They do have a tendency to play around this kind of backlines approach. So I wouldn't be surprised that even Dewa United will be leaning on this assassin strategy as well. But think about it as well, they also play a double mage composition, which is very, very rare in the SPS teams thus far.
And also in the current meta as well, most of the times you're looking for some hard CC table flipping tanks, right? You need something that really, controls the pace of the game, but still at the same time face checks for a bunch of these bushes. Now, let's go over to Onyx PH here. This is a team that has looked to claw their way from that one loss early on into the tournament and now are needing to have a perfect streak to qualify for the next stage. It's Dirt, Sui, Chovy, Nets, and Kekadu.
Wow, this is the roster that we did see them yesterday as well. Shui has been very, very on point on his retry battles thus far. But Mina, remind you, Chovy's Valentina on yesterday's game has been very spot on in stealing the right targets and terrifying the right people at the right time. And this is one of the reasons why RSG MY kind of fell short. And they were able to identify the right targets, especially like, hey, the moment RSG MY makes one small mistake, we are going to full pump, full gas, full throttle, and just completely wipe the floor with them. In this case, Shui was able to identify this kind of mistakes in yesterday's games.
Absolutely, but that's not all, right? We have the interaction with Kufra also happening against RSGMY, and especially against Ney, which I specifically stated, and I quote, was suspicious and did feel cheated about that. Once again, shout out to Icon for actually clipping that moment because they had a very good breakdown, and obviously the comments are going to be hypercritical about what I saw. And of course, yeah, I'm wearing glasses. I'm blind, and as well as I'm a liar, as well as a cheat. So I don't know when everybody thought that I was some kind of good boy who knew absolutely everything. I probably said that at some point in time earlier on into the stream. But I'm going to digress and move on forward. Since Sui, 60% kill participation overall, but look at that KDA of 4.2 with a majority of his tanks here in the jungle, leaning more towards Akai and as well as the what's it called?
Belleric.
Belleric, that's the one. Man, I don't see Belleric that often. It
Exactly.
feels like it's slipping away from my memory.
And it's weird considering the fact that he also brings in the Bean. So 3 of these heroes here have major strong CCs when it comes to the jungle department. And lately we have also seen a lot of Minotaur plays as well. It seems like CC tanks are starting to play a big impact into this current meta, where even though it can be countered with Purify, but it feels like Purify is kind of out as well. But I want to talk a little bit more on how Lanaya plays it here. He brings in the Saber from time to time. And this is something that Dewa United kind of flexed as well. And I hate to say this, I don't know how the heck they do play Saber jungle or maybe even Saber roam.
In a meta where like basically Saber's job has been overtaken by everybody else who does his job better. You need somebody who locks down. I mean, you might as well just put Kaja in that position. Why put him in the jungle? But yet they make it work out somehow.
Yeah, it's just very, very would you say underrated or overrated? Because personally, I feel like it's underrated because if you have the right items, you can just one-shot anyone. But if you have the wrong items, you practically get one-shotted by everybody on the drawing board.
I think it's all about snowball, right? I think I think with at least when you're learning the jungle, picking up Saber is not that bad because it forces you to really think about your timings of the ganks. You need to have your ultimate. You need to be able to kind of press the snowball. If you're from behind, it feels the worst, but it makes you really hyper-focus down on those timings. Because if you don't hit them, you're going nowhere.
I'm not gonna lie as well here. Season 3 has been one of the most unique thus far. We've seen very, very different kind of drafts thus far, especially with this coming patch. Previous season, oh my goodness, Martiz, Frederick, Farsa, Farsa, Valentina. Oh, same over and over. Just today itself, I saw Florin as well, power farming a mid lane Joy, and that's something that I did not expect as well. It was a different aspect of the macro aspect of the game in terms of draft and synergy, but for now, our predictions here seems like both of us are leaning on Onyx PH, Onyx for 2-0 thus far, even though we kind of lost our prediction in the first one.
I mean, we lost our predictions in the first one, but I think more importantly here, it's very, very clear that Onyx is going to be the favorites, especially since it's Tier 1 versus Tier 2. You gotta lean with the stats so far. There's a reason why they are part of the MPL Tier 1 in the first place, but Dewa United, this could be a very big upset for them, and more so, just a huge momentum boost if they're taking down a name such as Onyx PH.
It seems like a little bit difficult as well, because if you think about it here, they brought in a cheese strategy. I'm pretty sure Onyx PH, they would have seen that, so they might be able to anticipate it here, but who knows, they might be bringing in some cheese as well. I know a particular caster among us that loves this particular hero. It's called the Bane.
Oh, really? I just thought he really likes playing a children's game. But anyways.
How's Bane a children? Okay, technically he's part of his part.
Man, that just went right overhead. Amogus? Oh, come on.
No, isn't it SpongeBob? Squidward? No.
Oh, but I don't want to have to explain this. It just
Pirates of the Caribbean?
I'm about to punch a wall. I'm about to punch a wall here. But Bane has definitely, I mean, Ikuto does like the idea of the Bane. And I think it's definitely understandable because half the times, based on the trend that we've been seeing in these broadcasted games, a lot of it just boils down to whether or not you have that second layer of, you know, the counter engage.
Okay.
And we've seen teams play hard engage versus counter engage. Usually counter engage has a bit of an advantage because you're just waiting on your opponent to make that first move.
True, but at the same time, what are the chances we're going to see the Faramis Bane again?
I mean, for sure, we're definitely going to see it because they're using the Snapdragon Elite Gaming Series chipset. It's so obvious when you are looking for a winning edge here, whether it be in your draft, you got to be able to pair it up with a device that is able to support your greatness, just like the Snapdragon Elite Gaming chipset. But let's not forget, you know, Samsung Galaxy also going to be one of the recommended phones here. The S23 Ultra, if you want to look for an all-in-one package, everything in one, whether it's gaming, whether it's work, whether it's just you passing it to your friend, at least they'll be impressed.
Exactly, but while that as well here, if you love taking pictures, it has one of the best cameras out there here. You like making videos, you're a content creator, you can always use the phone as well as actually record it as well. It's got a lot of data and space. Like I said, when it comes to editing videos, processing power is very, very important. So in this case, getting it isn't too much of a bad idea, but
all of you CapCut users, just thumbs up. At least you know the device you're looking for.
You know, it's super underrated, CapCut. I swear to God, it's so good. It's so easy.
It's convenient. I will say it is quite convenient. It is very, very convenient, in a matter of fact here.
Once again, not sponsored by TikTok, by the way.
Look, at the end of the day, thank you to all of our sponsors for making the Snapdragon Pro Series as awesome as it is today, especially with the team behind it as well to make the gears moving. Now, in this upcoming matchup, I don't know whether or not Dewa United is going to be, you know, whipping out things that are a little unconventional here. It could be confidence for game number one, or we could see a start from them just to feel out the water for Onyx PH to see how much or whether there are some bad habits they could capitalize on.
That's the thing, right? If it was a tier 1 team, I feel like feeling out would be the right angle to go. But for Dewa United, they have to, right from the get-go, pull off a cheese pocket strat, catch Onyx Peach off guard, maybe shake up their mentality for game number 2, and then maybe take the win. I feel like that's the best strategy for Dewa United. But unless, and I mean unless, if their foundations, their fundamentals are really solid, then that's going to be a completely different story. But like I said as well, this is Dewa United looking to prove their grounds. Maybe they can compete with one of the best in the world.
I mean, they competing with some of the best of the world. We were hoping that Euphoria was going to take that place, obviously, because you know they were the champions of Season 2, and we were hoping that they would take down more big names. But I think, you know, Dewa United have already started up on quite a momentous rise through the Swiss rounds, right? Don't get me wrong, Dewa United games, all of them have been generally pretty difficult, and I think this is going to be the pinnacle of whether or not they have made it thus far, you know? Whether they've gotten to the power level that these tier 1s are holding themselves to.
Now, I'll give you guys a little bit of track record on the journey for Dewa United, right? They took 2-1 against Slate, they took 2-0 against GameLab, they lost 2-0 against Evos, and they won 2-0 against Rebellion. So technically, they are a pretty solid team. But can they make the biggest upset? We have one of the biggest challenges right now before progressing to tomorrow's game. It starts right now in the drafts. Here, game 1, Onyx PH going to be on the blue side and Dewa United on the red side. We see the Fanny being banned. We see the one-way being banned. No clear tells yet. Pretty standard openings thus far. But I'm curious to see, is Onyx PH looking to try and ban off Assassin's Right, set up for a CC composition? Nope, seems like they're not going for that angle.
This is a tough one here. This is a tough one here. The fact that they're already banning out the Euph, they want to make sure that the Valentina is somewhat open for potentially, you know, covering for the rest of their team in case they have leaned into a particular composition a little too much. Dewa United Esports, on the other hand, banning out the Wan, focusing on the Joy as well, both of which good bans.
Yeah, in this case, seems like Valentina is going to be up for grabs as well. Novaria, so I was about to say Euphoria. Novaria completely ignored from both sides. So I want to see whether or not Onyx PH decides to prioritize this. So if they decide to go for the Valentina ban right here, Arlot is going to be open. But at the same time, I feel like they can still experiment, let the Arlot through, play something else, go for the Novaria back as a first pick if they want to.
Look, I know you miss them, but they're gone.
I know.
We gotta move on from it.
It's really sad, bro.
We gotta move on from this.
Why? Dude, come on, man.
I mean, that's just the nature of competition, right? You're only looking for the cream of the crop, and finally somebody decides to get rid of the glue. It's gonna come from Onyx PH though, so that means Dewa United Esports, this Faramis suddenly loses a lot of value. They might want to consider getting rid of the Valentina and start thinking about counters for Arlot.
No, that's the thing about Onyx PH's draft, right? Like, Glue and Faramis is in a very particular situation where if you pick either of these two heroes, your entire playstyle needs to play around those compositions, which is completely different from what we've seen thus far in all the games we've seen today as well as yesterday's, right? Like the compositions would not work in those kind of playstyles. But the moment you take away glue means that, okay, like you said as well, Faramis just loses all his power spike. The counter is still somewhat relevant, but if you can mirror it with Valentina, it isn't too bad. But it seems like Onyx PH, they have that opening here right now. They can actually go for the Valentina right here and just let Dewa United Esports decide. You want to play the Faramis? It's okay. You don't want to? It's okay. Valentina is always going to be safe.
Yep, and Valentina is such a safe opening pick with 50% win rate overall, but the amount of times picked, 72 times picked and 23 times banned. Dewa United Esports. Now, even thinking about the Kaja could be a bit of an issue, but is there anything that you really want to lock down that's technically available? We do see the Lancelot come out from Dewa United Esports. That's always going to be a staple pick. What else are they going to pair it with?
I really want to see the Novaria. Even though I don't think Dewa United does play it, I've not seen Keys kind of play that direction. But going for the Novaria kind of limits Valentina's out a little bit here. It just provides vision and slow. That's about it, right? So it doesn't bring too much value into the team fight as a Valentina. But at the same time, they are actually going to go for it. All right, okay.
Yeah.
They're definitely going to try and take advantage of this, I guess.
I was literally going to tell you some of the conditions that we were waiting to see for Novaria to come out. In this case, when you see Valentina, how much value do you think is she going to get stealing an ult from Novaria? Now Dewa United Esports, they have two technically dead ults for this Valentina to abuse, so now she loses a little bit of power, but it doesn't mean that Dewa United Esports could give her a different kind of ultimate. We'll see in a little bit.
They could always play the vision game, you know? Like, if you pop the Novarias out on the right side, you know what? You throw one on me, I'm going to throw one back. I see you, you see each other, and then we just see each other from afar.
Here's the thing, right?
Near, far.
Wherever you are, I think that Selena is still a big question mark for me. I don't think it is a must-pick, must-ban, but it does work very, very well with the Novaria, right? You land the stun instantly, you can use the Astral Recall to get some free damage in because your target is sitting still, but Onyx PH will take the initiative, locking in the Beatrix and also having access to Divine Judgment in Kaja.
I'm not a big fan of this.
Really?
Like I like the Kaja, but I don't like it if it's paired with Valentina. Just because in terms of damage output wise, it's not enough. Like if you go for a Divine Judgment wise, if you go for a Divine Judgment pull and set up in towards the Valentina, Valentina doesn't burst quick enough to actually get one shot unless it's meant to set up for the Beatrix.
That's true, that's true. At least there's an enabler. I see where you're coming from here. So Dewa United Esports, as they recognize this, I don't think there's any other heroes. Wait, let me just quickly run through my head. The Joy's already been banned, the Arlet's already been banned, so technically...
Bring the Diggy.
The Diggy? I don't think so. I don't think in this particular case. Oh no, I'm getting flashbacks all over again. It's happening again!
Oh, Shaco with the Kufra.
Okay, I gotta remember.
Are you afraid?
I gotta remember. The ultimate from Kufra can get cancelled. I gotta look at the green dot. Look at the green dot. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready for this one. I'm ready for this one.
Fair enough. But looks like Dewa United, they will not be playing the double mage compositions. I guarantee not, right? I don't think they were gonna put the Kufra on XP lane. But now, in terms of that's the thing, right? You know, the reason why I have this mentality, just because of the fact that being a caster here in Malaysia for 4 years now, watching Todak for so many freaking seasons, every single time you see like potential flex picks, my brain goes like, you know what? Even though it's a bad idea, but it's still a possibility. Guess what? Grok jungle was a bad idea. I didn't think of it, but you still thought of it, and it worked.
I mean, that's because I have data to back me up. It's not because of just Todak. I think Todak has left an impression, all right? Don't get me wrong, because we are local Malaysians, yes, they have left an impression, but I still follow the numbers. At least I'm having an outlook of what's happening outside of the world. Now, Melissa gets banned out here. Pretty decent option overall. At least you're able to kind of create some space and shoot from afar, but there's got to be a bigger reason for it.
Ooh, Min Sitar, wow. Okay, I like the ban because of the fact that it is pretty clear indications that Dewa United, you want to play a mobility composition, right? So with this Novaria, technically it leaves a very, very big opening for Onyx PH to actually dive to Novaria. But if you play a front-to-back composition, leaving the middle kind of exposed, means that they are looking for a pincer composition, a gank here. And I feel like this kind of composition is very risky on Dewa United Esports. So I guess they're doubling down on the mobility. They don't want to allow Onyx PH to be able to out-pincer them and just be right in the middle. So I guess that's the idea that they're going for, but it's still very, very risky.
Yeah, I feel like for Dewa United right now with the composition that they have, it's not as risky as Onyx PH. Because if we start thinking about like what else could they actually look for, especially when it comes to the jungle role, right? Are they looking for a tank or are they looking for someone with high mobility to impact across the map, right? Because you have natural synergy between both the Kajang as well as the Speedtrix. You could leave them on an island. So how else do you impact the map? Because Dewa United Esports now locking in that Frederick, making sure that their laners are sandbags. It's going to get really rough here.
Okay, instead of going for pincer now, Dewa United, they're looking for a spearhead formation, just straight away penetrate with Onyx PH. They don't really have the strongest frontliners right now based on the drafts. They need somebody to actually stop the Frederick's aggression. In this case, carry pretty much out of the equation because they have Beatrix. If they try to go for the Martis, it isn't too bad, but I'm bored of it, you know. Martis, Frederick, I'm just bored of it, but it's out in the pool as well. Technically, I haven't seen a Karina, but at the same time, I feel like Onyx PH, if they decide to go for the Karina now, it's great to kind of synergize with the Kajang's Divine Judgment, but it will be hard countered by the Kukra. But guess what? Bane!
A combo
perfect.
enabler.
Perfect.
Yep. I was thinking about maybe Grok jungle again, but it doesn't necessarily impact the entire composition of Dewa United Esports. Bane kind of fits the build where he has some very clear conditions about power farming. It's going to be a little difficult to keep up with the iframes, so you might as well just start looking for these team fights. So Onyx PH is very clear that they want to go for these bigger team fights, and they want to initiate by looking for picks. Dewa United Esports, on the other hand, spearhead formation. They need to start winning out on their lanes with this Brody, start unlocking Novaria, and allowing the rest of the team to kind of do the work for them with the Kufra engagement as well as the follow-up expected to be seen by this Frederick.
You know what's funny? The walls are pretty thin. I can literally hear the excitement of Shamilo seeing this Bane coming pick up as well. And I like it, you know? It kind of enables the Divine Judgment a little bit more. The shot coming in, you are going to get killed. So I'm extremely excited to see how Onyx PH pulls it off. But let's not take away credit from Dewa United Esports. They do have the Novaria on their side, so vision is going to be in their favor. Can this Kajang find the right angles to get those Divine Judgments, or will he be constantly kept in check by this vision coming in from Novaria? This is going to be the game to watch. This is elimination match. Second series for day number 5 here. Onyx PH going up against Dewa United Esports. So this is going to be an exciting one to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game 1 of the series. Onyx PH on the blue side and Dewa United on the red side.
All right, let's get right into this with Onyx on the blue side, and it's going to be Dewa on the red side. This is a high-stakes match here. Whoever loses this best of 3 will be eliminated. Sensui will leave his buff first, which means he's going to have that extra bit of movement speed from the Ale to get to his second buff. So in terms of clear speed, we can expect that at least for Sensui should reach the engagement first.
What's the perfect build right now? Do you think Sensui is going to go hybrid mage, hybrid damage, or is he going to go full physical damage? But hold that thought for now, because as of yet, Kekedot, he's going to get harassed pretty hard. But they are 4 men down here. The recall comes in. Nope. Keys is going to miss.
Yep, I mean, he does have some good single target damage, and more importantly, so these skill shots have the range to keep him at a safe space. He just can't pump them out consistently. Now, to answer your question, I do think the overall attack damage build from the Bane is a little bit more optimal for the jungle role.
Let me double check this. Based on the jungle emblem coming from the Bane here, that's hybrid penetration, right?
Yeah,
that's hybrid penetration. So he's looking to go for both, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, it does scale with both. We'll see the items in a little bit. I'm surprised that he didn't want to go for the cooldowns on the Retribution, but I think he understands that it's like, wow, it's a little difficult.
I guess so, but now Shackle could be forced out to Flicker as well, so Onyx PH are beating out major battle spells before the first turtle. 15 seconds left as well, but the top side, they're taking a bit too much damage here. Lanaya, he's looking for the kill. He doesn't have his ult left, but he's going for the Thornrose, but no, nice dodge coming from there. Lanaya forced a recall back, means they will lose out in the Lord Pit advantage. However, Onyx PH is still playing it safe as well.
I mean, it's a pretty short cooldown, right? Overall, he's still got about, like, what, 22 more seconds until his ult comes back up from when he gets back to base on his way to the turtle. In the meantime, Valentina and Novaria looking to hit level 4.
Yeah, but now Lord in control of Shensui. He does have the Molten Essence as his first item here. Kekedot looking for the Divine Judgment, pulls Lanaya away. Can he steal it? And he still gets it despite Kekedot holding it away. But guess what? He got caught out. The Tire Rage comes in alongside with the Astro to slow him down in case he tries to get out.
First blood falling into the hands of Dewa United Esports. A little unfortunate for Kekedot, unfortunately, because he was the one who was trying to kind of like get this combination going. But it looks like Shensui doesn't have enough damage just yet to really capitalize on it.
Yeah, well done coming from Dewa United. Even though the Onyx PH was kind of prepared for them, they were able to salvage it here. So well done coming in for Lanaya for getting the turtle. But because of this, Onyx PH, they have to play this a little bit slow because as of yet, Shensui, he doesn't have this mobility, right? So I'm guessing Onyx PH is waiting for a perfect Divine Judgment for that shot to come in, but before that comes in, the slow comes in, they have the vision, and they were united. They're looking to pull in the aggression by Onyx PH. They will back off in respect, but out of nowhere, Shaco goes in for the stun, but Kekedot forced the flicker out.
They managed to get away. Nobody ends up dying here, which is great because now they can start setting up the next possible play, right? If they are looking for a timing to fight, it's probably around 20 seconds till the turtle spawn, right? Because currently it's at 50, 30 seconds to kind of play with, clean up their waves, and get ready for this neutral.
Yep. Now, mid-control priority is still going to be Onyx PH favor. Dewa United still looking to try and rotate down towards the gold lane, but however, the Goods don't have the information to work with. But it seems like they can't actually continue this assault. Keys have to recall back to base to actually regenerate this fight, so they will lose up a little momentum. And Onyx PH, are they going to force a fight? Seems like, nope, they will not.
They managed to walk out of there. Dewa United Esports now maintaining control over the mid lane. With that, having the mid lane shove out first, allowing Novaria to move, they could potentially set up a dive down by bot side just before this turtle fight, right? They do see Chovy. They don't know exactly where Kekedot is going to be, but the fact that he's gone off to the top side and actually cleared that wave, this gives more than enough information for Dewa to commence on bottom side.
Yep, Dewa United taking full gold plating down bottom. Meanwhile, Onyx PH, they are going to have the Bane try and steal the orange buff away from Lanaya, so they are playing cross-map plays. It feels like Onyx PH, they don't really want to force a fight at all. But that's on for now. Tyrant's Rage does connect on towards one. They're in a little bit of trouble. Can he get out? Yes, he will. He shows himself, but the Steins recall. Oh, he doesn't connect. So he is going to get out of safety. Dewa takes the turtle.
I think it's very clear that Onyx PH, they don't really care about these neutral objectives unless it's the Lord. Before then, it's about power farming first, and so we're trying to get as much gold in his pockets as possible. And I think Dewa United, they've recognized this, right? That's why they are doing this quick lane swap to make sure that even if as soon as pressure is being lifted on one side of the map, at least Azure Sky can start sieging down and chunking down these turrets faster than Fredrin in this case.
I'm curious to see how Onyx PH is, like, what kind of direction they're going for here. When does Shensui actually come on the line? Because as of yet, he does have the Molten Essence, but here comes a shot. Oh my goodness, a big fat chunk of damage onto the turret. The tier 1 just drops like that. That's crazy.
That is fast. Wow, that is quick here. It's been a while since I've seen Bane, but gotta remember that his ultimate already affects turrets as well at the same time, and it's only gonna get worse from here.
Seems like they are gonna try and take advantage of that, right? There's absolutely nothing Dewa United can actually do if you think about it. But they do have the vision game. They scout this out as well, but at the same time, Keys was able to slow down the flanks coming from Onyx PH, so that's gonna be the disengage from both sides. But let's take a look at the item real quick here. Bane, Molten Essence. Oh, Brute Force Breastplate as a second item, so this is a full tank Bane.
That I'm not 100% sure about here. The Brute Force Breastplate to try and protect himself. Molten Essence to help clear. Okay. Fair enough. But we look at the gold earned. The majority of the gold being held from this deficit is going to be on Dewa United Esports, right? Lanaya and Azure Skies, they have been able to get across the map really, really fast. And honestly, the lane swap allows Lanaya to get even more gold than he necessarily should, because it's technically the right of Azure Skies to have that gold plating. But instead, he goes up to that top side and does the exact same thing.
Oh, now the Divine Judgment comes in. They pull in Azure Sky. They can't seem to finish ball. Shaco ball gets the Tyrant's Rage. He gets Nets as well, but he almost killed him off. He will lose one, but he still eventually take him down. Dewa United is going to call the entire team here. Kekedot tries to run away, but cannot do so. Dewa United gets a 2 for 1, and Keys looking to get a little bit more, but as of yet, Onyx PH is losing full control of this entire game here just because of how Lanaya is doing this. But the turtle, once again, Lanaya winning the team fight.
He still gets that out through the Sharks. Really good timing on the retributions from Lanaya. Onyx PH, though, still, at the end of the day, it's like, oh, it's a turtle. Not the biggest deal in the world. We're still... the game isn't going to progress any further than this unless it's a Lord. So even though Dewa United have that 2.1k lead, the levels in terms of both the junglers, Lanaya will take a level lead over Sensui.
Yeah, but let's talk a little bit more on how mobility affects the junglers, right? Lanaya is just so quick. So I guess the idea from Sensui is that he gets the brute force breastplate to get some sort of movement speed to actually rotate in between lanes. But seeing now with Lanaya with the War Axe, it feels like it's very, very difficult to actually play catch-up if you think about it.
I don't know about you, but as soon as he has War Axe, it's like, oh, cute brute force breastplate. You think you can run away like from me, Lancelot, the GOAT?
Speaking of which, here, Lanaya is going to engage as well. Bottom side, same as well. Shaco, they do get a nice catch onto a dirt. Instantly, hard lockdown, sniped off the Obliterants.
Right, instantly, Dewa United really want to start escalating the situation before this. I mean, 3.4, that could easily convert into a 6k goal lead if they secure this.
No.
Okay, so Shaco mode gets to walk away from that.
Oh, the Sharks cannot do anything about it as well. And this is the problem I'm talking about as well. Divine Judgment, they need to follow up with all the skills coming from both Bane as well as Valentina in order to kill one guy. But in this case, it was a little bit tough, but now no Divine Judgment in play. You can see the aggression from Dewa United, but it seems like they are going to try and set up for this next Lord.
Next Lord coming up in 18 more seconds. Tier 2s have already fallen, and Dewa United Esports currently at 4.6, 4.5 as an average. If they can crack open this mid-tier 1, I think that would open up a lot of options to speeding this up. But Onyx, they don't have the goal to work with.
Agreed. Now, please look at him. Just, wow. Just so confident in front. There's absolutely nothing Onyx PH can do about it unless they get the perfect head coming to kick it. But as of yet, they're being slow. They're trying to find vision to actually check the Lord here. But here comes Keys with the Astro. Shaco going to be heading on Sensui as well. They're going to keep it in bay. Here comes a shot. Complete whiffs and airball. They do have the damage to actually retaliate. But Deva, they reset the Lord. They are going to commit to the fight. And Sensui, they kicked off the Kufra. But at the same time, it's just all out brawls. And Lanaya gets a couple of kills here. Sensui needs to back off. Meanwhile, Onyx as well, they also need to retreat. They're almost dying as well. So that is going to be a 1-for-2 exchange. And Onyx PH is somehow able to scare him off.
They managed to scare him. Oh, that was close. That was uncomfortably close. But it's still okay. It's still okay. Onyx PH are still in it to win it. They just have to drag it out a little bit longer. Chovy!
Okay. Keys? Okay.
He's
did
not
expect it as well, but Chovy stealing the Lancelots out. He's going to have even more mobility now. This is supercharged Valentina, and Dewa United, they need to respect this. But as of yet, Onyx PH finally getting a little bit more momentum to control, take the Lord Pete as well. Sensui, he does have the out Dyson, trying to keep him in bay, but it is a split fight as well because middle turret, Lanaya is going to be diving nets. That's going to be the P-Trees out of the equation, but the Lord down to 20%. Lanaya, he needs to steal the retribution. Does he get it? Yeah, no, he doesn't. Sensui takes the Lord instead, and Dewa United, they may have gotten the kills, but they've lost their objective. Sensui running for his dear life. They need to get a kill after this, but Dewa United, are they going to give chase? It seems like Sensui, he's got the sustains. He's a tank. Can he run? He's surrounded. Can he do more damage? It seems like he will try and drop it out down towards the tier 2s. No, he will not. He doesn't even have it.
Collapses. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. He collapses before he can pull any more attention, but at the very least, Onyx PH do have access to the Lord. And this is what I was talking about, right? Because unless Dewa United Esports has the Lord, they cannot push all the way to the inhibitor turns. It's very difficult. They can poke them out, but when it comes down to high ground defense, I think Onyx PH's composition has got them beat.
Oof, this is a little bit difficult to actually play here, especially for Onyx PH, because as of yet, Dewa United, they've got so much mobility, they can play split fights, and Onyx PH just cannot keep up. They're getting pinned every single time just because of the draft, and they really lack mobility. And this is the idea that Dewa United wanted from the initial phase of the drafts themselves, and they're just getting everything they want. However, Onyx PH's timing, when do they come online?
I think Onyx PH is timing 42k, right? Because if we're thinking about whether or not they equalize the score, would they still win? I think Chovy is in the spot. Well, he just got his lightning plunger before I brought it up, so he's got damage, right? If we look at the items from Dewa United Esports, I'm not seeing magic resist. The only magic resist I'm seeing is coming in from Fredrin, but that's also the radiant armor, so that's situational. It's not an Athena shield. Might not be able to survive the initial burst.
Oh my goodness, they get the pick. Dixon immediately obliterate here, taking advantage of the lightning trunket, and this is the problem we talked about as well. Divine Judgment for Valentina, not enough. But now with the lightning trunket instead of Ice Queen 1, it might be just enough here, and maybe, just maybe, Onyx PH starts to get pickoffs one by one. They might be able to bounce back. This time, Dewa United, they cannot afford to give in a little bit more. They cannot give any more kills after this.
I mean, Dewa United Esports is currently on a timer, right? Eventually, Onyx PH is going to start scaling up equally. If not, the ceiling cap might be a little bit higher than Dewa United Esports by just a little bit. And you know, a lot of it is coming from the relevance of their supports, right? Both have high impact. Both have table flip of ultimates as well. Do they want to go for this?
No, they want to. Chovy scouted this out. They know that they're coming. KK does have the Divine Judgment. He behind it goes for the pull. It is only a pull from. They burst him down with the Sharknado, but at the same time from the side, there is going to try and stall them up. They want to go for more. Dewa United gets a counter one as well, but he slows them though down. But the damage coming from Dewa United is a little bit too much. The Astral Recall from Case just completely hits all three members. And now Dixon with the Appraiser's Wrath as well, and also the taunt to actually get them off. And that is going to be Onyx PH losing 4 just like that.
The ideal was there from Onyx PH. I think they pulled the trigger a little too early. They still are an ultimate dependent composition, and without those ultimates, especially from Sensui and Nets, it becomes significantly more difficult for them to actually win out a long, drawn-out fight like Dewa United Esports did.
Yeah, big, very, very big Appraiser's Wrath coming from Dixon fight. But now another free roar into us Dewa United Esports' favor. 12 to 6, 7.5k that will lead, and Onyx PH, it seems like they're in a very, very tough spot right now.
Honestly, it's not as bad as you think it is. I feel like they are going to lose an inhibitor turret, but that does mean if they sacrifice an inhibitor turret, Onyx PH will hit the mark, right? They will eventually start scaling, and then these neutral fights are going to be very, very dangerous for Dewa United Esports. It's all about looking for those flanks, and I think for Shaco Mode, because he has more space, it's likely that he might find a hole, but Onyx PH, just stick to the foundation, go for this high ground defense, and eventually just play it slow.
Yeah, but now, Astral Recall coming from Peace, trying to poke their way through, but here comes the setup. The Tyrant's Revenge doesn't connect, and it's going to be a slow defense from Onyx PH, but the aggression still continues from Dewa United Esports. But as of yet, they're still holding down the fort for now. They don't really want to overcommit to this stage. Here comes the vision coming from Keys. They want to try and poke their way through, but it seems like they're still waiting for the jump, but I don't think it's a worth withdrawal. Onyx PH, they just have too much AoEs. They forced one coming out from Nets, but they still have more.
And what did I tell you? 7K Gold League can't crack open these inhibitors without the Lord. And I think at least with Onyx PH, they recognized that they could walk out of their base because Dewa United Esports gave them a little bit of time to kind of delay the Lord, which eventually ruined the synchronization of the overall collapse from each of the side waves. So nicely done by Onyx PH. Now they're definitely going to get to the item power spike that they're looking for. But if you look at the damage leaderboard, Keys right now climbing up the chart huge, 54,000.
That's a lot of damage coming from this Novaria. But let's take a look at those itemization of the junglers and so, because Bane, full tank, Lancelot just hybrid all the way through. So they are starting to be a little bit impactful in terms of the damage output coming from Naya. But I feel like Sensui, he might need at least one damage item to actually be somewhat relevant, because as of yet, he's not standing in the front lines at all.
Yeah, he is. He does kind of wait for the rest of his teammates to kind of enable that combination, right? But it's very hard for him to immediately follow up. I guess that's why he decided to go for the Brute Force Breastplate, because at least if the combo works out, he gets more than enough stacks from the Brute Force Breastplate to kind of catch up to the front line.
Yep. But for now, they're playing this a little bit slow. They're hoping for another pickoff, but that's the thing, right? Who's the biggest pickoff they should go for? It feels like maybe killing off Lanaya from the get-go? Or maybe Keys?
It's tough. It's tough. Lanaya does have iframes. He's one slippery boy. I think the most ideal would be probably taking out Shaco Mode, and then the two other priorities, which is Keys or Azure Skies. Either or both would be ideal.
Yeah, they have to find those opportunities here. Dewa United, 7.8k. We finally hit the 42k mark. Conceal play comes in. They don't see anyone. Shackle Mode roughly sees where this is going, but he's all by himself. He's looking for the catch. He does. They find one, and that's going to be the Thunder's Rage collapse onto his Shensui. It's going to be the first to fall. He does have a little mortality. He's going to come off alive, but he eventually needs to drop his shot. Divine Judgment comes in the outs as well. Everything has been dropped, and that is going to be the disengage coming from Onyx PH. And Dewa United, they will play this safe. They focus on the objective. KK Dot trying to prolong this fight, but Daxon is a little bit trouble. The snipe doesn't connect from net, so this Lord is going to fall in the hands of Dewa United. Oh, but Keys! He gets the punish on KK Dot with the vision control.
Oh, yikes. At max range as well. Woo-hoo-hoo! Keys, look at that raw damage. My God. What a shot. What a shot.
Oh my goodness. This is so broken. But at the same time, here comes the snipe as well. Shensui just cannot tank it. The shot comes in, but he will die as well. Shackle still has his immortality. He's going to disengage, but oh my God, Nets. He almost died.
Oh boy. I love it. I love the fact that Keys decided to go for the Enchanted Talisman rather than just doubling down on just raw power. Because now you can see the amount of pressure he's applying at level 15, right? Cooldown's relatively short. Has the mana to do it as well.
Now this is late game territory for Novaria, but with the Lord knocking in, Onyx PH is going to go for collapse. Tyrant's Rage comes in, the R clumped in the middle, Dur is still hanging on, but Dyson Wiz does have the Praise's Wrath. They take him down, and they are going to continue to do so. They still have immortalities. Inhibitors will fall. Onyx PH only have the crystal left. Dur, 37 seconds of sidelines. They need Shensui for this defense. Dyson needs to make a run for it. Onyx PH, do they get a kill out of this? Kedot doesn't have the Divine Judgment to continue this fight, so that's going to be the retreat for Dewa United.
They still aren't able to close out that game. It was getting very close though, but Dewa United respect the death timers coming in from Onyx PH, and they know they've got such a whopping lead at this point of time. It's a false sense of security. That's what I personally feel, right? We do know that Dewa United Esports will be able to swap out immortalities for Winter Truncheons more likely than Onyx PH, but at the end of the day, right, it's about execution of the combination of Kekadut plus Sensui. And I think, you know, Nets, he's come to a point where he has relevant damage in this matchup. However, Kekadut is leaning more towards Sensui to enable him more than Nets.
Yeah, it's tough, and he only has a War Axe, so he has somewhat of damage here, but I don't think the War Axe amplifies the shot a little bit more, considering the shot is considered magical damage. So, I don't know. It feels like for Shensui to dish out a lot of damage, he needs to be in the middle of the fight, just proccing his passive and his second skill, first skill all the way through every single time.
I think what you meant to say was that Ale does have magic damage scaling, and the same goes for his ult as well, but its base damage is physical. So looking at the gold earned on the leaderboard, Lanaya still top in the charts. Azure Skies pretty high up there, but Nets catching up pretty quick. 3k behind Azure Skies, but they're already maximum build, right? So this is all about switching out items and looking for the right situations.
This is tough. This is tough. They have to play the waiting game. Onyx PH,
oh
they
my
need to
God.
find the biggest pickoff, but in this case, damage output. Wow, Keys 86k. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Where is he getting this damage from? It felt like he hit like a good amount, but I would have expected the number to be that big. How many off-screen skill shots has he hit?
That's the thing, right? Like the Astral Recall, it seems like an arrow like from Selena, right? Selena's arrow just hits single target, but technically Key's second skill hits the people around the balls as well, so technically if everyone's just clump up too close, it does triple the damage.
And with the ultimate as well increasing the hitboxes, there's a lot of possibilities for collisions. How are they going to approach it? They have to use the ult early, right, just to get on in?
Yeah, at the same time, here, let's take a look as well. The Lord down to the 20% mark. Shensui, he needs to go in for the right time again for catch, but from the flank, they go in for the Divine Judgment. They're trying to stop Lanaya, but Shackle gets caught off. But Shensui, they steal the Lord, and that is going to be the push out in. Dewa United, they have to back off. Shackle looking to try and drop this out, but they don't. They only pick off Dur, and Dixon can't seem to continue with the taunts. Onyx PH, they have to sound the horn of retreat to go in for the reset, but the slows comes in from from Keys, and they will have to back up, but seems like they will successfully get out of there. And with this Lord in their hand, Dewa United, they can't seem to continue with this push.
Man, Dewa United just poking them out there. A really tough call for Onyx PH in particular, right? Because if you are in Sensui's shoes, it's like, I got to secure this Lord no matter what, but at the same time, there was an opportunity for the Deadly Catch to hit 4 people in that fight by the Tribe Rush. So, really tough call for that, and I think it was the right one to save the Deadly Catch until the very last second against Lanaya at the cost of Dur.
Oh, tough. Very, very tough indeed, but good play there coming from Onyx PH. He still managed to buy a little more time to actually scale a little bit more. They might be going for the swaps as well, but Shaco looking for the hand kick it still needs to play this a little bit slow because as of yet, Lanaya has not died a single time yet, and I feel like Onyx PH, their biggest problem is still going to be Lanaya in all this fight. And look at this. He's just forcing reactions, but even if they're trying to kill him off, Keys, they need to find a way to actually go to the backlines and kill him off. And as of yet, Kekodot is just so preoccupied in what's in front of him right now.
Oh, whoever makes that first move is going to lose, right? They need to make sure that if they cast an ability, it needs to hit, especially if it's their ult.
Shaco, conceal play, tried to set up for the Tyrant's Revenge, doesn't seem to be able to find those angles. Onyx PH will still hold on, and Dewa United, they will be forced to back off, and it is going to be a stalemate once again.
Yep, both Kekodu and Chovy don't have their ultimates. They're waiting for everybody to have their ults, which is a good call by Onyx, because last time they lost their matchups, it's, well, you don't have your abilities, you're forced to be on the run, and Dewa United Esports are not just going to let you go.
Oh, this is tough, but Dixon, he just got his anti-hero, but Shaco, he finds the target. That's going to be their first one to actually fall here. He's going to be focused down, and that's going to be Lanaya getting the kill, but they're all clumped up. Dewa United, they're taking a little bit too much AoE damage. They need to back off. They need to respect this. Shinsui is slowly chipping them apart, and that's going to be Shinsui taking out Lanaya finally, and Onyx PH, they finally find the opportunity, and they disrespect the AoE, and Dewa United, they will lose 2. And Onyx PH only loses 1.
They finally done it. They finally got Nets in the middle of that fight, and he was allowed to free hit the entire time. Unfortunately for Azure Skies, he did not have that same kind of pressure, especially since Onyx PH are trying to zone off the rest of them, especially that back line. Focus on the people out of position, clear that up, trade upwards. Again, it's a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Onyx PH, and now, with this advantage, with Lord spawning in 12 seconds, both Lanaya and Dyson will not be present for this fight.
Oh, this is tough. This is tough. They really need Lanaya here, and Dewa United, they need to somehow buy time for this, but the rest of Onyx PH, what are they doing? They found Shinsui all by himself, where nobody's providing the assistance, but at the same time, because of the minions that are shoving in, Onyx PH, they have to back off. Shinsui needs to make a run for it, but Dewa United, they manage to buy time, and they hold on for the Lord Pit.
Yep, they do hold on. This forces Shinsui to actually go back and recall, and now without that immortality, this is once again going to be a 50-50 between Lanaya as well as Shinsui, unless Kekodu really pulls it out from under the carpet here.
Ooh, Shinsui finally selling his items here, going for a little bit more damage output as well. We do see the Malefic Raw purchase up in Shinsui, so this might be something that Dewa United Esports might not be anticipating as well. He starts to have a little more damage. Nets goes for the power potion, so we are not going to see an immortality swap for him anytime soon. But for now, it all comes down to the bait and pull. Shaco, he does get the cash once again. It's going to be up on dirt. Here comes the collapse as well. Dewa United, they need to back off. The shot connects on tree. It's going to be huge. But the AoE chunks them down low. Do they have what it takes to finish him off? And they do get Dixon. And now they're running for their lives. They're looking for the reset to try and re-engage this. But Dewa United, they can't seem to continue this.
Going to be a back. They're going to have to back off here. Dur is in such a tough spot, right? Like, how do you get into the middle of this fight? It's been 3 times in a row since he's been hard targeted by Dewa United Esports, especially since he's trying to set up these big fights, hopefully to get, you know, 4-man stun, ideally with the flicker, but half the time he's just locked in the ground. Dewa United Esports not letting him move one bit.
Yeah, and Shinsui, he is still going to try and bait this out. He swapped up a Winter Trunket for one of his defensive items, so that means he will have a little bit more percentage, but now Divine Judgment comes in, pulls in Shaco, the shot connects, oh, nothing, and that means they were united. They have to reset this, but it does mean that Onyx PH will not have the power of this Deadly Catch. So this is something that is going to be good, but the minions are also shoving in. Nets still out of position to try and re-engage this fight. They were united. They're still holding on. They've got vision, but when are they going to make a jump? half HP on the Lord, but they're trying to stop his way through. Azura guy needs to make a run as well, and he might actually die. Meanwhile, the frag lines as well, Shackle to catch on too, but the burst coming from Nets and Kekadon, just a little bit too much. They need to back up. They finally get the kill on Azura Ski. They're all by himself, and Onyx PH, they manage to hold on, but the Winter Trunking comes in. They're going for the survives, but they will be able to get out. The Kekadon, they trade 1-for-1. Two, the Naya and Azuraski is taken out.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Man, Kekadun, he's got ice in his veins. He's walking up and he's literally 10 HP. I would argue 8% of his HP, but he does have the Divine Judgment as well as the Flicker available, so he could have tried to look for something if they were United Esports. Just batted an eye for half a second.
Now, with the Lord in the favor of Onyx PH, Dewa United, they are going to be a little bit of troubles as well because Shensui is going to be manning up a little bit more. He does have a lot of damage on this Bean now compared to before. But as of yet, with the Lord knocking in, he does have the daily catch for this next one as well. He's got the Winter Trunket to try to scale the percentage of his daily catch later on. But now here comes the Bow, Kekadon. They go in for the catch. They immediately destroy Dyson. Dyson's going to be the first to fall in the first immortality. He needs to scurry away to regen himself. But they were United. They're scrambling in all this fight. They're trying to buy time, but the Lord is so strong. Inhibitors will be focused from Onyx PH, and he will eventually fall. Shobi trying to stall a little bit more setups, but somehow they were United will be able to defend, and Onyx PH says, I am gonna back off.
They are pulling this back against Dewa United Esports from what used to be majority of towers on their side, now being left with only a tier 2 on top side and an inhibitor. Onyx PH really making the comeback here.
Okay, we saw another deadly, the Blade of Heptasis being, sorry, not Blade of Heptasis, this Halberd being purchased coming from Shensui right now. So he's going full damage items, no defense whatsoever up on Shensui. And this is where Dewa United is going to feel the raw power of what Bane is going to be doing in this stage of the game. And as of now, they were United. They don't know what to do, but now he's trying to catch onto his Kekadon. He does have the Divine Judgment. He doesn't have the Flicker to back out, but he will be able to run away for now. Dewa, they see where Dirt is. They are going to keep in favor with Dyson, but they need to back off. The minions are shoving the bottom lanes, and Dewa, they say goodbye. We're going to retreat. We're going to back off.
Yep, Dewa United were able to get the conceal out of Onyx PH. I do think that was a little bold of Onyx PH to try to make a play that far ahead of the team, because yes, Dirt technically could catch one, but Dewa United could have looked to maybe look for the counter engage, especially since they had the Kufra, right? But overall, I think that it's quite a high stakes game, and especially with how close it is so far, at least nobody died.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a problem, but we do see a little bit of Twilight Armor purchases coming from both the Lapu Lapu as well as the Kaja. So, interesting. I didn't expect that, but the burst coming from Novaria, I guess that's the idea of what they're trying to negate right now.
Tough to say. It really is tough to say, because I think at this point, pretty much everybody has like some form of MR. Yeah, multiple Athena shields I see from the side of Onyx PH. And now, this is the most important Lord of the game.
Yeah, I guess so. But they were United. They're setting up as well. They have Dyson's kind of scouting out the Lord itself, but it is still a very, very tanky Lord. This is 29 minutes into the game. The Naya does have those immortalities available, but they have to be very, very careful here. Whoever dies, it is going to be on the sidelines for at least a good solid minute for this next upcoming fight. So Lord will be resetted. Onyx PH, they are waiting for the minutes shoving on bottom lane, so I guess it's all about playing it safe for now.
I mean, it sounds like a good idea, but then when you look at top side, right? Even that wave is slow pushing in favor of Dewa United. Onyx PH on priority over that bottom side, but eventually somebody has got to go and clean it up.
Yeah, now Lord, once again, another reset coming in. This is not favorable for Onyx PH at all. They've got all the time in the world. I guess they're also waiting on immortality resets, I guess. Lanaya and Shackle does have their immortalities on the screen for now, but eventually, we haven't seen Ashura Sky in any of these angles here on the screen. He's all the way up top in the middle lane.
There is a thought of maybe looking for a potential backdoor, but you also don't want to be too far away from your team, so it's good that he rotates down back to mid lane rather than overextending.
Shaco, he missed the stun. He is. They do see the Lapu Lapu up top, so Dewa United feels a little bit more confident now. They are going to try and make the initiation on towards the Lord for now. Onyx PH is on a ticking time bomb. Divine Judgment comes in. They focus onto Dixon, but the Winter
Trunket will keep him alive. He will flicker out of there as well. He needs to get out, but Dixon is getting focused down, but he actually survives. Onyx PH now shifts their focus on the sidelines as well. Lanaya will be the first one to fall, but he has his immortality, but it doesn't even matter. Nats will finish him off. No retreat for Dewa United, and Onyx PH, they're rather low, but they can still wipe them all off. But do they want to? But it seems like Lord is going to be the objectives. They're pretty low, but do they want to risk it?
They can heal. They can heal off the Lord itself. In terms of the lanes, it looks like Lapu Lapu is coming to clear up that top side, so this is going to be technically a 4v4. Oh no.
Oh no, they have the visions as well. They know exactly where they are. It's down towards 3 bars as well. Dixon is going to get catch as well. They do get a time to kick it on. Can he survive? The Divine Judgment keeps him at bay. But now the shot connects on all, but he doesn't have the HP. His might actually die to this as well. But no, he does have the damage. Shinsui, he kills off Dixon. But the Lord almost getting resetted as well. Onyx PH still manages to shove Dewa United back. And the Lord finally secured in the hands of Onyx PH.
Oh man. Oh man. One or two things happened here. Number one, Dixon with the Appraiser's Wrath had more than enough damage to take out Nets. The question was, when was Nets going to flicker? It's either he was trying to make a hard read thinking that Nets was going to flicker behind him, or he fat-fingered it. I would like to believe the former.
Oh boy, Shinsui, he actually swapped his Winter Trunket in time as well. Oh my goodness, that's crazy reactions coming from him. But at the same time, he's going for a different item shifts as well. I think he repurchased the Malefic Roar after knowing that the Winter Trunket is on cooldown now, so he is expecting to go raw damage, trying to chip away at the crystal with his shocks right now. But in this case, now the Stones comes in for Dewa United. They're trying to lure the Lord out of the top side, but Lanaya is taking a little bit too much damage coming from the crits here. Shinsui is going to try and post it down. A Shackle right now. Shackle will get destroyed, and Shinsui will continue the assault. The crystal will be the focus, and that is going to be Onyx PH bouncing back for game number 1.
Huge game coming out from Onyx PH, having a super rough early to mid game, finally comes back into the later stages despite having all 3 of their inhibitors down. Onyx PH just showing the value of high ground defense.
Oh boy, Onyx PH really held on in this fight as well. My goodness, the power of the shocks, man. Like, the moment Bane goes full damage, you can start to feel the crits, the swings, the shocks everywhere through. And Dewa United, they seemed so lost in all these fights.
It begs the question whether or not, the Bane building him tank in the earlier stages, and once you get to the Ultra Link, completely switching out your items is the call. I don't know if that's going to be something that's very meta here, but the situation in this game really called for it, because again, had Bane gone for early, his current build, full damage, it started from that early game, that just means that Dewa United Esports could have invaded a lot more often and potentially gotten that kill.
No, that's the thing, right? When it comes to switching items, not many people are accustomed to all this kind of playstyle, because normally once you get 6 items, you don't really want to swap out an entire item pool to go for a different item, right? Because you're like, oh, I built this items because this guy went full tank, blah, blah, blah. I'm so used to this damage. But sometimes when you pull this kind of strategy, it kind of messes with your internal body clock on how you should be tanking or soaking damage, right? The push and pull effect. So I feel like that kind of, ever since Shinsui started slowly changing his tank items to damage items, Dewa United kind of got lost on where is this damage actually coming from?
It's something that you have to be aware of, right?
Yeah.
It really catches people a lot, really off guard, because again, the overall scaling, right? The ratios that were given to Bane for physical damage on all of his abilities are rather high. I would say higher than the average fighter.
Yeah, in this case, let's go to itemization real quick as well. Onyx PH, 99.6k gold, 32 minutes game. Practically, you have enough funds to go for those Winter Trunket swaps, the Immortality swaps, Power Potion, yada yada. But in this case, look at Shinsui here. By the end of the game, he has a Malefic Roar, Blade of Despair, what was it? Sea Halberd, oh my god. Sea Halberd, the Winter Trunket, as well as the War Axe as well, because he's been swapping so many items as well. Yeah, he's been swapping in between here. Initially, I think he got like a Twilight Armor, Sky Garden Helmet, Molten Essence, and I think he also had a Brute Force Breastplate. So it was just so much switching coming from Shinsui.
Yeah, he spent a lot of gold, right? He is currently at 22,000 overall, and Nets at 23,000. And let's keep in mind, right, it's against your nature to sell your items because you do sell your items not at full price. So you do have a bit of a gold loss there, but since you are baiting, you are a power farmer, that gold can easily be refunded.
Yeah, in this case, Lanaya never really shifted his items as well. He's all the way half hybrid all the way through from the start of the game, which, well, I think this was a thing that happened during the SEA Games, right? Like, I think Team Malaysia, they were able to bring in
I think Chico was playing the Lancelot as well, he was going full tank. Eventually in the later stage of the game, he went full damage on Lancelot, and it completely caught people off with surprise. And this is a very clear indicator of what happened here as well, because the moment Shinsui went full damage, you saw that the moment Dixon tried to challenge Shinsui, Shinsui actually had the damage to actually kill him off, which was crazy if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see an anti-cuirass coming in from Fredrin this time around, because there was just no need for it in the time, at that moment, at that very moment itself. So he got melted, and then it was just too late. And I think, you know, when you're in a 32-minute game, these plays where you're starting to switch out your items, especially when you have the flexibility of Bane, needed to be abused. And I think for Dewa United Esports, they had a good early to mid, but man, when it mattered the most, that's when you see Onyx PH just fight for the most important objective on the map.
Yeah, it's crazy as well. But based on the hero damage here, it's gotta be Keys the man himself as well. His Novaria has been just hitting some insane shots thus far. But the problem in Novaria is that he does a lot of damage, but he doesn't get those kills. He is gonna be the one that actually poke around throughout the entire game. But of course, the MVP for this match here is going to be Showy himself on this Valentina with a 4-1-8 with an 80% kill participation. This Valentina with the right steals thus far has been annoying Dewa United in all these fights as well.
Truly putting Azure Skies out of the fight a majority of the time, forcing battle spells out of people. Looks like he's not backing down anytime soon, especially when you look at this game, right? These neutral objective fights are so very important, but keep your eyes on where Chovy is going to be, right? He's making sure that he is in a position where he can look for some of these flank angles and start taking out the squishier members.
Yeah, and when it comes to this kind of plays, well, I feel like one of the flashiest plays that he actually done was that he doesn't really have a lot to actually steal, but every single time he shows himself, he tries his best to get the Mirror Astral out here to give a little bit more information. But from time to time, we do see him steal off Lanaya's skills to actually get out in sticky situations, which was pretty cool because not every time we do see Chovy able to buy time to set up for the team.
I mean, I think the second craziest thing was the fact that Chovy decided, you know what, out of all the abilities that I could steal at that point of time, there were moments where you decided, you know what, I think that this Phantom Execution is going to be nuts. I can close the distance and hop over really thick walls, allowing me access to the backline that the rest of my team doesn't.
Yeah, I agree. But now, even in these fights as well, you can see Chovy is just making a lot of space here every single time he shows himself. If they're low enough, the Phantom Execution does do a lot of damage onto his enemy department, but by then, Onyx PH, when Shinsui was able to get all this damage, they were united. They were just scrambling on the all sides of the fights here.
Oh man, Onyx played it well. Onyx played it really, really well. I think, you know, it's an interesting comp to see. You don't get to see it very often, but more importantly, so every single time we've seen Novaria show up on the main English broadcast, they lose.
I don't know why, it's cursed. Novaria just doesn't like English.
I mean, it comes out with the highest damage as well. The numbers back it up. Everything looks like it's going well, but they just can't close out the game.
But all in all, congratulations for Onyx PH for now taking game one. That was a very, very difficult game to actually pull off here, but maybe it's just the difference between a tier 1 and tier 2 because it all comes down to the battle of attrition.
I think it came down to experience here. It's very clear where Onyx wanted to play for. They understood, yeah, turtles generally don't matter. If we get one, that's great, but it doesn't really accelerate our game plan as much as we go. But some of the ongoing matchups that we're seeing here today is going to be Geek Slate versus TNC, and currently TNC 1-0 against Geek Slate.
Well, it seems like Philippines are fighting back here.
Fighting back
the
hard.
second series, pretty hard as well because both Philippine teams in this series has pretty much taking the first game lead.
It's looking good. It's looking very good. Oh man, I can't wait for the second game. That draft from Onyx.
Yeah, I really want to see that begin again here because to be honest, I felt like the draft was very, very difficult to pull off. Like, it required a lot of faith on understanding the situation and just adapting to the place. It is way true. But of course, despite a very, very long, tiring 32 minutes here, to keep you guys energized as well, you guys can actually check out Monster Energy by unleashing the beast and showing us a little bit more support here. Thank you guys for sponsoring us as well, Monster Energy.
Yep, you know, I know this for a fact, but Onyx PH, when they're like, oh man, we're super far behind, how are we going to get back? It's like, guys, don't worry, we just need to secure the Lord. Cracks Monster Energy drink real quick.
Yeah, that's what Shinsui does all the time, man. He's always having the Monster Energy just regenerate himself. Pops the second skill.
Well, we're again. Well, you know what? They should have a dedicated skin for the main. It adds up. It works up nicely. Instead of ale, it's just monster. That'd be nice. That'd be a very flavorful moment.
I hope
for
Wunton
sure.
doesn't kill us for this.
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe they'll get into collaboration with Monster and it's like, I've got the proposition for you.
You know what's funny? I do recall that there are some skins with this kind of sponsor. There was only one that I recall, but I'm not going to mention the name.
I don't remember that at all. I've been here for a while and I don't remember that. But let's keep
Maybe
in
we'll
mind.
talk it off screen.
But let's keep in mind that DHL, our courier, official courier for the SPS, the FEBot Dash Cup is happening right now. You can win 5,000 euros just by playing a small little minigame. And honestly, it's pretty easy. Getting the high score though, not so easy.
He's lying, yo. With the moment he said easy, he's lying, man. Like,
I mean, the game is easy to play. Don't get me wrong about that one.
True. Getting a high score is very, very difficult. But now, in case you missed out on game one here, this is pretty much a draft as well as the bans as well from the game number one. But pay attention to this as well. Dewa United, their initial plan was like, I told you as well, they wanted to play a flank composition, a very, very spin oriented here. That's why they started banning off mobility heroes like Hayabusa. But at the same time, the moment it got into the basis of Onyx PH, this is where they are the strongest, right? They have so much AoEs, they can just clear waves very, very quickly. And if they clump up in 5 together, Onyx PH is just gonna straight up win the team fight.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's why these neutral objectives are so difficult to take, because naturally Dewa United Esports want to play the traditional front to front. It allows space for Novaria to kind of play and really pick and choose her shots, while the rest of the team can get those free hits. But in this case, after the disengage, it's really tough to go look back at it, right? Because the full damage switch on over, and obviously these stats, it's not going to tell the entire story, because they were really owning in the early stages.
Yeah, and maybe someday we have this damage graph and like to a point where it shows like from minute 1 to which mark how much damage he actually hits on that minute mark. In this case, I felt like based on memory, I felt like Bane should be very, very low when he was on the tank build. And the moment he had like his tank build, his power just immediately spiked, and he was able to catch up in terms of damage against Lanaya. But all in all, early game, when it comes to the Retribution battle, Lanaya was just completely destroying Shensu in every single front. His Retribution timings has been spot on throughout the entire early stage of the game to mid game.
I mean, we say that, but then towards the later stages where it got really difficult and boiled down to raw mechanics, I do think that Lanaya was at a slight disadvantage, but I will say that that's when you see Onyx PH kind of wake up and like, oh, brain fog, let's get that out of there immediately. The way that we're going to fight is in this particular direction, so they funnel back into each other, and then the combos is going to work. And they pulled it off.
Yeah, it's crazy. But at the same time here, seeing how the draft is happening as well, it feels like adaptation needs to be made. Before this first game, I talked about Dewa United pulling in some pocket strategies to try and throw off Onyx PH's game. Game 1, I felt like if they won, they would have done it. But even if they lost now, which they did, they definitely shaked up on Onyx PH for game number 2 right now.
They are shaking up. I mean, I do think Onyx PH recognize that Dewa United have a very good solid foundation, especially for the earlier stages of the game. Maybe they can start looking at the matchups to see where they can actually force priority here, because that's the thing about Kaja. As deadly as she is, if you don't consistently adhere to a couple of rules, and the first one being conditioning your opponent, meaning every single time, if you want to kind of like fake them out, you got to show that you are capable of punishing them for the smallest of mistakes.
Now, speaking of conditioning, it will begin right now, because we are heading into the draft for game number 2 here. Dewa United going up against Onyx PH game number 2. Let's see if the conditioning will work in favor of Dewa United, or will Onyx PH be unfazed. But that's the thing, right, Gideon? Conditioning. This is a very, very rarely used term, but it is very, very real in the pro scenes when it comes to the draft and how they play the game, because it's not just about the hero powers, it's not just about the skills as well, it's also the mental strength of the players themselves.
Yeah, I mean, half the game is about the overall mentality, right? How many habits can you memorize in a short period of time for many different players here at the SPS? How are you able to punish them? What are the conditions you're looking for? And sometimes it might not be as simple as the way they walk into the lane, but also what are the right environment for them to actually do this particular behavior. It's a lot of psychology, and I don't really want to get into it right now because the draft is open, so let's get into the chess game here.
Now, seeing Kaja being banned, seeing the 1-1 also being banned, seems like Dewa United, they are kind of afraid of what KK has been doing here, but because in the initial stage, KK wasn't doing too much, but in the later stage of the game, every single time I think Dixon tried to make a play with his Fredrin, KK was there making sure that he doesn't pop his abrasive draft, so buying enough time for Onyx PH to kill him off. So I guess that's where Dewa United just doesn't want to do it anymore.
Absolutely, just throwing rocks into the gears of the machine to make it stall even for a second is more than enough time for Onyx PH to really set things up, right? I respect it from Dewa United Esports. They really identified some of the issues that they had in that previous game, and what was really slowing them down from actually closing it out.
I don't know about you, man. Like, if you throw rocks in a machine, and if it jams in towards the gas line or maybe even the exhaust pipe, I feel like it most likely explode rather than just slow him down, man.
Look, I don't know what kind of machines you're working with here. I was thinking of like a relatively small one. I'm not talking about like big, heavy construction. I don't even think rocks even affect those heavy types of machinery, man. Especially if they're industrial. Those things almost are indestructible.
Fair enough. But now, speaking of these drafts here, now let's talk a little bit more. Joy is going to be up for grabs right now. Valentino is going to be a priority. Does Onyx PH let both through and let Dewa United Esports pick their poisons? It might be the case here, but it seems like they don't want to deal with the Joy. Valentina up for grabs here. Dewa United, do they want to steal it away? Or Novaria, could it be the priority once again?
I think it's going to be a Valentina opening coming in for Dewa United Esports. Unless they really want to double down on a particular... Wait, actually, hold on.
Novaria is pretty good.
No.
Fredrin is also pretty good as opening. As a safe pick.
I think they
Glue
can wait...
Faramis?
Yeah, I think they can wait on the Fredrin here. Glue is kind of good, but the problem is that Faramis is still open, right? So it's not on the onus of Dewa United Esports to be the one...
Oh, no.
Wait.
Please don't do this.
It's okay. It's not the end of the world. Let's see how Onyx PH actually decides to respond to this. They could technically overthink this.
No. Because, like, I feel like even with the nerves onto his Faramis, the moment you see the glue pop the split, Ghostbuster comes in, that's 90% health gone. And, they don't
What
go
did I
for
tell
it.
you? What did I tell you?
They really don't go for it. Okay. I'm surprised.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought there. But Onyx PH, they at least go with the flex pick just to double down on it, just in case, right? Dewa United Esports, they get away with the glue for now. I mean, there has been a couple of changes in the current patch, but half of it, how much it actually matters, it really boils down to one auto attack.
Okay, fair. Nah, maybe 2. I think it's 2 now. It's no
It
longer
depends.
just
If it's
1.
the early game, it's just 1. If it's the later
Late game
stages
is
of the
2.
game, it's like 2.5. If you want to get really detailed about it.
Fair enough.
Nobody hears this nerd stuff.
I do. I'm a nerd. Just like you. That's why we're wearing glasses. And
gross.
that's why we can't see. That's why we messed up yesterday's.
We can't look at green dots.
We can't look at green dots.
The bane of our existence. Green dots.
I wonder if Lafayette can actually see green though.
Oh no,
he's
he
colorblind.
can't. He's colorblind. The poor man's colorblind.
That's why he can't see too.
I think his one is more towards the shades of green. But
Okay.
Dewa United Esports going to be locking in the Beatrix as well as the Lancelot. We go back to Onyx PH. They see this. Lolita, not that bad, but there's still plenty of options out there, and especially with priority picks still in the pool.
Okay, when it comes to the drafts here, wow.
Did I call it or did I call it?
Wow.
It's like I've been watching this video game for a long time.
In my mind, I was like, where did you pull this out of the pocket? And boom, it just slaps in my face. Well done.
Beatrix.
Well
Beatrix
done.
is a big indicator. I mean, there's like, okay, so in my mind, there's like a plethora of things that you could pick, some higher than others. And unfortunately, I haven't watched every single game that Onyx PH has played in the world, so I can only come to an average conclusion to kind of predict the draft. Plus, I feel like most people who follow Onyx PH probably could have called that too.
I guess Onyx PH did have to adapt, right? Based on how well Azureski was playing with those AoEs, right? It's not just the Shocks that was doing a lot of damage. A lot of majority came up from Azureski's with his ult here. And in this case, I think blocking a majority of damage with Lolita isn't too bad of a skill to play with. So I guess they're going to play that. They're not going to play the Faramis composition. I was hoping they will, but it seems like it's not going to happen. Unless, and I mean unless, they play a jungle Julian or something, but in this case...
They panned it out. Even they were like, the boys know. They know about the Julian.
Well, I was about to talk about the Julian because they showed in yesterday, but you can see the smirks and smiles and Dewa United, right?
They're like, they recognize us.
Okay, I like that.
I mean, it must feel nice to, you know, play a particular hero so well that your opponent, when they research you, they're like, okay, we're going to commit a second phase ban to it.
Oh boy, but Clint so far 100% win rate, picked one time thus far, and that's okay.
I mean, Onyx PH destroyed RNG.
That was yesterday, right?
Yeah, that was yesterday,
that was
right?
Crazy.
It's tough, like watching Ney on show, like go up. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go for that big kick. Ends up getting
funny.
destroyed.
This feels like a mirror match to how Onyx PH played RNG. If you think about it, if I do recall this, with this Clint, we had a glue up on
Rippo at the time.
Rippo, yeah, at the time for as well.
So that means Dewa United gonna go for Cho?
No, considering how Shaco has been playing, no, I don't think he's gonna go for Cho. He might go for Franco instead.
Into the Lolita might be a little bit difficult because technically the Iron Hook can get blocked. There probably is gonna be something better, right?
Is he still gonna stick with the Kufra though?
I am looking around. What
Oh no, he's going for Kadita. Okay, he's going for Kadita. Double mage composition from Dewa United. This is what they're known for.
I mean, sure. I get that this is what they're known for, but also, was there a better pick? I'm too lazy to think about it further than this. They've already locked it in. You make your bed, you sleep in it at the end of the day. So Onyx PH, they're going to be finishing off their composition, seeing that, hey, well, we have great disengage, but we won't be able to compete with the feathered airstrike, and we technically don't have flex this Fredrin into the jungle, so they can go for Lapu. Lapu if they want.
Do they want to mirror this?
No, they
can't mirror it.
Benedetta if they want.
I think Benedetta's pretty good. Tarisla isn't too bad as well if they want to try to win the matchup against the glue.
But that's only if they want to win the matchup.
Oh, they're bringing the... Wait, is this a XP Fredrin?
Yeah, it looks like it's going...
An XP Mortis.
Oh, wait, we'll wait for the change. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to be the EXP lane Fredrin, and then it's going to be Martis into the jungle side. So they do have quite a bit of early game power for the side of Onyx PH, right? Because the way Clint trades into the Beatrix, it's in intervals, right? And if you can hit those intervals alongside with your support, you can definitely dominate your lane.
Yep, this is going to be very, very interesting as well. But Dewa United, they're finally going into their comfort picks as well. Double mage compositions to actually deal with Onyx PH. Meanwhile, Onyx PH, however, is going to be adapting to how Dewa United are playing game one. They're able to adapt, but can they execute once again? Looking to try and eliminate this here. Dewa United, they have to hang in their balance here because this is potentially their final chance playing up on screen for SPS to even qualify as well to the next phase.
Yep. Oh, this is an elimination match point here. Onyx PH could be moving on, or it could get equalized by Dewa United. Cast your votes. Who are you supporting in this matchup?
Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, starting things off here, this is going to be game number 2 with Dewa United on the blue side and Onyx PH on the red side. Can Onyx PH continue the journeys for Philippines, or will Dewa United fight for Indo Pride?
All right, let's see how this is going to play out, because again, as we've seen, a very common trend nowadays. Oh, no.
Oh boy, Dyson, he's taking a little bit too much damage here. Onyx PH, he really want to get this kills. This ambush on the XP lane, it's happened before, and that's going to be first blood. And Shaco finally reveals himself. They punish Shovi for this, and XP for a mage isn't too bad, but Onyx PH seems like they will have to disengage.
Yep, they will have to back off here. Early mid lane rotation here from the side of Onyx PH. But again, it's very common nowadays to see your mid laner actually pair up with your EXP to get early level 2.
Oh my god, Keys! I did not expect that at all because KK I felt like he was just, you know, micromanaging the lanes, but surprise.
Hey, don't disrespect the Lolita here, man. That Guardian's Bulwark at max charge hurts a lot in the earlier stages of the game and can basically almost one-shot the wave.
Yeah, I didn't expect that to actually commit to this here, but that was an interesting interaction.
I mean, they got keys to Flicker. I think that's always going to be a win. I mean, I was going to say Lord again. The turtle is going to spawn in 14 more seconds, and I think without that Flicker keys, has to be very careful when he uses that his Feather Airstrike, because he's going to get it off of level 4, and more importantly, the Wings by Wings.
Yep, in this case, Shinsui already in position to try and contest here. They're very, very preemptive with this turtle fight here, but seems like aggression is going to be towards Dewa United's favorite. They're also trying to capitalize on Keys. Keys getting harassed a little bit, but they're calling in the rest of Onyx PH to contest the turtle for now.
They still don't hit 4.
They are going to be in a position, but nope. Like you said as well, they don't have 4 up in the keys, so that's going to be no fair airstrike for Dewa United, but they are still going to force the fight as well. Azura Sky actually loses his 1v1 up top, so Onyx PH seems like they are in a comfortable position right now. The glue is being taken to smithereens, but here comes the Numenor Blast. He connects on keys. He doesn't even drop the feathered airstrike, and he will get bursted down. Onyx PH, they will get a kill, but Shackle also trades off Chovy on the side, so it's going to be a mage for a mage.
Well, what did I tell you? I mean, as soon as that early flicker came out, Keys is in a lot of danger. You don't have a secondary insurance policy to get you out of tight spots. Onyx PH fully utilized that, right? At the end of the day, these neutral objectives, they don't mind doing it slow because the early game power is in their hands. If they can keep farming Dewa United and put them further and further behind, it's going to be super easy for Sensui to actually invade the jungle, get that level lead, and hold it over Dewa United Esports' head.
Very difficult indeed. Turtle will fall. Onyx PH, they will continue their journey for now, but Shackle, he's looking for the setup play. Rough Waves comes in, K Dot dropping a little bit too low, but the feathered airstrike doesn't connect. Numenor Blast also whiffing here as Dewa United Esports, they will try to capitalize on this situation. They do find a straggler, Chovy getting chain stunned. That means that it's going to be an easy pick-off for Dewa.
Really good layering of CC from Dewa United Esports. This is going to give them some pressure in the mid lane as well as the top side of the map, forcing Onyx PH to run themselves thin with one less man.
Now, Nets is in a little bit awkward position. They really want to secure gold plating for Azura Ski. KK wants to try and stop this with the Bulwark, but he is a little bit too late. 80% of the gold plates has been secured by Azura.
Looking at the bottom side, we are seeing a response from Onyx PH, right? Completely invested in stealing away the jungle. They're like, oh, you want to keep 3 people up on this top side? No big deal.
Oh, Shackle, they find one. Kikadol will be bursted down. Nets has to call a retreat here. No protection. The full gold plating is there. Even with the snipes from Azura, the zone and bomb, but it's going to be low enough for Lanaya to take the alley-oop, and he dunks on him.
Not have been worse. The timing could not have been worse. I literally said, yeah, they're going to be fine. Instantly gives 2 kills over to Dewa United Esports. Timing, man.
Caster's curse, man. Caster's curse. But at the same time, let's take a look at gold run as well. Azura Ski is topping the net worth here, but he is still kind of net to net against Nets here, which is kind of crazy considering the fact that, you know, technically Azura Ski just had the full gold plating initially, so I'm surprised Nets is able to keep up in terms of net worth.
I mean, it's value of farm, value of the kill as well on top from Nets. Azura Ski's, unfortunately, in terms of gold earned, slightly behind literally just because of that kill. But in the meantime, while all of this was happening, right, bottom side was getting shoved out. The lane swap has happened very early for Dewa United, so they are already speeding up the game.
Oh my goodness, they went for a lane swap. Azura Ski needs to back out. He's going to be okay, but the Rough Waves comes in. Kegoro is going to get finishing him off, but at the same time, with the Appraisal's Wrath, flickers forward, takes Azura, and now the rest of Dewa United, they have to back out. Keys needs to run for his life, and Nets is there to provide assistance. Turtle will be secured by Dewa United, but that Onyx PH, man, oh my god.
Well, long over their spells there for Chovy, unfortunately, got very minimal use out of the Rough Waves stolen from Shaco mode. Man, I really thought Castle Curse was going to happen again this time on Dewa United Esports, but they still pull that out. Just look at the way that this fight actually occurs, right? Chovy, he goes in, ends up using the Rough Wave in the bush, ends up whiffing entirely here, and gets punished for it.
Yeah, it's so sad. But at the same time here, Dewa United is still hanging on. Numenor Blast comes in, not going to connect. Azura will be able to back off. Keys needs to run for his life. What was he doing? Nets will be able to get a free hit here. He's got the range for it. He gets the kill. However, Shackle will take him out in the process. So this turtle one is going to fall for Dewa United.
They're going to slowly back off. They finally get the turret after so very long. And Dewa United Esports now taking a gold lead over Onyx PH. It's not at a dangerous level just yet. I mean, a 1.8k lead. They're just like barely an item ahead. And when I mean item, I mean component.
Yeah, I agree. But as of yet, middle tower still stands for Onyx PH. So even though they've lost tier 1 up top and bottom, it feels like they still have somewhat map control. It's not at the end of the world yet, but it feels like Dewa United, they're slowly inching away at all these defenses here.
Yeah, Dewa Dewa United is very good in the early game at like, again, they do this move where they recommit towards that fight, right? And especially for professional teams where they're used to a situation of being like, wow, okay, it looks like if they stay any longer, they're going to waste their time. So we can look to come back in because I'm confident they're not there. And guess what? Dewa United Esports, peekaboo. They like playing this hide and seek.
I see you, but at the same time, Shaco, I don't think they see him at all because as of now, one wrong move from Nets, he might be bursted down. So I guess, does he know his territory? It feels like he's a little bit afraid to do so. So he is going to leave the lane, I guess.
Hopefully they didn't forget about it. Hopefully they didn't forget because the majority of their members are moving up towards that top side and they want to take this turtle down.
Now Lanaya getting a little bit harassed as well. He needs to back out, but he's getting surrounded. But it is a landslide we're talking about, so he's gonna be all good for now. It seems like Dewa United, they have a different approach. They're trying to bait a turtle here, but they don't seem to see the members. But bottom lane, Shaco, he's gonna try and catch Kakadun, but the tier 2 will fall. Ajuriski in a very awkward position, but Onyx not able to capitalize on anything at all. And even the turtle is almost secured by Dewa. Shinsui is going to get caught out by the glue. Dixon is going to try and finish Bob Lanaya, and they're trying to chip him away, but Shinsui is running for his dear life. But eventually, the Phantom Execution will take him down. But wow, this is actually happening. Onyx PH, they do get a trade on Shaco on the other side.
Oh man, Shakamura ended up dying, and Dewa United Esports expanding a lot of ults to slow down the rotation from Onyx PH to actually reinforce their front line happening on the opposite side of the map. So, at least with Dewa United Esports, they are willing to throw bodies to make a play work. Onyx PH on the other side, they're still playing a little cold and calculated. They will take the losses if necessary because they know that they're going to start scaling up in the later stages.
Yeah, this is crazy coming from Onyx PH as well, because it feels like they're struggling against what Shaco is actually doing here, but at the same time, hold that thought now, top side, Shinsui can't seem to lane out well as all. Dixon's just completely pulling him, but meanwhile, getting screen for the sides of the landslide here. They do get a pick on the bottom lane, Kakadun. Dead.
Is it really Shaco mode who's making it difficult here? Because I feel like as of right now, Onyx PH are allowing Dewa Esports United to kind of walk up, right? It's clear that they have a 5k gold lead, but a majority of this gold is really going to be invested into Keys as well as Lanaya right now. They are kind of huge.
Oh, Shinsui taking a little bit too much damage once again. Dewa United continue with their aggression. This feels like a repeat from game number 1. 5.4k net worth lead for Dewa United. 9 minutes of the game.
But let's not forget that Dewa United has some really good, honestly, just a lot of range, right? It's difficult because you have to expect Kakadu to save his flicker just in case he needs to cancel out a feathered airstrike, or this is also inclusive of Durs.
Yeah, what is the comeback mechanic here coming from Onyx PH? Like, how do they come back from this? Again, 42k mark?
I think it's not just about the items here. I think a lot of it just boils down to whether or not they can actually force the feathered airstrike from Keys first. If they get that out early, or just take out Keys entirely, that would be the most ideal. Their second problem is Nex, because he is just eating shots for days, and it's difficult for Nex to walk up, especially if the Slam is in a good spot.
Oh my goodness, Onyx PH, they are trying to force a lot here, interjected by Dewa. They're trying to stall him in his track. They're also going to be cutting the back line as well. Do they force the issue? Shovi bursts down Shaco, so that is going to be an opening here for Onyx PH. Lord also gets resetted as well, so Onyx PH, they've got a lot of time to work with as well, so they can look to try and capitalize on this situation.
Yep, it was looking good, but notice on the bottom side, just a huge slow pushing wave into Onyx inhibitor. Durs has to come and respond to that, but at the end of the day, it's about this Lord dance, right? How efficient are you at it?
It's going to be tough. Dixon is going to be focused down as well. They can't get the kill. Better extra comes in, stoles in the back. Kakadun will be first down as well. Shinsui forced to back out. Nets, they are looking at the wrong targets. They finally take down Dixon, but at the same time, can they continue more? Lanaya taking a little bit too much damage here. Nets is still very, very strong, but he doesn't have his mana, so he needs to be a little more careful. So Dewa United will back out, but here comes Shaco. He will look for the catch. He forces a flicker, and only a flicker.
Okay, that's not too bad. A 2-for-1 trade, honestly, for the side of Dewa United Esports, not the biggest deal in the world, but it does put them at a disadvantage to actually maintain their influence over the Lord Pit, right? Now Onyx PH are going to start pulling it towards their side. The slow pushing waves on top as well as bottom side in favor of Onyx PH. They've got the setup.
Oh, Lanaya, he's getting checked in from the side as well. Chovy is trying to buy a little bit more time. Lord down to half HP here. Lanaya is forcing his body as well. He's taking a little bit too much. Numenon Blast set up as well. Does he connect? He dodges with the Taunt Rose, but no, it's going to be the Numenon Blast and steals the Lord. It's going to be Onyx PH that gets it, and they get out safely as well. Woo!
Ooh, that was close. That was a very, very close call. The rest of Dewa United, they want to take a tier 2 as punishment, but fortunately, it's not going to be easy.
Oh my goodness, there. He's taking a little bit too much damage, but no, Azuraski, they found Kaken, dude, with the rockets here. That is going to be a tier 2 and a kill in this vicinity. The Lord are going to be pushing on the bottom side, but Dewa United, they will get full map control for now.
Oh, man, that's unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate, as a matter of fact. Purple buff is going to get stolen away. The Lord and Power minions are handled, and the top as well as the mid side. They just need to clear bottom, and then the second wave, and they should be fine.
Yeah, but look at this. Onyx PH, they're trying to capitalize on this launch. Can they find a pickoff? However, they need a little bit careful here. Pay attention to where Shaco is. One wrong move, and Nets is gone. So they need to be very, very careful about this here. Do they check this? No, they don't. Shaco is playing a little bit slow play as well. Dewa looks like they're not gonna capitalize on this. Onyx PH, they back out.
I'm going to look at the items real quick here, because the way that I see it right now is that the gold earned from Lanai and Azurskis is making all the difference, right? We do see the Haas Claw purchase already completed for the side of Azurski.
Nets, one more step. One more step is all Shaco needed.
Yeah, moments before disaster. But looking at the items overall, I mean, Nets is catching up quick, and he is going for his traditional build. He's not going for just the raw damage. He wants to be able to make sure that his auto attacks as well as the true damage goes through, and if it's a crit, even better. So now he's going to start rushing the Berserker's Fury.
Yep, and now Shinsui is going to be clearing the lanes as well. 70 seconds here, pretty long respawn for now, so it's still rather middle stage of the game, but it feels like based on the itemizations here, it feels like, you know, Nets is still going for the same build again. Crit build is the way to go instead of the armor penetration angle.
I mean, it really depends on the person, right? As soon as you see Scarlet Phantom, you have to get the Berserker's Fury. If you have one or the other, you don't get the full potential that it could actually provide for your hero.
Agreed. Now, Lanaya, he's trying to creep out with the purple buff steal here, but the size here, they do want to focus on towards the Lolita. Kick it on, taking a little more of the damage here. Comes the Numenon Blast, he's trying to set up as well, but he gets cancelled on a PH. They are going to try and get a little bit more out of this, but they're taking a little bit too much damage because Ashuraski will burst them out here. And now, Shinsui is trying to hold Lanaya on, but where's the damage? They don't really have it as well, and Nets can't really free hit at all as well, and Ashuraski will scare it on with a snipe shot.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so despite everything that happened, I definitely thought that Onyx Cage might have been able to get at least a 2-for-2 trade, which would have been the most ideal, but Dyson, he's far ahead in this game, right? He is really, really tanky to deal with, and let's not forget the fact that Keys was I'm not gonna lie, he was a little slow on the follow-up there, right? Shinkamon, he just needed a couple more seconds until his passive kicks in and he gets the full initial heal, and then it would have been fine, but the Feather Airstrike probably should have came out earlier.
Agreed by Shovi, they find Keys here. Speaking of which, this is the go time here. They are gonna let off the hook as well. Shinsui, he needs to make a run for as well. Dixon, he will not be able to pull him back, so they are separated as well. Numenon Blast doesn't connect, and that's gonna be Dewa United going for the reset here, and seems like they managed to get Dixon out of it as well.
Yeah, and check him out. He was on the edge of that Numenon Blast. That would have been bad.
Oh, speaking of which here, Shaco, once again, they find Kekada, the biggest problem for Onyx PH, and Shovi, he will steal the rough waves, but can he do the same what Shaco does?
It's tough. He needs somebody to set it up for them.
Yeah, it seems like they are going to chip away at Dixon as well. Here comes the split. Nats can't seem to finish ball, but the Lord will be secured in the hands of Dewa United. They're chipping away and they get it in their bag.
They're up 6,000 gold lead currently for Dewa United Esports, right? Almost about to make it into a 7, but now with this Lord, enhanced Lord, they will be able to start cracking down on these inhibitors. At least one guaranteed here, right? The previous mistake that they made against Onyx PH was not looking to close out that game, and obviously there was a bit of a 50-50 by the Lord side, so Dewa United Esports, to learn from that, they gotta maximize every Lord that they get. Squeeze out all the value that you possibly can.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little... That's the thing, right? Like, this is a situation that Onyx PH is very, very comfortable from game number 1, but can they handle the pressure? Because with this Lord coming in, it's going to be very, very difficult to do so. Onyx PH is splitting off all the pushes as well. Shovi is going to be forcing the fight against Lanaya. Lanaya will chip away the inhibitor down bottom here. Meanwhile, the Lord will do his work on the top side. Onyx PH still somehow defends, but Dewa, they're so afraid to actually continue for this.
They still want to go forward, but again, they've already got 2 inhibitors. I think that's more than enough damage done. Oh, they call for a pause. Ah, okay.
Makes sense now.
All right, that makes a lot more sense. I thought they were gonna. It felt like they should have escalated it even more to start fishing for the kills, or maybe fishing for Onyx to maybe engage upon them. But this, at least, you know, oh wow, someone's having a tech F. Everybody pulls back. You know, I can respect that a lot.
Yeah, that's why I was a little bit surprised with why they actually backed off as well. So I was expecting to get, like you said, it will escalate because they are this far ahead. But the question here is, can Onyx PH bounce back like how game 1? Because
it's
the difference between game 1 and game 2. It feels like game 1, they had more AoEs to actually get a more solid high ground defense. For game 2, it feels like they're lacking in terms of wave clear in that department.
Well, for the side of Onyx, I will say that yes, their high ground defense is definitely not going to be as good as Dewa. I mean, they've got the Beatrix, they've also got the Farsa. Like, I think that goes without saying, right? But let's not forget that Clint, he's got raw damage, right? And I think based on the items, especially when he has that Berserker's Fury, shouldn't have an issue with Lord empowered minions overall. But it does mean that he wastes potential empowered auto attacks on minions rather than heroes. Oh, it looks like Dewa United Esports giving the thumbs up to get back into the game here. Onyx PH some time to recuperate, but more importantly, this particular lore take is going to be hard for Dewa United Esports. As much of a lead as they have, Onyx PH, they could 50-50 this.
Now they are going to continue the assault as well with the minions shoving in. Dewa United, since they backed off a little bit more, seems like they have to wait for this next approach. But with that pause, I feel like both as a caster as well as both teams here, they needed this a little bit breather to actually reset their thoughts, right? Because as of now, Onyx PH, they have been bidding punch multiple times here. They need to breathe in order to figure out what's the next game plan. Whereas Dewa United, they also need to find the right targets to kill for. However, speaking of right targets, they found KKdo once again. Do they commit to this? Better Astra comes in. Onyx PH fold this engagement as well. And Dewa United, they use all the ultimates, they don't get a kill, and they secure the orange buff away. But he flickers forward, he gets the taunt, they want to go for the fight, but can they go for the follow-up? They don't. KKdo needs to make a run for it as well, but Lanaya is taking a little bit too much damage. Shensui catches the same on the side as well, and they get another decimation from Shensui, and look at him go. He's looking for more. He wants Azura's key. He needs to run. Can he run though? The decimation a little bit off angle, but he's out of position. Can anyone save him? Keys is going to be there to burst him down, and that's going to be the first immortality. They need the rest of Onyx PH to save his life. He's running for his dear life, and he actually gets out there with the taunt. Comes in for the save, and he's all good. However, the space has been created by Dewa. Azuraski, he's got his health back. Now he drops the out. The shield blocks in, and KKdo will be the sacrificial lamb. Likewise for Dur, as Dixon takes him out. Can the tier 3 kill him? Yes, they do, but they lose everyone. Shensui is alive, but he's all by himself. They don't have the damage. The minions comes in. The crystal's exposed. He needs to clear the minions, but Case, he doesn't have the damage. No, it doesn't matter. The minions is good. The crystal will fall, and Dewa United drags this into game number 3.
Equalized against Onyx PH. Wow, what a tight situation there was for that top fight. But the big whiffs coming in from Onyx PH, and the good reaction time from Dewa United to flicker out of way and capitalize on a split fight won them right at the end.
Oh my goodness, that was a very, very tough game. But once again, it seems like Dewa United's conditioning has started to hit Onyx PH hard, but still, it was a very, very close match here as Dewa United still hangs on for Indo Pride, at least for now.
They do. They're making this an even case study for sure. Man, Onyx PH, they had it was such a good call, right? It was a good call to get back into the fight. It was a good call for Dur to actually flicker forward and buy enough time for the rest of the team to start cutting them down one by one. Unfortunately, when the call is done, they need to pull back, and it looks like even the other series of Indonesia versus the Philippines is also equalized 1-1.
Hey. We talked about spiciness. We talked about how things are gonna get heated for today, especially when it comes to Indo versus Philippines. Second series, we got what we wanted, you know? First day of the series, first set here, Indo takes 1, Philippines takes 1. This time, Indo takes 1, Philippines takes 1. No, everyone takes 1. This time, it only one will walk away later on.
Well, unfortunately, somebody has to go. We don't know who it's going to be, but man, the death matches today. Oh, everyone's pulling up all the stops. Nobody wants to make that first mistake. Nobody wants to get eliminated. So it's understandable that both teams are going to feel a little bit of pressure coming in to this game number 3.
Yep, I agree. This is going to be difficult, but I'm curious to see how adaptation is going to be here because I'm pretty sure Onyx PH is getting their backs against the wall from 2 games in a row. Even though they won game 1, it was not exactly an easy one as well because if you think about it here, both games, Dewa United were just completely destroyed the early game here. But before that, now let's talk a little bit more items here. What do you think about this itemization?
From the itemization, I don't think anything is too out of the ordinary. Let me just have a second take at this. Yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary here. I definitely think that Lanaya going for leaning in towards damage a little bit more just to really make Nets feel uncomfortable in case he walks up too far, forcing him to be in a position where he's trying to touch people with his empowered auto attacks more than his basic attacks.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Dixon was able to get away with so much damage reduction despite the nerfs here. I was expecting Onyx PH to do a little bit more, but Chovy, he tried his best. I felt like he did all he could, but it came down to Dewa United just capitalizing on these situations because eventually, if you think about it here, Shackle was one of the biggest threat that Onyx PH faced as well. Kekeda, he couldn't even face check any of the lanes here without potentially getting threatened one-shotted by both the Barca and the Kadita. Likewise can be said for Nets, and every single time this mental pressure that's affecting them, it is actually affecting them throughout the next games as well.
I think, you know, especially with the Kadita pick from Shaco mode, right, he can come from a lot of off angles, right? Angles you expect that most heroes don't have access to, but Kadita really excels at, right? Thick walls you're able to kind of hop on over, and especially if you catch people right at the edge of the Ocean Oddity, man, that's such a feels bad moment. Getting hit by the Petrify into the full combination.
Yep, and then see, based on the GPM as well, Lanaya, he may have topped the GPM there, but in terms of damage department-wise, Azuraski was doing a lot with the speed streaks despite having the Lolita to block all his way through. Kekeda obviously going to be the meat shoe here, the sandbag damage taken per minute, 8,266, and Key's most assists here with 9 assists thus far.
A lot of damage being dealt by our MVP of this match is going to go to Azura Skies here. 7-4-4, closing out that game, making sure that his distancing was perfect, minimizing his mistakes, and his consistency was profited with a match MVP and a win for his team.
Yep, 7-4-4, Azuraski just doing really, really well. But in case you missed out on action here, let's give you guys a little bit more highlights on how Game 2 actually went on. Once again, Dewa United just completely destroying every single fun. And you can see every single time Dewa United Esports decides to choose a fight, they try to make it as enclosed as possible. And this actually makes Onyx PH extremely uncomfortable because if they come in a fight, and even here as well, if they commit to the fight with Dur, everyone is going to get completely blasted by Azuraski.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the backline, right? The backline already got chunked out huge by Shaco mode, and by then, they found that first initial kill. Azura making sure that he was at 1 HP while the rest of his team, Dixon as well as Keys, were able to finish off the marksman from Onyx PH. And I think that really cracked open this fight. It progresses even longer, but notice that Kekadu can only do so much without his ultimate.
Yeah, even Dur as well, he was just struggling. He was the initial engager, but I was very surprised he couldn't get the reset. He actually traded off the glue, but eventually Azuraski is the most important one to actually go down, right? Like, if they don't kill the marksman, there's no way they can actually defend this. But even then, this crystal was a very, very close one, but you can see the size of reliefs coming for Dewa United, the happy faces for game number 2 thus far. But game 3 is where things get really, really spicy. 1-1, tier 1 versus tier 2. Do you think this is tier 1 versus tier 2? It feels like a tier 1 versus tier 1 now.
It does feel like a tier 1 versus tier 1 to a certain degree, right? Like, it's very clear where the strengths lie for both of these teams. Dewa United, it's very clear that the early game really favors them a lot. They've got some great fundamentals. Onyx PH, with the style that they actually go for these drafts, at the end of the day, they're looking for the ultimate counter matchup, right? They're playing to their game no matter what. They're sticking to their identity, and if they have to drag it out 30 minutes to make sure that it gets them the dub, they'll do it.
Yep, this is going to be very, very important as well. Mental fatigue is going to start to kick in as well, but so far, I feel like Dewa has been conditioning Onyx PH in all 2 games. And you can start to see a little bit of cracks here coming from Onyx PH in game number 2. But game number 3 is where it matters the most. They need to find a way to actually reset themselves. Can they handle the pressure? Because the pressure was really, really intense in both games thus far.
I feel like Onyx need to start thinking about the early game a little bit more, like you mentioned, right? Like Dewa United Esports have some really great control over all, but the way that they draft, I think that's the scary part, right? It's like whether or not you have to deal with this multiple flex picks. I feel like Onyx PH are still sticking to their guns at the end of the day, so it's really hard for them to actually predetermine getting an early or later game draft.
It's tough to decide, right? Like not every. If you think about player's perspective, if you yourself as a player, you don't really want to play from behind every single time, right? So you obviously want to try and win the early game, but so far Dewa United has just got the text all the way through. But instead of us bickering around here, you know what? I know you guys are a little bit tired as well. So are we. We are going to be taking a very, very short break here before we jump into the most exciting match of today's series thus far as we head into game round 3 in a little bit. See you guys right after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everybody. The final game here between Dewa United Esports versus Onyx PH to see who makes it over to the final day of the Swiss 6. Both 1-1. Both very clear play styles, but man, it has been close game after close game, boiling it down all the way to the very last turntable fight to close it out.
Yep, and here, joining you guys to take you through for the final game here. My name is ICBaby12, and he is Gideon Q as we take you through. I told you my math is pretty bad.
You're learning new numbers. Now you've learned about 21.
Oh yeah, I might be changing my name to 21 in future, right? But at the same time, of course, when it comes to these games here, it is going to be very, very hard to gauge how these two teams are going to be playing as well, right? Initially, we thought this is going to be a tier 2 versus tier 1. We didn't expect it to go neck and neck, but considering the stakes of this game itself, I wouldn't be surprised that they have to pull off every single strategy because this is elimination match.
I would like to see whether Onyx wants to go for like Clint again.
Oh, that was a risky one as well.
It was risky, but the damage was there. He was like chunking people out. They walk up to him, dead, gone.
Fair enough, but they still lost second series. So adaptations needs to be made if they want to keep things alive for SPS, especially, and I mean especially, if they want to qualify into the playoffs. And that's going to be the next phase here. And of course, the grand finals is going to be somewhat in Jakarta as well. So there is a lot of Indonesians to be looking here. So I guess a lot of the Indonesian teams want to show what they've got, you know, to make it that phase.
I mean, it's not just the Indonesians. The Filipinos are also keeping a very close eye to Onyx PH. They can't just let their boys go down without a fight. But only one of these teams are going to be moving on for tomorrow here. And it looks like they're about to get into the draft, and we're going to join them shortly after.
Well, this is going to be a very, very difficult one here. But based on this draft, Onyx PH, if you guys are just tuning in as well, here's a little bit of summary on how things happen in game number 1, game number 2. Onyx PH, they lost their early game. They made a comeback in game 1. They secured it. Game 2, they lost their early game. They tried to hold on, but it came down to one mistake, and they lost it against Dewa United. So game number 3, Onyx PH this time will be on the blue side, and they will have to make adaptations here.
Yep, looks like the same few bans are coming through once again. This time, Dewa United Esports following very similar to game number 1, banning out the Join as well as the Wanwan. Onyx PH getting rid of the Fanny as well as the Lancelot. Now the big question in play. Do they care about the glue? Do they care about the Valentina? Let's see which one's going to be. It's going to be Euph instead. Now the onus is on Dewa United Esports. They can completely open up the draft by banning something completely random if they want to, or just immediately get rid of the glue.
Yeah, but now when it comes to this kind of plays here, I feel like I don't think the glue was glue was annoying, but I felt like in the first pick glue coming from Dewa United, they could have just force picked the Faramis coming from Onyx PH, which even though I know Faramis has been nerfed, but it's still a great way to just completely one-shot the glue if you see the split form.
I mean, considering Chovy's overall gameplay in game 1 as well as game 2, I mean, even if they do change the pick, I think the results would have generally been the same. It's difficult. It's difficult to say because because game number 2, it just came down to like one fight, right? They were on the cusp of turning it around.
Well, Valentina's gonna be up for grabs this time. Likewise can be said for Arlott as well. So Onyx PH, do they want to first pick the Valentina as a safety net? Or are we gonna potentially see the Novaria? Because Dewa United, they tried to play in game 1, didn't work out. Game 2, completely ignored it.
Okay.
Or are they gonna go for maybe the Frederick first pick as a safety net? Or deny the glue as well.
I still think it's going to be the Valentina for the side of it. I mean, Chovy has been playing well in game number 1 as well as game number 2, so there's no reason not to give the Valentina one more time. Unless they have a very specific draft in mind, they might start things off with the glue once more. For Onyx PH, seeing that Dewa United Esports didn't really respond in the exact... seeing that maybe Dewa United Esports might respond with the farmers of their own.
Oh, I like this. Like, Onyx PH is straight up just denying the glue away. But I want to see how Dewa United actually responds to this. Just because of the fact that Onyx PH, they just ignored Faramis. Do they take the bait? Or do they just take power picks here? In this case, power picks is going to be Valentina as well as Fredrin again. But if you think about it here, Fredrin has lost both games, if I'm not mistaken.
Fredrin
has lost both games, technically.
Did they lose both games? I'm pretty sure they won in game number 1, right?
Well, we gotta put it on hold for now. But Arlott and Faramis will be the answer here for Dewa United. I like this. having this Faramis is going to help them deal with the split later on, so it does kind of limit their option a lot more.
I mean, we say
oh wait,
that.
yeah, they're actually won with the Frederick on game 1.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But
Yeah,
Onyx
yeah,
PH, Onyx PH, they could respond with the Valentina of their own. They're like, okay, yeah, Ghostbusters, we can't really do much about that, but at least we could try to get you out with some 10 HP with the call altar of our own. Frederick gets picked up inside of Onyx PH, and Trophy will get access to Valentina once again in this matchup. I will say that Dewa United Esports going for the R lot here, I respect it a lot, but it's one of those things where you don't want to be giving some decent ultimates to Valentina and think Lapu Lapu would hurt their composition a lot. So they don't want to give that ultimate over in particular to
Now,
Onyx PH.
if you're talking about dealing with the Ghostbusters here, oh wow, Melissa picked them coming from Dewa United here, so they don't really want Onyx PH to dive in. And if you think about it, Fredrin as well as Blue are heroes that needs to be on top of your face. So the go away coming from Melissa is going to disrupt them. But I was about to say that I think having Onyx PH pick the Lolita again kind of deals with the Ghostbusters and the Melissa's jabs all the way through. So I feel like if they force it to deal with the counter altar, isn't too bad as well.
Honestly, this might be just another Clint game, to be fair.
Really?
It might just be. It might just be. Because even if you, no matter what you go for here, it really doesn't matter to Nets, right? Because Brody and as well as Clint, they have different kits, but at the end of the day, they want to do the same thing. They want to shred down turrets, no problem. Beatrix obviously going to be the top of the list when it comes down to that, but they do the exact same thing. Just one has a way to escape. The other has a minor condition and can create a little bit of distance. One is definitely more effective than the other, though.
Wow, great call here coming from Onyx PH here.
That's
They ban off
smart.
the Hayabusa and the Ling, knowing that, you know, based on their composition, they don't have a lot of utility. So they are going to go for it as well. But like I said, I think the Clint might be the way to go, because I don't think the Brody has enough AoEs to actually challenge the Melissa and the Cloud Altar twice now in terms of AoE control. So I was expecting Cloud would have been the perfect fit, but Dewa United Esports, they removed that out of the equation. What other marksman is pretty good? I think Moskov
is not bad.
Not too bad.
Yeah,
Think about it.
I think Moskov is not too bad here. Against the lane matchup against Melissa, overall, it's okay. But it looks like Onyx PH is going to completely pivot their composition, saying, okay, you guys want a team fight? We want to be able to get in and out without having to worry about too much. So we're going to lock in the Diggy and as well as the carry. Play as many tanks as you want, doesn't matter to me.
Wow, double mage composition coming from Onyx PH. They've got two very, very tanky heroes. One on jungle, one in the XP lane. So I guess they are going to try to mirror Dewa United a little bit here. They lost to a double mage in game number 2. This time, they are going to try and win it this time. And if you think about, based on the record so far for game 1 and game number 2, Dewa United Esports has the tendency to set up the first ambush down towards the XP lane, and both times Onyx PH was actually caught off guard with the first initial gank. So I guess with this Diggy right now, if they put this Diggy in the XP lane, it might be a little bit more favorable for Dirt to actually win his matchup in the first level 1 ambush.
We say that here, but now I am... man, Lanaya is going to go with the Thamos, right? So he wants to run down his opponents. This is tough. This is really tough to back Dewa United Esports with a type of composition that's heavily dependent on Azura to make sure that he gets the damage done, right? I would have expected to see maybe a Grok, but then the true damage from carry counters it, so overall tanks will struggle in this matchup. But man, this is highly volatile from both sides. Onyx PH currently 1 point away from moving on. Same goes for Dewa United Esports. It's going to be a tough prediction here.
Yeah, it seems like Onyx PH is just so afraid of what Shaco can do in Kadita. They even brought in the Diggy for this matchup, so I'm excited to see how they actually cope with this. But we are going to be jumping straight into game number 3 here with Onyx PH as well as Dewa United Esports fighting for their dear lives here in the SBS Pro Series. But at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 3. Loser will be out and the winner will progress for tomorrow's games. Onyx PH going to be on the blue side and Dewa United on the red side.
I think the battle is definitely going to be amongst the gold laners here, right? Their lane matchup is going to be super, super important. And second of all, when we get into those team fights as well, how do you kind of cover them? Both sides will have access to the cult altar, but even if you land the full combination of those rough waves and start it off of that petrify, Kekadu can easily bail out anybody with his anti-CC ring of the time journey. So again, it's about trying to bait out spells. It's about finding those positions. But it all comes down to this early game.
Yep, they are going to use the alarm bombs here to potentially try and scout Shaco out and maybe even bait out the passive ability. So I guess that's the idea that's coming in from Kikadut. But at the same time, you know, I'm not sure if you pay attention to medium map as well. I like how Dur is just so afraid. They know that, hey, they are going to ambush me here. They even set up keys up top to make sure once again they pressure the XP lane. But this time he's not going to take the bait this time. So that's a little bit of a lessons learned coming from Onyx PH. A little bit small lesson, despite after taking 2 games to actually learn it.
I mean, to be fair, Ender, it's not very often that you see people decide, you know what, I'm just going to try and run it down on you, try to get those early level kills. I think the meta as of right now hasn't really shown when exactly you want to have one of your mages in the EXP to rush an early level 2, because again, the conditions need to be right. Some teams prefer not to do it. Other teams feel like it is a necessary evil to do. But in the meantime, let's see how Lanaya is going to play this out. I'm curious to see his performance on this Thamos.
Yeah, but now, for now, the first turtle is going to be in play as well. There is already there, and at the same time, pay attention to Kekidot as well. He's actually zoning off a Shaco mode on his own. He has his out for now, so he's looking for the play before yet, but at the same time, he's got the time journey, but back lines, they're a little bit of trouble as well. They are trying to settle a fight. They all clumped up with form. The counter keeps them alive, but the turtle will be secured by Dewa United. Final Slash comes in. They're all clumped in. They are going to try and group up as a 4 here to force an issue, but none of the teams actually have enough damage to prolong this fight.
Yeah, but I think Onyx PH, you can start to see why they decided to go for this type of comp, right? If Dewa United Esports try to go for the re-engage, they have answers. If they try to run away, especially when you have time reversal as well as the slam on hit effect from a Dur, it makes it really tough to actually exit the fight.
Yeah, this feels like last year's composition here, but at the same time, in the right hands here, if you stall this long enough, Kekadot is going to be a force to reckon into his later stage of game. So eventually, Dewa United, they need to start punishing Kekadot a little bit more, because eventually he is going to build up some stacks for those alarm balls. But I like how he's playing this for now. But oh, that's all for now. Shaco mode. He's going to try and burst and sweep, but it's taking a little bit too much damage. Can he get out? He's going to be fine, though.
Keys didn't have his flicker there. If not, that would have been a kill, since Sui's going to heal back up slowly through these camps. But in the meantime, right, if we look at the rest of how the lane is going, and especially with the gold, Thamos currently at level 6 compared to Fredrin at level 5. So there is a bit of an EXP lead thanks to the early turtle from Dewa United Esports. But Lanaya, he wants to make it a 2-level lead against Sui.
Yep, by the bottom lane here, Dewa United, they're setting up for the gank on towards Nets once again, but I don't think they are going to be able to pick anyone off unless Shaco Mode shows himself. And every single time Kekadot is going to be checking his way, he's setting up alarm bombs at weird angles to try and slow down Shaco Mode and maybe even drop the passive here. But Shaco, he's actually making an attempt. What is this gank? He's going to get the kill, but Shovi is going to back off as well. But no, the Imperious Ring doesn't kill him. The Magic Worship, oh my goodness, he actually survives. And now Shaco Mode, he's going to get out of this. Oh my god, Chovy! I thought he was gonna die to the Magic Worship!
I thought he was gonna die too. It looks like Chovy was looking somewhere else on the map and didn't respond fast enough. But by then, it was already too late. Luckily, he doesn't die though, but he's put down a little bit.
But now, with the turtle coming in, they are going to pull it back to Baldur. He tried to go all the way. The Final Slash puts him back. He forces the flicker. That's a big battle spell. But the turtle will going to be up for grabs for Dewa United. They're calling for a man, and Onyx PH, they just don't have the position to contest this.
Great Final Slash angling there to get him over the wall. I thought for sure he was going to still be stuck in the pit, maybe stunned, and then he hops over it with vengeance. But no, completely pushes him out.
Nicely done as well. On top of it all, I think Dur was just afraid to stay longer, because if he goes for the split form, Keys is going to punish him.
Yeah, so he's just like, hell no, I'm just going to get out of there as quick as I can. If we look at the gold earned leaderboard, Azura currently in contention with Nets, slightly ahead. Lanaya, Keys, and Daikson are all in a very good position here, all of them topping the gold, and that's how we see this 1.6k gold lead from Dewa United.
Double Molten Essence coming from Onyx PH as well, so they are going to try and go in for objectives. But at the same time, for Lanaya, he doesn't really care. He's actually going for the Corrosion Scythe downgrade first. But at the same time, because of a good ambush with ball, Shinsui, they almost caught Shaco Mode. He is going to be able to back out. But that should be all. They force the rough waves.
Man, Kadita players are just bold. They are so bold. I hate the fact that Kadita's ultimate has a bit of a channel time, very similar to Kufra, but of course, and unfortunately, can get cancelled out very, very often. But that happens to me. With these professional players, they really know how to maintain their timing so they don't get hurt.
You're traumatized from yesterday's Kufra, aren't you?
Uh-huh. What? I'm traumatized from yesterday's Kufra.
Yeah.
What?
Of what happened about the Kufra pity? For Nubidney.
I literally don't care. I've already moved past it. You know, I've made enough jokes about the green dot that I think is good enough to kind of move away.
Yeah, but at the same time here, Kekedo, he is gonna try and poke a ways through. He is building up some serious stacks here. If you think about it here, Kekedo has 0 deaths thus far. I don't think we have the overlay to actually check out how many stacks he's gathered so far, but eventually it is gonna start to hit a lot against the squishy. And look at this, Shackle Mode, almost 30. I would say 60, taking away 30% of his health, 40-ish. My man's pretty bad. But at the same time, here comes the play. Naya is going to try and zone off by Third. Here comes the final stage as well. He forces a flicker. He is going to get out. Turtle will be in control by Onyx PH. And Dewa United, they are going to try and force the fight as well. Dixon still holding on as well. But bottom lane, they have a first blood up for Azure Sky, and this fight is still going to continue here. Appraisal draft comes in. They called him the count out. Dur still hanging on to try and pull Dixon back in. He is still having the TAM HP, but he's still very, very low. But he does drop the final stash. He comes his way through. He's sustaining his way through, but he actually gets out. Shen Sui doesn't have the health. He needs to back up as well, and Dewa United still dominates this top fight.
Beautiful flicker timing coming in from Dyson. He waited until Durs hopped off of him before he got out of there. If not, Durs would have been in the middle of the back line, and that would have been devastating from Dewa United. They still get this turtle, and now mid lane!
Oh my god! Azure Ski comes in big, swings hard. Kekedo gets taken out, and the tier 1 will fall as well. It's Onyx PH. They finally lost all control because of this lead by Azure Sky.
Yep, a delayed fight on that top side. First blood down by bottom. A tier 1 as well, unlocking Melissa from the lane. Now Dewa United Esports going to continue on with their early game plan.
My goodness, Kekedo dying in the time here. Shackle Mode, they catch on Shinsui, but do they have the damage? Appraiser's Wrath comes in. Shinsui says, hello, Shackle, goodbye, Shackle. In this case, now he does have the split. He latches on. He needs to get out to safety, but Final Slash keeps him in bay. Dewa, they want to pull him back as well, but he doesn't have the range for the Shadow Stampede. He will be able to get out, and Dewa will have control of this map for now.
Yep, good control overall here. Man, every time he latches onto someone, and this happened in game number 2 as well, but from the side of Dewa United, right? Just making sure that the grab doesn't get effective range. Time it right and get your dash in time. You're able to kind of get out of there. What is this movement coming in from Dewa? Are they trying to angle? Yep, they're trying to angle out Onyx PH.
Yep, but at the same time, they are going to try and pull this fight. Alright, okay. At the same time, on the other broadcast as well, GigFam pretty much won their game against TNC. That means Indonesia strikes on the other series. However, for this series, it's still ongoing for Philippines though.
Yep, let's see how it's going to conclude, right? 27 more seconds until we can see our next neutral objective. It's going to be the very first Lord of the game with a 4.4k lead for the side of Dewa United Esports, right? They're half a component ahead of Onyx PH. If we learn anything from the past 2 matches, right? Onyx generally going to take a step backwards, let them have it, and look for the picks.
Agreed, but now, on the bottom lane as well, Dyson is going to be forcing a fight as well. The counter there is a little bit split off as well. Time Journey keeps him alive. They're still hanging with the line. He doesn't want to go for the split, but Shackle tries to go for Ocean Breath. Can he get out? He will, but taking a little bit too much damage. Double kill for Keys with the Ghostbusters as well, as Dewa continues to assault, and Azure Sky just zoning off with the puppets.
Oh boy, they didn't check the one lane bush. The one lane bush, and they ended up losing that super early on, and especially in this 1v1.
Oh my god, what is that damage? Azure, he's gonna be Shensui! 1 HP, he survives, but he pays the price with his life. Gives Onyx PH a little bit slimmer of hope.
Woo! The Terrified from Chovy saves the day once again, and as well as the reversing time.
Shackle, what are you thinking? No way, girl. He goes for the Ocean Break. He almost takes that. They force the time journey. Can't they get out? Okay, they do. Shackle, man. Chill, man. Chill.
I mean, Net's chill. He's walking in there, 10% HP, full trust that Kekedo will press his ult in time, and it does. So, I mean, technically, technically, Dewa United have the Lord pushing on their side, but a lot of the ultimates have been blown. The big ones as well from Hekiru. They might have to sacrifice one inhibitor.
This is crazy. This is by far the most insane I've seen here, but Dewa United once again just completely dominating early aggression here. Onyx PH, they need to find a way to fight back, and it's gonna be tough. Choi, he's still, Shobi, he steals the Count Altar once again, but with the Lord knocking in, you need to find an opportunity to jump in for now. They're keeping up a spot. The Lord will be taken down, but here comes the fight as well. A Shensui with the Brazen Brow scattering off, but the Count Altar will keep him at bay. They get the time journey off as well from Onyx PH, but they will United. They will sound the horn of retreat.
Yep, they back away. Only final slash and as well as the light wheel available for Onyx PH and Dewa United Esports respectively, right? But they still have
final slash.
It's out. It's out. Does Onyx capitalize on this? No, they don't.
I don't
Good
think
choice. Very good choice. They don't want to walk out of their base right now. They still have all healthy inhibitor turrets, which is amazing considering the situation that they were in, but Dewa United still maintain the 5k gold lead.
Yeah, this is tough, but as of now, Ashura's very, very great opening thus far here. He's got 3-1 and 2. He's starting to pop up very, very crazy as well. He's starting to hit like a machine gun now. In just 11 minutes game. To level 13, that's pretty big lead. However, Onyx PH, they need to find a way to kill him off because as of yet, they don't have an answer to this Melissa yet.
How are they going to get to him?
It's tough. I don't think they can, though.
I mean, they have to play front to front, right? At the end of the day, whoever presses the Call Altar first generally is going to lose out that war of attrition. But if you look at the gold leaderboard, 9,000 for the side of Zursky. Oh.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When it comes to whoever clicks a Call Altar, I feel like Onyx PH, they have a little bit upper hand because they have the time journey. But the only thing they're lacking is damage. In this case, Nets, he's going to be damaged dealer. He's going to be focused down. He survived somehow. He's dishing away, but at the same time, there is going to be committed as well. They have the time journey. They have the Call Altar as well. And Dewa United, they're hanging on. It's going to be a battle of attrition, but Dur will be the first one to fall. And Dewa, they're looking for more keys. He manages to clip Nets at the Ghostbusters by flickering forward. What a guy. 3-0-3 for keys.
Oh no, that means that by the time Dur and Nets respawn, the Lord would have already been around for at least 6 seconds. So now they're looking for an inhibitor target, and they're going to get it as well.
Oh my goodness, Lord just spawned. Perfect timing. Onyx PH, they just don't have the numbers as well, and they were united in perfect isolation. But do they want to try and force a fight? The lanes, they're shoved in, but the rest of them were united. Look at them, they're just completely blocking the exits here. They're letting Lanai solo defense this. Onyx PH still struggling with this orange buff, and fortunately for them, they still have it, but the Lord is gonna fall down.
All right, so Dewa United Esports, very calm, very cool, very collected. They're gonna recall here, and with a 7.8k gold lead, and they're about to hit the 42k mark, so you could expect Azurskis to have at least 5 items, if not completed build, and the same can be said for keys.
Yep, in this case, Onyx PH, can they hang on though? Because it feels like Nets needs to do so much damage, but he kills off single targets really well. But at the same time, it feels like he just doesn't have the AoE to deal with this Cult Altar. He doesn't have the AoE to chip away in everyone, and it's starting to become a problem. But even if they drag this later stage of the game, it feels like Onyx PH needs to find the perfect mistake from Dewa United at this stage of the game.
I feel like this game really boils down to who can get more value out of their ultimates here. And I think right now, Dewa United, they definitely can punish the Cult Altar if it is stolen with the Melissa, but time journey, when exactly do you use it? How are you going to get the most value?
Yeah, but at the same time, Azura's just taking advantage of Voodoo's range as well. He's getting a chip away inhibitor, zone out Nets as well. Look at this, so much damage from Azura. Onyx PH need to go for the reset again. All inhibitors fall. They're trying to hold them on, but can they catch anyone? Because as of now, they look at this, they're afraid because Dyson might go in for the final slash and they are going to get obliterated. In this case, Onyx PH playing slow. They're looking for the pickup, but they're slowly chipping the Crystal. Crystal getting jeopardized bit by bit. Another huge minion race comes in. Shackle, he making damage against the Petrify. The time journey keeps them alive, but at the same time, Crystal will be focused as well. But they're all chain stun on Dewa United. They're going to throw bodies for this, but at the same time, they're all split off. They're not focused on the Crystal. They are getting picked apart as Nets gets 2, and he's going to look for more. And Dewa United, they will back off with half HP of the Crystal.
Ooh, what a defense coming out from Onyx PH here. Dewa United really needed to be united in that call itself. Do you look to rush down the Crystal, or do you to look to go for the team fight. And I will say that it did get a little bit unlucky with the minions going out of range ever so slightly to the displacement and then walking back into range. So I think the call was a little tough for the side of Dewa. But man, at least Onyx PH is able to kind of pull this back from the brink.
But no inhibitor, but Ashura, look at the damage, the range on those voodoo dolls. Just ends pretty
Oh!
well, but What is that damage? What?
Oh my god. OB, come on, show us the replay. I saw Kekadut stack it up in that bush. I did not expect it to kill both Azura as well as Keys at the same time. They walked into each other. Look at this. Look at the amount of auto alarm bombs that chases down Keys.
It's so small right at the edge because it was right next to the voodoo dolls. But boom, boom, boom. Both squishies just gone. My god. A little bit of hope for Onyx PH.
That was disgusting. The timing could have been a little bit better, but I don't even think Kekadu was expecting to get that much.
Yep, at the same time here, Shaco is gone to run here. He's going to get isolated here, but Nets is going to pick him apart. Does he have enough auto attack? He's going to be good. The light wheels will secure him off. And Onyx PH finally finds an opportunity. They are going to try and take the launch here. The lanes are pushed out. Dewa United, they need to stall for Shaco. 35 seconds on the sidelines, and Onyx PH, they really want to make a comeback onto this. Dewa United Esports, they have Lanaya with the immortality. They're going to be flanking from the side. It is a 4v5. They need to throw bodies for this here. They're going to be first one to fall. Split comes in. He latches on. He is going to first ball. He's got the immortality, but the Lord down was 20%. But the rest of Dewa United will finish him off with their time journey comes in, but the bombs comes in. Dyson first to back off, but the Lord down to Sabrina. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Shensui that steals it, but does he have the health to fight this here? Melissa still survives, but no! It's going to be Nets. He's got the health. He's got the damage. He's got a triple kill. And Dewa United is going to be backing out as Onyx PH still stands strong.
The momentum shift. Onyx PH getting 2 kills instantly. The kill trigger has been activated. And now this is their time to play as they start pushing out through the mid lane. 10 more seconds until Keys is back up. 21 more seconds until Azura is there to clear these waves. And in the meantime, Onyx PH will start sweeping the structures off the map.
Oh boy, Onyx PH, they are going to be fighting basketball. Azura, 5 seconds of fight. Final slash is coming in. They want to kill off Shensui, but the time journey will get him out of safety. Nets chips away at the turret, but they don't have the minutes. They have to wait for the Lord, play a little bit slow. They got their opportunity, and this is their time to bounce back.
I think this is the time where you see Onyx PH, if they really want to, start waiting out for that time journey once again. They could send members up to the top side and let them push from bottom.
I'm genuinely curious here. What are the items up on Kekadu right now? Why does he hurt so much?
I mean, Kekadu is just going full damage, right? As soon as you see that impure... Yeah, if you see his impure rage, that's when you know he wants to stack up the auto alarm bombs.
Okay, look at those bombs here. He is going to try and zone them off. The minions are going to be taken out by Dewa very easily as well. The Lord will fall. No engagement thus far, but it does buy a little bit more time and space for Onyx PH unless they pick off there. In this case, they will not take that risk because as of yet, the bombs started to kick in. Lanaya forced final slash disengage as well. And Onyx PH will say, that's it. We'll play it slow.
I think they have to here. As long as they can keep their inhibitors alive, that's a big advantage for Dewa United.
Now, they shift their focus down bottom though. Lanaya taking a bit too much, but the alarm bombs starting to be extremely annoying here from Kekado if you think about it.
The alarm bombs are really starting to pick them apart, right? Again, not when you're thinking about like just raw damage as well as the in terms of MR, it's kind of nice having a Radiant Armor. Even then, might not be enough against a Holy Glaive.
Exactly, but Shensui taking a little more damage coming from the Melissa. The stolen final slash, not going to do much from Shovi, but they do take an inhibitor coming from Onyx PH. Bottom turret is as well is going to fall here as Dewa United will continue their journey to hold on. But as of now, they need to find a way to kill at least Kekado once to reset those stacks because as of yet, look at Lanaya. 2 bombs takes away 25% of his health.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, he has to commit 2 slots to the Corrosion Scythe as well as the Demon Hunter Sword, right? I would like to see him switch one of them out, but especially for Thamos, that's a large majority of his damage.
But as of now, he's just completely being bullied by Kekado. And guess what? Kekado has a limited amount of mana to actually spam those bombs. And they're just stuck in their base right now. It's frustrating.
It's frustrating, and worst of all, they've lost their inhibitor turrets, right? So Onyx PH, similar to game number 1, evening out that score. It's going to...
Oh no! They're gonna make an attempt as well. They're trying to put Kekadu out of position. They need this kill on him, but they can't. But at the same time, they will gladly take dirt on the sides as well. The split comes in. Ghostbuster, they need it. He does like good. No, he almost dies, but eventually he should die, right? No way. He actually survives this, but at the same time, this creates so much space. The Lord comes in next. He's gonna focus in on his wall. They get Kekadu, but the Lord will be stolen by Lanaya. Dewa United, they will take it, but they want to take bodies with them as well. Onyx PH, they need to disengage. They need to take a run for it, but the final slash comes in, pulls them back, tries to stall this off, and Nets, he's on the run. They're focusing on the marksman. Shinsui gets taken now, and Nets is going to be the next to fall. Onyx PH, they've lost all hope. Azura Sky will pick the rest apart, and now only remains for Onyx PH. He kills the Faramis, but at this point, what can you do? The glue, he's holding on to defend against this, but there is a 4v1. The Lord pushing in towards the middle lane. They need someone to defend against this. Kekadu, 9 seconds left. They don't have time. It's over. Dewa United might be able to do this, and they will take the crystal. They take the series. They eliminate Onyx PH from SPS.
Oh my god, what a game. Well done, GG, well played, as this match ends 2-1 in favor of Dewa United. Both times we saw Onyx pull it back to the brim. It just takes one fight, one moment in time for Dewa United to turn it back and get the momentum to finish off the game.
One mistake is what cost them the game. In this case, Dewa United, they conditioned Onyx PH from game 1 all the way through. And they did it. They've done it. Indo Pride, baby. Man, Indo Pride.
One retribution. One retribution. If that retribution just went in the favor of Onyx PH, they've basically stalled out the game for another 3 minutes or so. But man, what a retreat from Lanaya. Onyx, on the other hand, man, it feels bad because they did everything right based on the game state right up till the very end when it just comes down to one button.
Yeah, it really did as well, but GG will play from Dewa United as well. Woo. This is the biggest upset for today.
Yeah, it has been, and it looks like today is going to Indonesia with the majority of their teams moving on. We see 2 Filipino teams get eliminated, man. Oh boy.
Well, that's the thing, right? Such is life, right? Such is life. However, all things considered, it has been a very, very fun journey here for Indonesia for today. But that just means more slots for Indonesia for tomorrow. Pretty much based on the standings we have so far, I think pretty much 3 Indonesian team slots is guaranteed to qualify next week. Guaranteed, a minimum of 3.
Minimum of 3 to qualify to next week? Well, I mean, at least they're moving on to the next stage. Whether they qualify or not is a different story for the next stage. However, I will say the level of competition here has been looking really good. I think, you know, Onyx PH, it's clear that they need to start thinking about the way they handle those drafts, and as unique as it gets, it's clear that the early game definitely is a pain point.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well. But all in all together, it feels like it came down a little bit of a micro mistakes, right? Like the only reason why the game was actually progressing a little bit better here because Kekado was able to find like a very, very unexpected bomb to actually punish both the Farmers and the Melissa at the same time. And this was the biggest problem that we kind of discussed as well, right? How do you kill the Melissa, which was one of the biggest problems. And eventually, as long as Ashurski survives, he is going to destroy everyone in his fights. Likewise can be said for Nets here, but talk this through here, the itemization here, both near equal economy here.
Yep, everybody is looking to go for their standard builds except for Kekadu. He's like, no, I want raw damage. I want a lot of damage, in a matter of fact, and I'm going to farm up these auto alarm bombs till I find the one shot. And instead, he got literally 2 people down instantaneously. A little unlucky, I would say, for Keys because he ended up walking on top of Azuraski. But overall, Shakomon still providing a lot of damage for the team and has been forcing Kekadu to actually preemptively use the time journey in a couple of these fights.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, GG well played for both sides here. Eventually, they were united. They were able to come back strong as well. The Melissa pickup against the carry was really, really great. But for Onyx PH here, it's sad to say, Nets playing on his carry, as long as he survives, he's gonna do good. But if he's isolated from the fight and everyone from Dewa United collapses on him, there's only so much a carry can do.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the big difference between this carry and as well as Melissa is the fact that Melissa can hit multiple people at once with muddles. And some of the squishier members who aren't built for that kind of damage, Chovy, for an example, getting outranged in a majority of these fights unless he hard commits to flickering forward.
Now, even this as well, based on the hero damage coming from Dewa United, you can see 349,000 compared to 278. Azurski is going to be the ones that did the most amount of damage here. And he was a guy who actually won his lane matchup in the 1v1 in the first turtle engagement, which was insane because that was the reason why Onyx didn't come into that, because they had to defend the goal lane.
Yep, I mean, a lot of things just didn't go in the favor of Onyx Esports, Onyx PH in the earlier stages, right? But I think they recovered very, very well despite having like some of the bigger advantages, missing inhibitors, right? Looking to push it out. Their housekeeping is very good. The fundamentals are still strong, but Dewa United just wanted to win this way, way more. You could see them being very proactive in getting out battle spells from Onyx rather than the other way around.
Agreed. And now the MVP is going to be none other, the man, the myth himself, Azurski, on this Melissa. 4, 3, and 6 kill participation of 83% of the fight here, which was insane because we don't see this kind of KP up on a marksman on the goal lane too often.
I mean, again, it's both compositions wanted to team fight, right? You have a Farmers, you have to team fight. You have a Valentine on the opposite side. Oh, guess what ultimate she's stealing? The Call Altar, but of course. So both teams want to do the exact same things. It's just there's a lot of different variables, and you can see here, it's very clear that Azurski is able to get a lot more free hits in comparison to Nets.
Oh, I feel bad here as well because in that small little clip there, Kikida was actually at a safety net, but because the Ghostbuster clipped on towards Dur, it actually bounced onto him even though he's out of range, and he actually killed off Kikida. So damn unlucky.
I mean, there's a lot of unlucky things that have been happening in this game, right? Let's not even get to the point of the lightning truncheons, right? It's why does it bounce like that? But at the end of the day, right, it came down to these fights, these very, very small moments in the game where you're hoping, hey, maybe Kekadu can actually get us out of there. But as soon as that ultimate has been expanded and Melissa is just going to start shredding your the rest of your team composition, because unfortunately the Call Altar just isn't enough. It's not as strong as it used to be.
This was pretty much the final moment. It was a very, very big mistake on Onyx Peach as well. They were pretty much isolated from that fight, and Nets, because he went full damage, I think he didn't have the shoes, he could not retreat away from Dewa United, and because of this, it allowed Dewa United to separate the fight, take individual big offs, and just win here. And you can see the excitement of their face means that their dear lives in this tournament still hangs at the balance, means they will advance to the next phase tomorrow. And in this case, the next phase tomorrow means it's their final game tomorrow before they qualify to the next phase.
Exactly. I know we've been positioning this as the Philippines versus Indonesia for all intents and purposes. We're not looking to spread hate here. We're very happy that Dewa United, as a tier 2 team, a team that aspires to be as good and even taking some of the plays like Onyx PH, taking a name like that, it's great. It shows that they have potential. It shows that they might even be deserving of going and getting picked up by MPL level teams. So as much as we would like to, clown on everybody because that's in our human nature to do so, let's take a step back. Congratulate Dewa United Esports. They've taken the win, but at the end of the day, Onyx PH still has a franchise league to play in.
Agreed. But at the same time, you know what's a really, really good? Here's a little bit of a fun fact for you guys here. I've been known to be very, very good at my predictions here. So far, 100 predictions yesterday. Today, 100% wrong predictions thus far.
Welcome to the SPS, right? Where karma kind of turns in on itself, and eventually you're going to get one right or one wrong. Well, it's a 50-50 half the time anyways.
I'm still glad I'm 100%. 100% yesterday, 100% today. It's just one day I have to be all right, one day I've got to be all wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you've made literally 100 predictions, like you mentioned, twice, 3 times, as a matter of fact. Not even because of their 3 matches. I don't know where the other 97 predictions came from, but that's no big deal. With that being said, that kind of concludes all the matches that we had here today. The elimination matches is done, the death matches have finally calmed down, and hopefully we're going to get a bit of an update on what exactly which teams have moved on and what to start expecting for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be something I'm extremely excited as well, because tomorrow's games here, I'm pretty sure we are going to see 3 Indonesia teams as well as 1 Filipino team. So in this case, like I said, guaranteed 1 Indonesia is going to be taking the next slot here. But in case you missed out on the match here for game number 3, here's a game recap for you guys on how things went down. Onyx PH started off their first pick ban with Glue, of course. And then Dewa United instantly responded with the Faramis as well as the Arlet pickup, which kind of sets the tempo of like, hey, this was a problem that we kind of foresee during game number 2 from Onyx PH, right? Dewa United, they first picked the glue. Why didn't take the for Ramis? And you can see time and time again, Dur was just having a very, very difficult time sustaining the way through when he's in his split form.
Okay, that's where I disagree with you. I think that Dur, considering all the factors in this particular draft,
he did pretty well,
right? The only time that we really saw him get punished was, you know, the unfortunate standing too close to Kekadut and then the bounce, but and also by the third lord down by the bottom side, where he was basically stuck in that tri-bush. As soon as he went into the split form, he instantly dies for it. So I think in these cases, as much as you would like to hyper-focus on top of the glue, I think overall, it still forced Dewa United to kind of be wary of their sides, right? Especially when you don't have to get away from me with the Melissa, and more importantly so, when you're trying to run away as Farmis, you're like, wait a second, this glue is chasing me down, and it's catching Thamos at the same time. I'm gonna turn around, try and Ghostbusters. Nope, he disappears, and he's on top of Thamos.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, just let's talk about a little bit of drops here in terms of one-to-one headshot, right? Like, from Dewa United's side, they have so much ways to actually cut the backlines and even punish the backlines. Whereas from the side of Onyx PH, the only one that can actually dive onto his Melissa, if you think about it, it's gotta be the glue. But if he goes that, he is gonna be shoved away to go away. And ideally, the best matchup for them to actually win, to take down Melissa, is have to carry 1v1 on Melissa. But the problem is, there was never a situation like this, because Melissa, every single time Carry tries to man up and challenge him, he skips his distance, he zones him out with his models, and there was absolutely nothing the Carry could have done.
Let's not forget that even though the time journey is down, you're not getting CC, but the damage goes through. So this Kadita can be like, oh yeah, run it, all 5 of you, run at me. That's totally fine. I'm just going to go in full combination and dish out as much damage as I can before getting back out. And look at that, right? In terms of total damage, we're seeing Diggy completely sweep the floor here from everybody else.
Wow, it's crazy. 110,000 damage coming from this Tiki just because of that bombs here. But at the same time, same can be said for Melissa as well. It's got 119k damage. Faramis got 79,000 as well. Damas got 44k. But what really surprised me is that the Arlott coming in from Dixon, he's got 52,000 damage as compared to the glue, which arguably I was expecting a little bit more coming from glue, but it's understandable, right? He needed to back off a long time.
I mean, two very different roles, right?
Oh, yeah.
Glue is trying to slow down their opponent. Arlott is looking at nets and it's like, man, I gotta get something out of him, right? I gotta force him to flicker, literally anything to give my team an advantage.
Yep, and even compared to, I think, Carry as well, it's got 62,000 damage, and it's very difficult considering that they have two very, very defensive compositions here. And arguably, if you have like a Kaudatar and Diggy in like maybe 3 patches ago, about half a year ago in the previous patch, it would have been a little bit better compared to now.
I suppose. But guys, if you're tuning in and unfortunately you missed out on these games, don't worry. We've got the recap for you, and let's walk you through it. First matches that happened today was Evos Icon, Euphoria Esports, Ultra Ego X versus Archives Esports, and the scores are listed. Evos Icon will be making it to the next round, and same goes for Archives Esports. So once again, GG well played to them, but our hearts go out to Euphoria Esports as well as Ultra Ego, and joining them is going to be Onyx PH as well as TNC Pro Team, as Dewa United Esports 2-1 Onyx and Geekslate 2-1 TNC Pro Team.
Yep, it was a very, very close match here in the second series, but based on this matchup as well, the winners that is going to be advancing tomorrow is going to be Evos Icon, Archives Esports, Dewa United Esports, as well as Geekslate. So 3 out of these 4 teams is going to be the Indonesian team, with Archives Esports being the only Filipino team. But now, let's take you through the journey from all the Switch stages here, from all 5 days here. We are finally heading down towards the final moments for tomorrow's matchup. And tomorrow, we are going to see Evos go up against Geekslate and Archives go up against Dewa United.
All fighting for those last 2 spots. Qualified to the next stage. You know what's the worst part? All these teams who are playing from this Swiss stage are going to go into the next, stage. They're going to see a whole plethora of good MPL teams, as they're basically, placed in based on their ranking. But man, it feels like they have to do it all over again. And this journey alone was pretty time consuming and required a lot more effort than what most people would have imagined.
Exactly. And every single team thus far has pretty much played every single day as an ordeal. Every day is like you fighting for your dear lives. It's currently only 4 remains to survive the 6th day. And guess what? After 6 days, which is going to be happening tomorrow here, we are going to be starting things off on the 6th day for Archives Esports going up against Dewa United Esports. And the next match here, we are going to see Evos Icon going up against Geekslate. So 8 PM GMT +8 for the first match. and 10 p.m. for the second match.
Man, for we who are about to die, the gladiators, our final few gladiators to make it and qualify to that next stage is here. A best of 3 to set it all out for tomorrow. They just need to finish off these open finals and they can finally take a breath of fresh air. This has been a very long 5 days worth of Mobile Legends, and man, I'm glad to have been a part of it.
Yeah, I'm glad as well, because this is where things get needy and greedy as well. You talk about MPL teams, right?
The next stage, there are even more MPL teams.
Next stage, there are more MPL teams. Only 6 qualifies. And when you make it into the challenge finals, a brand new MPL team is going to be joining the ranks. And that's going to be the rank 1 of every single region.
Dude, I am really hoping that whoever wins this tournament at the very end during the LAN came all the way from the open finals, right? After all that entire journey, that would have been a beautiful storyline. But guys, just in case you don't know, you can actually purchase the tickets already. Between the 21st to 23rd of July, we're going to be having the Snapdragon Mobile Legends Challenge Finals. And man, it's going to be happening at Istora Senayan, Jakarta, where we had M4 before. So if you missed that out, at least you could get a little bit of a taste of a somewhat international tournament.
Oh my goodness, I'm going to be excited as well. And of course, you want to get your tickets here, you can head down towards esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets, starting at only 20,000 rupiah. So if you guys are looking for a vacation, now's a good time. You can enjoy yourself by heading in over to Indonesia to have your vacation. Wow, watching some good MLBB action, because it's not every day you get to see an international LAN event in your country. As a Malaysian, I'm disappointed that I don't have enough here in Malaysia, but you guys are very, very lucky though.
Yep, very, very lucky indeed. But let's not forget about the big mid-year competition that everybody has been talking about. MSC 2023. The regular tickets are currently on sales. I'm going to be heading for that and say hi to all of your favorite talented casters because, well, I can. But make sure that you scan the QR code. Secure your tickets while you still have it. If you're thinking about taking a 2-month holiday and you want some highlights or things to do, whether you be in Indonesia or in this case Cambodia, then start planning today.
Exactly. We are taking Mobile Legends Bang Bang around the globe for now. But as of yet, here at SPS here, it is going to be a fun one as well. But before we close out the series, we'd like to thank our amazing sponsors here. Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, in this case, everything matters. Everything matters when it comes to playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Arm your soldiers, arm your gladiators with the best weapons possible. We would also like to thank Samsung Galaxy for the Galaxy S23 Ultra, a flagship phone that has everything all in one so that you may share the epic and level up your game. If we're talking about spirit and not the hardware, we also have Monster Energy providing what these players need to unleash their beast, to have that killer instinct in moments of really slow gameplay at times. But not to mention DHL. When you need to go fast, you need to be efficient, you need to have that level of quality, make sure you go check them out because they're also having 5,000 euros worth of prizes to win, and all you got to do is join their FE Bot Dash Cup.
Exactly. I tell you here, it's going to be a very difficult one here, but 5,000 euros is pretty a lot of money as well, so be sure to check it out. But for all things considered here, day 5 pretty much concludes for this week here. We are going to be excited to see how things are going to go because the final 2 slots is going to be continuing tomorrow's match.
Yes.
Any final thoughts you're getting, Q?
Any final thoughts? Good luck to our competitors. Fight hard, and whoever makes it through, let's see you go all the way to the end.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
And I'm up the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Up the beat, with it all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, with it all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting climb up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time.